In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Fucking stinks.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel the burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. It stands amazed. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rain down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversities, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada. It's time to walk the path of honor.
Is Yikes get
players personally as and glad to have you here as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very good to actually finally have a pro player, ex-pro player on the panel, rather than Kin basically saying that he is an ex-pro player. What we know is not. He takes execute on support hero picks. He's not a pro player. He just likes to believe he is, so we let him believe that thought. But yes, it is going to be a fantastic first day of the West League. I mean, we had a banger of a first day of the East League as well, so some really strong performances there. I feel like that's going to carry through to the West League as well.
Yeah, exactly. I was watching some of the matches. There seems like a lot of brand new heroes are being picked up. Previously we watched some of the EWC matches and some of the the previous tournament matches, and we saw Dune, Ogren, some of the prio picks dominate those matches, the tank junglers. But it seems like that a lot of assassins are playing being played this time around. So I'm kind of excited to see what the brand new compositions are and that these teams are gonna play around. And also with the global and banned pick system, that means their pools, the champion pools, are going to be limited here. So super excited to see how that goes. And again, it's going to be a best of 3 round robin. So they're going to be here, to grab these points up for the next couple of days. And, these teams are going to give it all.
Exactly, just to go back to that point there, you mentioned the global ban pick, and this is something that was adapted in the KPL League in 2018, and now, since Season 3 Invitational, it has officially come to the global Honor of Kings scene. So again, just honing in on the point that Yikes was saying there, is that there's going to be a lot of big picks come through, and obviously, once you've picked it once, you cannot pick it again, but you are still able to ban that pick from your enemy team. So again, the drafting phase just seems a little bit more like a chess game now.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's not going to be the same thing, when you log into the game, play some ranked matches. But jumping right into it, the prize pool, $50,000 USD total, 10,000 going to the champion, second place, 8,500, third place, we're going to have 7,000, fourth place, 6,500, and fifth to seventh place, $6,000 for grabs. That is a big chunk of money here. What do you think about that, Vlad?
Absolutely crazy, right? Like, even if you become the 7th place, you're still walking away with 6,000 USD in your pocket. That's just Honor of Kings looking after these teams, and this is another reason why to pick up Honor of Kings, right? But these are the participating teams for the West League. We have OG Esports, NZG, we have NRX, we have MKOI, we have Virtus.pro, AYLO Gaming, and Twisted Minds. So again, like you were saying in the introduction there, Yikes, some new players, some old players, but some new stories to be told.
Exactly, man. Super excited. And today's matches is going to be Virtus.pro versus OG for the first match. We're going to have YikeZ Globant versus Movistar KOIZ for the second match. And then we're going to have OG again versus AYLO Gaming.
Yes, exactly. They do get to go on the board at least twice today. So the OG Esports fan, obviously, for those that don't know or haven't seen it on social media, this was the previous Team Vitality from Season 3 Invitational. So if you were a fan of that team, you're going to be a fan of OG Esports. And you're getting spoiled with 2 games from them today.
Yeah, exactly. And for the last matchup that we kind of missed there is going to be Twisted Mind Virtus against Virtus.pro. So Virtus.pro is gonna go against both Italian representatives today, so kind of excited to see how that pans out. But yeah, we should be here, starting soon to get into the games and have a view at the players. So kind of excited to see that coming up very soon. Yeah.
I mean, exactly like you said there, right? Like, VP goes against both the Italian teams. The European region, let's say, is having a massive clash within day one of the West. But it is going to be a best of 3 format, like Corey said, Yikes. So again, you kind of want to be really starting with your best foot forward because you don't have to go and have that marathon like we've been seeing in Season 3 Invitational with the best of 5s. That's what awaits these teams going into week 2.
Yeah, definitely. And again, as we mentioned, the global ban and pick system is gonna be quite limiting here. I'm kind of waiting to see what, which side the teams are gonna, prioritize here. Is it gonna be the blue side or is it gonna be the red side now with the global ban, ban and pick system? So there's gonna be a lot of pressure on, the coaches and also the players, see what they want to pick up for their strategy and their lineups and how they want to play it out. So again, super excited to see what's coming up. We don't have any kind of idea because there has been a lot of changes. There has been a lot of updates. Obviously, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, a lot of the tank junglers seem to be falling out of the Pro League meta. A lot of assassins are coming into play. And, we've had a couple of new hero introductions. We had Fate, we had Chano, we had Arc. So I want to see some Arc gameplay. I want to see some Chano gameplay. Chano being one of my favorite heroes. Literally when the hero came out, I did like 3 videos on it right away just because how fun the brand new hero is. So, I'm kind of waiting for the pro players to kind of showcase, the maximum capabilities of these brand new heroes. So hopefully we get to see some of that today on screen.
Absolutely. I mean, Chano is definitely one of those more kind of unique heroes, right? He gets to ride a wolf into the gorge. He has the traps that spawn, the wolf spirits as well. He can even take to the skies with his first ability, the soaring signal as well. So again, just like you, Yikes, he's definitely one of my favorites coming into the gorge and one of the newer, fresher additions into Honor of Kings Esports as well. We've been seeing him play quite a lot within the PKL and the IKL. We did see a little bit of a taste of it within the East League earlier, but it was only 1 match, but it's 100% win rate, so that's something, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a good start for Chano. And Chano is not the only one taking it to Sky. We have Fate also. He can, he has these wall jumps that could be counted, towards jumping into the sky. But yeah, a pretty great assassin. I've kind of messed around with, going the physical build and also the tank build. I would like to see some of the tank build coming out. He does have a lot of CC, a lot of mobility and execution on that ultimate on Fate is just massive. So again, definitely excited to see what the new heroes are gonna, you know, the opportunities they're gonna offer to the teams and how these teams are gonna be able to abuse that. You know, a lot of times when a brand new hero is released, you kind of don't know how to play against it. So if they haven't played it in scrims against other teams, or even, you know, if they haven't watched other leagues, as you said, the major league in the East, they played Chano a little bit earlier. So maybe the players from the West didn't have enough time to kind of watch the matches and see how Chano was played. So again, super excited to see what these teams are going to be able to come up and if they're going to be able to adapt during the match to counter these brand new picks.
I mean, a lot of these teams definitely take a lot of inspiration from the KPL League as well, so, and Chano is definitely one of the biggest picks within that as well. Not normally coming through in Game 1, Game 2, generally towards the middle part of the series, it generally comes through there for the KPL players, so I can imagine we're probably going to see more going into these best of 5s rather than the best of 3s. I feel like we're probably going to see a lot more priority of locking in the Looms, the Arlies, the Lady Sun, DRNG as well for the side of the East League. Yeah, he hasn't had the best win rate, but in terms of appearance rate, he's definitely been the marksman that a lot of these players want to go for. I mean, with his ultimate being able to kind of reduce the physical damage and magic damage resistance of whoever gets hit by that ultimate is definitely a good point going into these drafts.
Exactly, the Renji, again, one of my other favorite heroes. You know, he has the second skill where he's going to be able to kind of have like a free purify, like a free exit, and also Lung, as you mentioned, Lung having the ultimate where he's able to pretty much fly away, go on that dragon form, and again, having like a Dolia, someone that can reset the ultimate, is going to be massive, and we saw that again being played a lot on the east side. In west, you know, I'm ready for surprises. I'm ready to see again what they can come up with. I want to see actually some early gameplay myself. You know, seeing Arlie on the pro stage is obviously one of the known as one of the hardest, you know, farm lane heroes. Arlie, you know, I want to see some of, you know, that Marco Polo Yario combo. So hopefully, we haven't seen too much Yari actually come out in the pro league. I believe there has been a lot of Dieria coming out. So Dieria, again, one of the most recently released heroes, really being prioritized here. So again, there is a bunch of brand new releases that we're going to be able to see in these games, especially with the global ban and pick system that we have.
Exactly like you were saying there about the Diadea pick, it's always kind of like picked but also banned for a reason as well, right? Like that hero herself really sets up that single target CC. Her ultimate Dazzling counter can be used as a zoning mechanic, or even used to just kind of like be that counter engage to a big engage from the enemy team as well, right? Offering healing but also damaging your enemy team as well. So again, I feel like there's a lot of utility there within the Diadea, and probably a lot of respect put onto that ban for this hero as well. But yeah, like you were saying, Diadea has been going through, Dolia as well. We've been seeing a lot of Dolia in the East League, but then also Sakia has been coming through as well. Not as many tank supports in the side of the major East League that we saw earlier, but again, I feel like that may change within the West League. It's all dependent on how those drafts kind of roll out anyway.
Yeah, speaking of Sakir, one of my favorite heroes too, has a lot of damage. Even though you have to build him tanky, it seems like that he scales a lot based off the you know, the magic and the tank builds itself. And he recently got a brand new free skin as well, which is super cool with the Flora skin line that came up, and you can, you know, grab it for free in Honor of Kings as of now. All you gotta do is play some mini games, you know, invite your friends to the game. So again, Honor of Kings giving out all these freebies, and you have, you know, the brand new hero Sakir again, as I mentioned. You know, it was released, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, let's get into the team intros now and meet the players.
So that is the first team on the board there. It's Virtus.pro. So we have Shisu, we have Alim, we have Red, Prince, and Grizzly Q. They are going to be representing Virtus.pro in this lineup. Again, a little bit of a mishmash between these two teams, right? Grizzly Q and Prince returning from 2024's roster, but they have the addition of Major Pride's 2024 roster as well. 3 of them, that is, and that is Red, Alim, and Shisu. So again, 3 great players jumping onto an already great roster. Really gives me a lot of hope for Virtus.pro in this league.
Exactly, and we already have some familiar faces. For me, at least, is GrizzlyQ. And you can see them on the camera here. They seem prepared. They're kind of getting ready to start the match. And again, they're going to be our representatives from Kazakhstan. So VP just getting ready here.
Yeah, so VP obviously getting ready here as well. They're pretty much sat here waiting for their opponent, which is going to be none other than OG Esports, right? Honestly, it feels like they're waiting to meet their maker in a way, because OG Esports, those that are new tuning in to Honor of Kings Esports, especially the Major West League, OG Esports was Team Vitality in Season 3 Invitational. They were able to get into the top 4 as well. So there we go. GrizzlyQ staring us down. He's like, I'm not scared of OG Esports, but we are going to go and check out OG Esports now.
Alright, so OG Esports. Our representatives from Italy here. We have Clash Lane, KK, and then we got the jungle, Dao. We got mid lane, Wen, and for farm lane here, we're gonna have Anne and Muchen for Rome here. Wow, insane lineup. You know, honestly, just looking at these players, you know, they all seem confident, they all seem ready, and this lineup again is gonna, you know, give Virtus.pro a run for their money here today.
Yeah, I mean, this picture right here of OG Esports definitely makes them look like they're more ready. But those introduction ones, obviously Keke with a very cute pose. I was like, bro, don't let that image fool you. He is a Mulan beast. So hopefully we get to see Mulan come through for Keke up into the Clash lane. But this is a team you don't want to underestimate.
Yeah, his performance throughout the Invitational, you know, Season 3 was great, and his precise crowd control and setup during fights, you know, is what it's known about. Mulan, Guan Yu, as you said, Charlotte. So, you know, he's going to be definitely someone to look at on the OG side. And again, then we have Dao, also known for his Augurin, Luna, Musashi. I really want to see that Luna, man. We haven't seen too much Luna in the pro play, but imagine, you know, one of these players just pick out Luna, one of the hardest heroes in the game, one of the highest skill ceiling heroes. So definitely cannot wait to see something like that.
Absolutely. I mean, he's definitely known for his Luna, but also his tank hero picks as well into the jungle. Like, he is definitely not one to shy away from versatility, and Dao definitely has the experience with him as well. Obviously, ex-KPL player, KGL player as well, so he's definitely got the experience that he needs to kind of be the captain of the team of OG Esports. But they also have the mastermind that is Coach Andy, again, always drafting some insane flavors for the side of OG Esports.
Exactly, and speaking about, you know, coaches having different flavors, here on the VP side, we're gonna have Hydro today. So again, super excited to see what they can come up with. We're gonna have here, like, we have GrizzlyQ, known for his Diadia, Dolia, Liam Po. So Liam Po, again, one of my own favorite picks. You know, you said that, you know, tanks are not being played much on the East, but maybe we can see some of that coming out from GrizzlyQ. I've been following, you know, his journey, even, you know, from the previous MOBA titles. He used to play. This guy's, you know, he's been a long-known player, and, you know, Liam Po, he used to play a similar, you know, hero in a different title, but now, you know, he's gonna have the chance to take it out here. So hopefully, maybe in, you know, if it does go to like a game 3, we're gonna be able to see the Liam Po coming out, because the prio picks, again, because of the global banning system, are gonna be kind of pushed away or banned out. But yeah, different, you know, synergies, comps is gonna be coming up, and as you guys can see already, the coaches are speaking to the players, you know, getting ready for the matches. They're trying to see what they want to, you know, build and, you know, go play towards. So excited to see what each of these teams are going to be able to come up with.
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of saw Dao there, just having a bit of a slouch, a little bit of a sleep. I feel like the teams need that, right? Just to kind of orientate themselves, to get their head in the game, and just make sure that they've got no sleep in their eye. Because, I mean, it's different times. They're rocking with different experiences here. But, again, I feel like the highlight for me is not only Dao on the side of OG Esports, but Keke. KK, for those who actually watched Series 3 Invitational as well, he was the one-on-one champion of the entire tournament. So he was able to take a lot of the farm laners, which were pretty much, I think it was farm laner player Azar decided to go against the Keke, who, rather than going for just a marksman, he was like, you know what, I'm sticking to my Mulan. And he got the sick flash in with the ultimate combo as well, really be able to shut down the DRNG that Azar picked up. It was really phenomenal, really something to behold.
Exactly, and as we just saw right there, it seems like OG went with the blue side. They had the selection here. They chose to go with blue, which obviously, again, is going to open up the chance for them to grab a really strong hero. Being on the blue side gives you the first pick, and VP is going to have the red side, which means they're going to have the 2 second picks after that. So, yeah, what do you think about that? Do you think, OG has something prepared? Do you think they're going to be able to lock it down, the hero that are looking forward to first pick on the blue side?
I mean, this is the thing, right? We're getting into the draft now, and OG being on the blue side here, they definitely want to try and like prio the biggest pick that they go for, whether they lock in something down into the farm lane for Arn, or even get like the mid lane menace like a Mai Shiranui for Wen. That could be very good for the side of OG Esports, but they're actually going to ban out the Guan Yu, the first ban for the side of OG. Clearly, they are looking at Shizu's hero pool here, and there's exactly the same things happening here for the side of Virtus.pro. They ban out the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, the Guan Yu ban. We were talking about KK being really strong on the Guan Yu, but them banning it themselves. But yeah, Mai gets banned. Lady soon gets banned here as well on the OG side. A lot of poke, a lot of range, a bunch of damage out of Lady Sun, so they want to try to avoid that. But again, VP is banning now. Let's see what they're going to be able to lock down here and take it away from the OG side.
I mean, they've got a lot to kind of think of here, right? They could go for the Ogryn like they have done. It could have been Diadea. There's a lot still on the board there for the Prio first banning phase, but it does mean that Ali is still available. So they're locking in Ali for Arn, but it does mean that Lung is available for the side of Virtus.pro. So will we see a little bit of a tip-for-tap for Virtus.pro down into the marksman role? It isn't going to be that. It's going to be the Mai Yin paired with the Diadea. So taking off the counter for Mai Yin from the side of OG Esports and getting the Mai Yin, which just had a fantastic performance within the East.
Courage is me only. And I just saw the Pei pickup here from the OG side. Again, Pei hasn't been played too much, and Pei, again, one of the highest mobility heroes in the game, a lot of damage, and again, it's one of the highest skilled, heroes as well, with the Byron followed up with that. And again, the Diadea and the main pick are very strong here, given the early, and as you said, Lung is up as well, which seems to be what Virtus.pro is looking to ban here, possibly. Oh, they pick it up actually, so Lung goes to Virtus.pro as well. So as you mentioned, Arlie versus Lung, it's a bit of a 50-50 matchup, I would say, if the Arlie does play it right. Again, the second skill being able to kind of negate all the projectiles that's coming out from the Lung. But yeah, Virtus.pro has a chance to ban here, and they're gonna ban out the Liang. Wow.
Yeah, so banning that the Liang is kind of like just making sure that Mai Yin still has that versatility within her movement to get up and down the gorge. But I do like the fact that they've gone for the Lung here. But like you were saying there, Yikes, the fact that Ali has been taken up from the side of OG, she can use her abilities to completely negate those flaming palms. And they are definitely hurting when you've got those two passives coming up, when you already locked in with your first skill. And to be honest, that's what they need to do on the side of OG, right? They don't want to be victims to this great burst damage from the Lung.
Yeah, the Duan ban coming out too. Again, he's been really widely used in the Pro League, and Yixin here gets banned out too. A lot of CC. We saw the hero played a lot on the east side of the Major League, and now Musashi gets banned out too. Again, both teams are having such a solid draft so far. And again, this is game one, so global ban and picks means the heroes that they're picking this time around, they're not going to be able to play in game two. So they're going all out. They're picking their best heroes. They're picking all the top tier heroes here. And now it's just going to come down to the last two picks on both sides. We have all the bans, and Angela is going to go to the VP side, it seems like.
Again, Angela and Diadea are a two heroes that definitely synergize very, very well. If you can land the skills for Angela to get the CC, and then it just kind of leads on to Diadea jumping onto the enemy hero with the bit of farewells, and that kind of just leads on to Lung potentially coming into that interaction and just absolutely bursting down the poor, unsuspecting victim on the side of OG. But if we look at OG's draft here, they definitely need some sort of control into the mid lane, and Lady Jen is definitely the pick that they want to go for. Destructive Deluge is going to be a great counter-engage mechanic for the side of OG Esports.
Ooh, Lady Jen on top of Mozi. Seems like that OG wants to go for a lot of CC crowd control here. And yeah, as you said, Angela, Diadea combo. Ooh, the Jing pick comes out here. Jing versus Pei. Wow, this is something you would see in like a peak tournament mode. All the tryhard players on the highest elo, you know, going at it. But yeah, Pei, Jing getting locked in. Wow, excited to see that.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, to the side of OG Esports, I feel like they have a little bit more of an extra treat there with the Motsu, especially with the Cannon Blast, because you're going to be able to try and deny the side of Virtus.pro ever trying to get into or on top of, say, for example, the Ali or the Pei or Lady Chen into those team fights. So you can expect those Cannon Blasts from Muchan coming in very hard, laying it down thick onto the side of VP. Even if they don't hit, they're just there to kind of try to suppress, to zone away these big mobility picks like the Jing, like the Mayin.
Yeah, just looking at the draft so far, I would say VP has, you know, a lot of combos to play around. Again, as you mentioned, the Angela, the Diadea combo, and also Mayin. Mayin has a bunch of CC and a lot of damage. It's going to be able to kind of control the side lanes, and also, again, if they're able to use the teleport, get into fights at the right time in the clash lane, that is going to have so much value. But again, I'm just excited to see the Jing and the Pei played out, battle it out. Again, very high skilled heroes, known as the high skill heroes, especially like in solo queue. So it's going to be fun. I want to see if they're going to be able to carry and, you know, use those heroes properly on a pro stage.
Yeah, I'm going to make the use of having an ex-pro player on the broadcast test today. So with your knowledge of being an ex-pro player here, Yikes, which kind of draft are you favoring most? Because normally I have to listen to Kindo Fu and he kind of just pulls it out of thin air sometimes, I feel like, with the drafts. So I want to hear it from the guy that's been on the stage, that's been in this predicament himself. So which one are you favoring the most?
Honestly, on the side of OG, I kind of like the Arlie. I feel like the Arlie is kind of a massive counter to Lung if played properly, but obviously this is a different environment. This is going to be a lot of team play involved. It's going to be 5v5s. Most of the fights are not going to take like in a solo kind of instance. So overall, I would say OG kind of seems like they did have a plan. This is why they chose the blue side as well, and they instantly locked in the Arlie. So yeah, there's going to be a lot that is going to go to the Arlie, and if she's able to, you know, get the items, be able to outplay the Lung, I feel like with the Arlie and Pei combo, they're going to be able to excel off of that. And again, we have Lady Jin, we have Mozu that are going to be able, you know, to have the crowd control that is going to lock down VP. And same thing coming out from the VP side. They have the Diadea, they have the Angela, and you said the Lung to burst down the lockdown targets. And Lung also has a knockback himself. So both sides have a lot of CC, they have a lot of damage. It's a hard one. It's a hard one for sure. But my guts tell me to kind of go with OG here. What do you think about that?
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's a great summary. I mean, I was definitely more sort of going towards the way of OG as well, because I mean, neither of these teams have a very strong front line, right? Like, they're really going to be expecting the Byron as well as at the side of Virtus.pro, the Mayin is really going to be their kind of like front side, which is a little bit of a weird one, because the way that these like clash lane picks normally work is they kind of like stalk around in the brushes nearby waiting to catch off that back line. But now they're gonna have to try and be forced into the front line here to try and hope that they can kind of either try and exhaust some of their abilities of the enemy team, try and get the knock up, see the flash, and then obviously knock up from the Byron to try and pick off either the likes of the Angela or try and take down Diadea or something like that. So again, they're kind of being forced to the front of the team fight rather than having that kind of let's stalk, let's wait around for those players that kind of don't expect us to come out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, boom, flash over the wall, and you're down.
Exactly, and that reminds me, we gotta we got Main buffed actually in a couple of updates ago. I believe it was last month. We got the mechanic upgrade, enhanced energy between the different skill combos. So, and we also just recently, a couple of days ago, we got the Byron buff that gives him the skill 1 recovery effect. So I'm excited to see the 1v1s going down in the Clash lane. If they're gonna be able to, you know, kind of show off the upgrades that came, you know, that came to the heroes. But yeah, definitely, you know, looking out for the Clash lane side of things, see if they're going to be able to kind of abuse the upgrade on the heroes. But again, it's going to come down, as you mentioned, to both the Byron and Main being able to roam around after clearing their Clash lane. You know, the teleport, obviously, on that side of the map is going to, you know, play a big part. We've seen this a lot of times on the pro tournaments. If you're able to kind of push out the lane, take out the teleport, and synergize with your team and dive the other side of the map, that has a lot of value. So kind of looking forward to that for the Main and Byron matchup down in the Clash lane.
Yeah, I mean, we speak about the actual heroes a lot, right? But again, if we look at the players that are like looking towards this Clash lane, I mean, we're definitely focusing heavily on the Clash lanes, so we may as well stay on the subject of that, right? In the Clash lane for OG Esports, we have KyeZ, the one-on-one champion of Season 3 Invitational. Most times out of 10, a lot of people would probably say that the Main in the early game would be a little bit hard to overcome, right? Especially with no help from your jungler, because she has the HP regen from her passive. But knowing KyeZ, knowing that he knows the timings of these skills and he is a very skillful Clash lane player, I can honestly see that if a Lim doesn't try and sort of like go up to the side of the Clash lane and try and sort of invade to help out Shizu, I feel like KyeZ could be onto a really good early game.
Exactly, but we're gonna jump right into the game. Again, VP versus OG here, and on the blue side we have OG, red side VP, and it seems like we have a.
But yes, this is all thanks to our first sponsor of the tournament. The thrilling season of the Major West League is made possible thanks to the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans all around the world.
Exactly, and it seems like we are having a bit of an invade here from the blue side. Jumping right into that, we have Realme. Our players are geared up with Realme 14.5G, built for moments, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready for a level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, but speaking of reliable, you can definitely see the reliability of Muchin here, rotating very heavily with Ana as well, just trying to keep him protected, making sure that the early game definitely goes into the favor of OG down into the farm lane, because both of these teams have very late game heroes down into that farm lane, right? They need to make sure that that level advantage, but also the gold resources, goes in the favor of their own marksman.
Exactly, and just a little bit of ago, we saw that both teams actually got the Azure Golems of each other. So Pei, again, having Pei, you're gonna see a lot of invades, and we saw the invade on the Azure Golem. He got the blue buff, and seems like on the VP side here, we actually got the Angela getting the blue buff, the Azure Golem. But yeah, I mean, pretty, you know, classic gameplay coming out here. Just both junglers clearing the jungle now.
Trying to deny any kind of rotation here from obviously Diadea as well as Angela. Red playing a lot of presence down into the farm lane, as most times out of 10 the Angela players generally do, right? They really want to make sure that Prince has the greatest early game as possible, but Dowdell using the teleport mechanic to go down into the mid side of the map to try and clear up some of this minion wave there. The Cannon Blast does connect onto Prince. You got to be careful. He can't take too many of those in the early game.
Yeah, Movistar having the poke with the second skill, and seems like they want to go for an engage now. A lot of poke on Long early takes a lot of damage right back, and now she just want to go for the Firehawk here. Seems like another invade coming out from the OG side, as I mentioned. Pei is just putting in a lot of pressure, and having Byron on the side of, again, OG being able to invade with the CC they have. Again, putting a lot of pressure on the VP side, but bot lane seems pretty even at this point. Mochi going for more poke here, and this could be... Okay, they're gonna back off. I thought there was gonna be a 2v2 here for the bot laners.
I mean, Wen's rotated down, right? So again, Red has also rotated a limb as well. They really want to try and set up the perfect farm lane here for when the neutral objective comes up in around about 43 seconds. But I want to give props over to Dao there, right? He was able to steal the Crimson Golem from the side of VP, but also exhaust the ultimate of the Blazing Brilliance. But right now, the Cannon Blast did connect, but it's not going to be able to bear any fruit. The Infinite Fastness does get exhausted as well onto the side of VP.
Yeah, Lung having to waste the ultimate right before an objective is coming up. That is a very massive pick right there on the OG side. And Lung have to recall again. Objectives are coming up. I feel like both teams are kind of prioritizing the Tyrant. You can see both teams kind of heading down, clearing the mid waves here. And we're gonna see a... Oh, when he's in such a good position, gets a stun and a knock-up on the Lung here. But Tyrant is gonna go down to the OG side. It seems like they're gonna burn it through. And Lady Jen is gonna go down here with Moti going down as well. Wow, VP answers right back, even with OG having the Tyrant buff here.
I mean, they get the Tyrant for 2 kills. It's not like they lost on there, so I feel like that's still like a decent trade onto the side of OG Esports. Like, if they lost on, then I would be a little bit more like, uh-oh, this is a bit troublesome, but this is troublesome here, the 3v1.
Ooh, Diadio jumping right on top of the Arlie. Lung following right up with the Angela using the ultimate. Lung is gonna go down here. Wow. Arlie surviving that.
Wow,
okay.
Oh my days. Honestly, Arm was there, able to come out of a 3v1 gank there, able to take Grizzly Q down. That is something that a lot of farm lane players can't honestly say that they could do, but Arm definitely finessing them down into the farm lane.
Yeah, and while all of this is happening, OG is constantly invading the entire red side of VP. You can see Jing doesn't even have the Crimson Golem anymore. And with Pei and Lady Jin looking for a stun here, doesn't really work out. Motzi again looking for some stuns, so maybe they can kind of play with that. But yeah, so far again, both teams are just playing very neutral, just, you know, trying to invade, take down farm, and that's the point of the game we are at right now. And it seems like Diadio is gonna get caught here, but the Pei and Lung is going to trade it out.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the thing as well, right? Jing is trying to go in a limb, trying to pick up anybody, but it's not. Dao is going to get the kill onto a limb there, but I have to give props over to the side of OG, even though it seems like I'm giving a lot of props over, but they are definitely playing a better macro game than the side of VP. They're able to crush the Clash lane T1 as well as the mid lane T1. That crucial T1 out of the entire game is now open on the side of VP.
Exactly, taking down the outer towers is gonna be massive. I mean, the jungles seem to be open already for the OG side, but now it's gonna even make it easier for them to have more vision into the enemy jungle here. So VP side definitely going to struggle a little bit defending both their Azure and Crimson Golems here. And again, Pei looking for constant invades with Byron kind of proxying the wave, catching the wave, and being able to get the bot tower now.
Yeah, again, I think that's just Keke just showing that this macro gameplay is just a little bit better than Shizu into VP, right? He was able to kind of freeze the lane between those two turrets and then just allow their minion wave to crash through. But Grizzly Q might get caught on here.
Yeah, Keke seems like he was, you know, kind of waiting for the Diadio to walk in so he can jump on the Lung, you know, try to burn the ultimate, but Lung being patient, didn't really, you know, panic to try to burn that ultimate. But yeah, Keke doing a great job camping in the bushes, you know, proxying the waves, catching the waves so they can, you know, the waves can automatically, the minions can push the tower. And we have OG playing towards the top side now. They really want that second inner tower from VP here.
Oh no, the Mirror Domain gets exhausted as well as the Blazing Brilliance. Limb does go down, however. They're able to take the T2, so they definitely had their eyes on the prize of the T2 into the Clash lane, and it looks like they're not going to stop there. Keke looking to take the T2 into the mid.
Blue team.
Exactly, as I mentioned, the Arlie, you know, the first pick Arlie, they definitely had a game plan, choosing the blue side, picking up the Arlie. You can see the Arlie's working out for them. They have a lot of power, they have a lot of damage, and they were able to counter the Lung. Arlie being 102 right now, having 2 items so far. Yeah, doing great. Look at Pei at 6.58k gold. Wow.
Yeah, Pei definitely putting down the pain in Pei, but right there we do see again another mirror domain being exhausted onto the side of VP. Cannon Blasters connect, but once more, I feel like Virtus.pro is not able to actually go any further than their high ground turret territory. They're just kind of stuck in their base.
Yeah, as you said, high grounds. The high grounds are the only thing standing now, and OG, they're trying their best here to get them. Once they get that, the super minions are going to start spawning. Logan's going in here. 1v4, you know, nothing going to come out of it. He's going to have to ult back into the base, into safety. But yeah, high ground, mid-high ground goes down, opening up the map just a little bit more for the OG side.
I think this is where the consequences of not having a strong front line really comes through for both of these teams, but I feel like because OG knew that, they were like, right, we're gonna have to play very aggressive into these team fights. The fact that they're able to draft the Motsu towards the end of their PP as well really just helped them have the edge into these team fights, right? Those cannon blasts from Muchen has just been setting up the dream engages for the side of OG Esports.
Exactly. And Lady Jin is having a lot of value as well. She's able to like kind of get all the CC out from her side. And now we have a team fight going down. Angela gets a pick with the help of Yadia. And another pick here is gonna go down on the Motzi from the Main. VP hanging on. Byron is gonna flash in, get a kill on the Jing here with the help of Pei. So it's a 2-1 trade for the VP side.
2-1 trade, they do lose a limb, right? But I mean, now they are still able to try and pick off KyeKe, and KyeKe goes down by Red as well. So the Blazing Brilliance finally connecting for the side of Virtus.pro, being able to neutralize that kill lead to 5-5. I feel like now that Arn has had that time off of the Gorge, we need to see some of these jungle camps being taken for Prince. But it looks like that Dowdow's already helped himself to all of the side of Virtus.pro's jungle camps.
Exactly, and right here we can see VP wants the Tyrant. At this time, you know, it's 10-minute plus, so the Tyrant is actually enhanced now. So both teams are gonna be kind of looking for this Tyrant or the Overlord, or more so the Tyrant here now. As we can see, they're all pathing towards the bot lane here.
Yeah, I mean, either Tyrant or Overlord would really do right for OG or Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro would really need kind of like the Overlord in this case, I feel like, just to try and get some push onto the Gorge. But right now, they're kind of being forced away from these neutral objectives thanks to the minion waves from OG. So again, they're just having a bit of a breeze here going into this 11-minute mark at the side of OG Esports. Virtus.pro needs to have a solid stand at their base, or else this means that game one will go over to OG.
Exactly, and OG was able to pick up the Tyrant. The only thing standing right now, objective-wise, is the Overlord, which is going to help them, you know, push in. But they have the debuff from taking down the Tyrant here, but they're looking to take down this high ground tower. Angela is going to have, you know, to ult here, force the ult out of Angela. Nothing comes out of it, though.
I mean, it's not only the ult of Angela, though, right? I mean, Grizzly Q as well exhausted that destined encounter, so that's 2 ultimates already gone down. I mean, OG Esports now know that, but they don't have the minion ways to act on it, so I feel like this is a bit of a saving grace for the side of VP.
Yeah, but as we were talking, they were able to literally take down the bot lane high ground without any minions. Byron just tanking with the ultimate, getting that shield, and now Pei is going to take down Ziadia. Jing is going to be able to take down the Lady Jin. Arlie going in and taking down the Jing as well. Seems like this is a Pei's... Wow, Pei was able to leap on to the target, and the game just like that ends here.
Yeah, with the blink of an eye and the help of the minion wave into the mid lane, OG Esports takes game 1 from Virtus.pro. Again, I feel like it seems to be the consequences of the actions of the BP, right? The fact that they had no solid front line on both of these teams, and OG Esports just kind of knew how to navigate that just a little bit better than Virtus.pro this time around. Maybe they will think of a tank support next time, maybe even a tank jungle, even though Lim did actually play okay on the Jing. It's definitely not one of his best performances that we've seen previously, but it's definitely one of his bigger picks. So unfortunately, he has now met with the consequences of the global BP. He can't pick the Jing anymore. He might have to be like, hey guys, I have to take the dude.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is maybe that they tried to take the Jing away from the OG side, but again, they picked Jing on the very last, so maybe they did have some sort of game plan. But again, OG was not letting VP like really at all. They were constantly invading with the help of Byron, having the second skill that is able to knock up. They were able to shut down the Jing. And, Angela had her moments, was able to, use the second skill of the Chaos and, stun targets, get some picks. But, OG was just prioritizing the invades, the objectives. They were able to get a bunch of gold out of VP and just, take down the towers, getting the inner tower, the outer tower slowly. And even the high grounds, they were able to literally tank it without minions and take down those towers.
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking much like volumes in the BP about the Diadea and the Angela combo there, but I feel like it was a sleight of hand by the side of OG Esports. There was kind of like too much high frames going on to their team. It was kind of like catch me if you can. It was kind of like a game of hide and seek of who do we actually try and get this combo onto and who do we try and shut down. And it only really worked maybe like once or twice for the side of Virtus.pro, but again, it's better that they work in once or twice than not at all. They just need to kind of adjust, I feel like, their draft into game 2. Is come up with something that has a little bit more of a stronger front line, something that's going to be able to defend the marksman. Obviously, now that they don't have the lung there, we don't have the infinite fastness onto the side of VP as well, so they're going to have to kind of play a lot more strategically against OG in game 2.
Exactly, and I really kind of like, this kind of went under the radar, but I kind of like the Moji and both the Lady Gen pick from the OG side. They were able to kind of block off a lot of dives that, Diadea and both Angela, even Lung, they were looking, to engage. We saw that, dive under bot tower. It was a 3v1. The early there, soloing, that was a lot of value. As an early player, that is, super satisfying being able to hold off a dive like that. But yeah, again, Moji, Lady Zen, being able to cancel out a lot of the dives. Diadea has to get in whenever you use a second skill. You're gonna have to jump under the target to lock them down, and they were blocking that out with the cannons coming out from the Moji. And Moji was, I think he kind of had like an 80% hit rate on that second skill right there. Lung kind of sometimes had to alt away. There was a lot of plays being started with the Moji landing that second skill, which is the stun.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The Cannon Blast is super oppressive, right? But in the same kind of breath is like, if the fact that VP could have had that early game locked down for their team, then the Mode 2 becomes a little bit more of a defensive play, which is a lot harder to play against, a lot more harder to be the shot caller with the Mode 2 if you don't have the kind of advantage in the early game. So again, I feel like OG Esports knew what they were working with, knew what the timers they were kind of stuck to and strict to with this BP, and they definitely operated it very, very well. Very precise. I mean, the game, don't think lasted any longer than like 13, 14 minutes.
Yeah, definitely the early first pick, they had a game plan on the OG side going into the game. But now, again, global ban pick system. We're not going to be able to see the early on the OG side, but now we're going to go back to the scoreboard here. Look at Dada 6-0. I think that pay deserves an MVP, especially against a Jing. We see that a lot, in ranked matches, but now we got to see it on the main stage. Dada having an insane performance on the pay, constantly putting pressure down Virtus.pro, invading the jungle, getting both, Crimson and Azure golems with the help of Byron and Arlie. That was insane.
Yeah, I feel like definitely it's an MVP material, right? Dowdow with the 6-0-1 onto the pay, definitely deserving a bit of a pay rise for those lack of better words for Dowdow on OG Esports. But look at the damage coming through as well. Like, not even the biggest amount of damage coming from on the Ali. It was all coming from the Lady Chen. So when knowing what he was needing to do in these team fights, which was basically throw that destructive deluge down, do a lot of damage onto the side of VP, and then that's when it kind of just opens up the floodgates for Dowdow, Keke, and An to get stuck in there and just take up those kills.
Yeah, Lady Jen, wow, she was roaming around the map, getting all those stuns. As I mentioned, she was blocking off a lot of dives that both Diadea and Angela were looking towards, to start. The VP couldn't really do much, and she was kind of baiting out the skills using her second skill. So, yeah, massive props to the Lady Jen and both the Moji as well. Obviously, he's not going to have too much damage, being the wrong player going the tank build. But yeah, both sides, amazing game. I cannot wait for the second game to see what they're gonna play
it's not all about damage, right? Honestly, with Muchin there, just having that main role of just trying to catch out those squishier heroes on the side of VP, just serve the purpose it needed to do. But MVP is definitely going to go over the Dowdell, like I did say. The 6-0-1 KDA game 1. This guy was yawning. This guy was having a nap on the desk. He's woke up. He's like, bro, give me the 6 kills. I'll take it. 23% damage dealt, 13% only taken. So he was dip diving and dodging all those abilities from the side of Virtus.pro, but also gaining 27% of the total gold for OG Esports.
Yeah, definitely deserved. You know, Pei can be lethal when played right. I see a lot of, you know, tier lists say Pei is at the bottom, stuff like that. But yeah, Pei definitely one of the best solo queue heroes, and also apparently in the pro play now. So let's just look at some highlights from both teams here. Again, it all started with this fight right here. And Arlie, the 1v3, look at this. Arlie being able to take down the Diario here right away, you know, getting the heal pack under the tower. Wow, that was so massive, you know. And another fight again with Jing trying to, you know, stall it a little bit, try to get some of that life steal, but Pei's going to be able to take him down. More fights coming out here. Again, Angela, we can see the Diario Angela here. They were able to get actually 2 picks here, if we remember correctly. And now right here, this was the high ground fight.
Yeah, again, just a fight onto the high ground turret. I mean, the Blazing Brilliance did connect there onto Wen. Again, just a casualty for the side of OG Esports, but they were able to just dive in. They have one singular minion. The Infinite Vastus was really there just to try and take that minion away from the Crystal, but it just wasn't enough, and it was OG Esports just running down that Game 1 victory after a very, almost very clean surgical Game 1, I have to say, from them, especially all thanks down to Muchin with the Cannon Blast and just the ferocity of this draft as well.
Yeah, just looking back at the highlights, I noticed that the Byron flash plays, they were kind of massive there as well. So yeah, Byron getting in, being able to kind of have the Mutzi follow up with that, it was insane. But yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead here and take a bit of a break, but we'll be right back with the second game. See if VP is gonna be able to kind of battle it out with OG.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this
far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so they never die.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. We just had the game one between OG Esports versus Virtus.pro. A little bit of a virtuous beating there for OG Esports. It seems like maybe just a little bit of a better draft going into this game two. What are we feeling, Yikes, going into game two?
I mean, that was the start I wanted. We got to see Pei, we got to see Jing, we got to see the Diario coming out. You know, obviously, as I mentioned, one of the the heroes that was released a little bit recently. So yeah, going into this with the global ban and pick, I want to see the Sakir coming out, the Chano, the Fade. But man, they've been entertaining so far with both the Pei and the Jing, so I'm happy with that. But yeah, what do you think? What do you think is gonna happen with the draft this time around?
I feel like it's just going to be a little bit more coordinated, I feel like, because both of the teams went through a very similar kind of play style. Like I was saying in the BP of game one, they didn't really have that strong front line. It was just all about who was going to be able to set up the better engages. And the fact that OG Esports went for the Motsu just meant that they had the edge. They had that long range from the cannon blast that they really needed to set up Pei, to set up Byron, to get in there. And then that was kind of like the rest was all she wrote. So I feel like onto the side of Virtus.pro, they kind of need to go for a little bit more of a stronger front line, maybe try and lock in something like the Zhang Fei, as well as maybe even the Dune into the jungle, so that you've got just a little bit more of a safety net when it comes to your squishier heroes.
Yeah, again, as you said, the Mochi is not going to be playable on the OG side anymore. Again, the global ban and pick system. So that not being playable, the Pei not being playable, the Arlie not being playable, we're gonna have to see a different playstyle from the OG side coming up. So I'm super excited for that one. Hopefully the VP side, they're gonna be able to lock down the Diaria. I feel like giving OG with the plays they had, the constant invading, the constant catching out the players, Diaria is gonna be very strong pick that OG is gonna probably look into picking up here. But yeah, for the side selection, do you think VP is going to choose the blue side here, or do you think they're just going to stick to the red side?
I think it's all down to the draft that they're going to go for, right? Like, they're going to already have kind of like a preconceived idea of what they're going to go for in this game too. So if they're really looking to gun for something into the draft, then they're definitely going to be trying to lock it into the blue side. But red side also has that great sort of attribute of being able to be so reactive to that first prio blue pick that I feel like I always prefer the red side anyway, because you can either lock in like a flex pick, you can either lock in like your farm lane and your support. It's literally the opportunities and the outcomes are endless, but this is the updated global ban pick for those watching at home. So these heroes cannot be picked by the same team, but can still be picked by the reverse and banned.
Exactly, and we can see that the players are getting ready for game 2, speaking with the coaches, and it seems like that the VP side here is trying to strategize, try to come up with a solution. And yeah, VP is gonna stick with the red side here against OG. I don't know how I feel about that, giving OG the blue side again. Maybe they do have a game plan, or maybe they think that OG only had the early pick for the first pick here on the blue side, so maybe they're gonna be able to challenge him here on the red side.
Like I said, with the global BP, the draft now becomes a chess match. It's no longer kind of just like, let's make sure we get this first, let's make sure we get that first, which is where the blue side really kind of shown last year in 2024, is because it kind of gives you the hope that you can try and lock in one of those big T0 picks. But now it's kind of just like, well, if they go for blue and they've already picked something great from game 1, like the Loon, like the Diadea, it already dwindles down what they're actually going to be trying to go for on the blue side, which already gives a lot of intel over the side to your enemy team as well to be very reactive with those 2 picks.
Yeah, I think this is going to open the space for picks like the RNG, the Direnji, and the Lady Soon. But yeah, we're going to get right into the draft once again. OG versus Virtus.pro. First ban is going to be coming out from the OG side once again, since they are on the blue side. Kind of excited to see what they're going to ban out here. Is it going to be the early? Oh yeah, it is going to be the early. Straight away they're going to ban it out, so VP does not get to play with the hero they played last game.
Yeah, they don't want the early coming onto the board, right? I mean, we saw what Arn could do with it. So again, a lot of players in this kind of environment can do exactly the same thing. Maybe not the 3v1 engage and actually try and survive that, but at the same time they could still be very slippery, very hard to catch. And the fact that they don't have like a Motsu or anything like that, they would be heavily reliant on trying to get this Diadea through onto the blue side if they were successful with the early pick. But banning out the Dharma as well, a big clash lane pick for the side for both the East League and the West League and all the leagues going on right now. Dharma has had a fantastic pick rate and performance rate this far.
Yeah, he has a lot of CC, crowd control, and also Mai sneak through right there as well. Mai has a lot of damage, a lot of burst, and a lot of CC. So getting those 2 CC, crowd control heavy heroes out of the way, with the Ogren also getting banned, and Guan Yu first pick here on the OG side. We've been talking about KK being super strong, being one of the best players on crowd control heroes. So the Guan Yu pick here is going to be massive for the OG side.
I can't help but feel like game 1 BP was a little bit of a mental mind control, a bit of a mind game here, like, oh yeah, let's prio ban the Guan Yu, let's try and throw them off here, and then all of a sudden, boom, game 2, Guan Yu comes through. Keke has now got a horse. He's going to be able to navigate the gorge a lot quicker, a lot faster. The side of BP, what they really need to focus on here is making sure that Guan Yu doesn't have the prio into the clash lane.
Yeah, the RNG and Lady Jin being picked up here for the VP side. I really like the RNG pick here. You get to build a little bit hybrid, so even if they do dive you, you're going to be able to survive a lot of these fights. And again, you have the second skill that gives you kind of like the cleanse, so you're going to be able to get out of a lot of the control that is going to come probably from the OG side. Seeing that they prioritize Guan Yu, they're definitely looking towards that, and we can see that followed up right with Princess Frost, obviously having the slow with the first skill, the stuns, the freezing with the second skill, and the ultimate again followed up right on top of that. So yeah, Darren GA is going to have an easy time on the VP side, and I really like that pick here for them.
I mean, how do you counter a massive AoE that they've seen from game 1 for the side of OG Esports, right? The easiest counter is just laying down a bigger AoE, and that's exactly what Winter is here is going to do, but locking in the Liang as well, so already trying to predict that VP are going to try and go for some kind of high frame into the jungle, potentially, is definitely something that OG are trying to catch out, or even maybe just trying to lock down the Diren Jet.
Yeah, I was talking about the RNG here, having the second skill, being able to, you know, get out of a lot of dead situations, but they lock in Liang. OG, man, they're reading VP in the draft right now, I feel like. And also the Lady Jen is gonna get countered by Liang. So both RNG here and Lady Jen gonna get countered by Liang. And OG is gonna go ahead here and ban Monkey and VP ban Duen here with Musashi followed right up. Last man coming up for OG, they're gonna ban Dian Wei.
Yeah, so Dian Wei recently had obviously a buff, right? So again, he's definitely become a lot better with his Leaping Fury, with his lunge from his obviously enhanced attacks as well. But oh, here we go. Yikes, you get your Chano on the Gorge for game 2 of OG, baby. That is going to put some suppression onto the D-Ranger. Trying to get the lockdown onto this pick is probably going to be one of the hardest things for VP. And then not only that, they're like, hey, if you can't catch out Chano, if you can't catch out Guan Yu, try and catch out Luna.
You know what? I give up. OG, already my favorite team probably in the tournament. These picks are crazy. Look at Luna here. Look at Chano, exactly what I wanted. And, you know, VP picking up Lamb. Wow, Lamb, it is going to be very interesting here. We've seen Lamb kind of get adjusted a couple of times in the past few patches. He was more like a tank jungler, and then he was adjusted more like a physical build jungler. So I kind of want to see what they're gonna build on Lamb on the VP side here to try to kind of counter the OG heroes here. But again, they have Liang here. I don't know how Lamb is gonna play into the Liang. Obviously the ultimate from Liang, just being able to lock down a target from distance, is gonna be massive for them. So yeah, Lamb, what do you think about the Lamb pick here actually?
I mean, it could be huge, right? I mean, it's definitely one of Lim's biggest picks that we've seen historically, as well as his Jing. So it's definitely like a comfort pick that they've gone for here. Maybe it's not the best suited, like you said, especially with Liang and Princess Frost onto the Gorge for the side of OG Esports. But I like the fact that VP has listened to Coach Blam and Coach Hydro, is that the fact that they've actually got a solid front line here. They've got the Zhongfei, but they've also got the Byron as well. So they definitely have the tools that they need to try and set up that big engage. But they've really got to try and dodge both the Winter is here and the suppression from the Liang as well, which is going to be very tricky for the side of VP. But if they pull it off, they could definitely do some damage with this.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of crowd control on the OG side. So again, surprised to see the Lamb pick the RNG and the Lady Jen. Obviously, they're going to be, you know, have a big part of the VP side. They're going to be able to, you know, kind of cleanse and also dodge a lot of abilities. So hopefully they're going to be able to kind of, you know, capitalize on that and annoy out OG, you know, make them waste their abilities on them. So the Lamb is going to be able, you know, to go in and kind of assassinate the backline if, you know, they use a lot of their crowd control. But yeah, Liang having literally a point and click ultimate, one of my own actually most hated heroes. So you know, I want to root for the OG side here, but them picking up Liang, yeah, that might change my mind a little bit.
There seems to be a little bit of a bias there just because of the hero that you don't like, but there we go. We all have our heroes that we don't quite necessarily get along with, but hey, it all depends on how these players play it and the function of this hero on this draft, right? And it's all going to be down to locking down a Lim on the Lam, maybe even trying to catch out Chisu on the Byron as well, because we know that we're going to be seeing those big flash knock-up engages if they ever get the chance to do it on the side of Virtus.pro. But I feel like with Grizzly Q finally going for a tank support, having that unbridled outburst as well is going to really set up a team fight with the most potential.
Yeah, and we can see that already here. Princess Frost is on the top lane with the Guan Yu. They're trying to get an early pick on the Byron. Gets pushed back. A lot of damage already from Guan Yu's knockback.
Yeah, when he has those empowered skills, right, they're going to do a lot of damage to a level 1 Byron. And the fact that he has the most mobility as well is definitely going to be the thing that really shows him here. But OG going for a little bit of switch up in the lanes, right? We see that you've already pointed that out. YikeZ, that when rotated up into the top side of the map, we've got Liang already putting pressure and clearing out the mid wave. But then Chano, because he has those Spirits Wolves, he's able to kind of just like 1v1 the Renji with ease here, because the thing with the Renji as well, right, is that his reach doesn't really quite get to his optimal level until he builds that Sparkforge dagger.
Exactly, and it seems like there's a 2v1 going down in the bot lane. Wow, we have Princess Frost kind of roaming around trying to watch for these lanes with the help of Liang. Seems like that Muchen here is kind of taking a bit of a... It seems like they're trying to get Muchen to level 4 really early again, trying to get that Liang ultimate out. And
makes sense, right? The fact that Alim's got to be in the jungle, right, and he's going to get to level 4 a lot quicker than the support. So getting Muchen prepared for that point in the game, I think is a very smart move from OG Esports.
Yeah, look at him. He's already level 3, almost level 4 right there. Princess, you know, Luna level 4 already. And seems like Azure Golem is coming up for the VP side, but OG is prioritizing the Byron here.
Muchen just kind of going into that rush, like, oh damn, like there's 3 members of VP in my jungle. I'm gonna dip.
Yeah, it seems like Chano is engaging super heavily on the Direngia. As you said, Direngia doesn't have the range that he really wants to battle out the Chano, and that comes with experience from Anne, being able to poke out the Direngia in these solo fights. So, you know, Direngia has to call out for his teammate.
The channel pick as well, right? So Arn has now got like a get out of jail card when Alim effectively goes down the lane, but the suppression comes in.
Yeah, the suppression comes in. Guan Yu following it up, trying to get Byron out of the tower with the help of Princess Braz. A lot of CC, and the kill is still gonna go to Liang. Wow, Lam is gonna try to come answer the little gank that OG had, but yeah, first blood is gonna go to the OG side. Gold difference being around 800 now.
Yes, about 800 gold difference there for the side of OG Esports. So he's got to keep and maintain that pressure to Virtus.pro. But right here, we're kind of seeing that GrizzlyQ is definitely sticking to Prince like glue.
Exactly, and a TP coming out from Van. They were able to take down the Sprite on the top lane. And now Luna looking for a little bit of an engage probably on the Tyrant. Again, Tyrant, the objectives are coming up in around 20 seconds now, and both teams looking forward again to play for the Tyrant. It seems like, I mean, Tyrant seems like he's being prioritized, but you know, by both teams. Again, even in the last series as well. What do you think about that? Do you think Tyrant is the go-to objective now?
Absolutely. I mean, especially when you got your farm lane trying to get as much damage as possible, right? Like, you want to try and make sure that your farm lane is getting that carry potential sooner than the enemy team, and going for the Tyrant is probably your best course for the movement speed and the damage here.
Exactly. Oh, Lam is able to outsmite the Luna here. So Dada misses the smite. Alim gets that. Pretty massive, I would say. Pretty massive pickup. They didn't even have to be there to even fight for it. You know, Lam is able to walk up and take it from the side of OG. Zhongfei is going to go for an engage on the Liang here. Liang gets an ultimate out down on the Direngia, but nothing is going to come out of it. Lam picks up the kill.
Yeah, a bit of unfortunate play there. I mean, Muchen was definitely caught down by GrizzlyQ's unbridled outburst here, but Winter is here. It's going to be enough to slow down the Lam. A limb goes down.
Yeah, very nice trade. Princess Frost walking up, you know, slowing with the first kill, with the ultimate followed up. And, you know, we have Chano here. A lot of mobility with the Wolves being able to attack your targets. And once ever, you know, you use your ultimate, you're going to be able to auto-attack while moving around, which gives him even enhanced attacks as well. So, pretty well done. Princess Frost goes down to the Lady Jin. Guan Yu is here, trying to knock back the Zhongfei and the Direngia. It doesn't really work out in their favor. So, it's going to be a kill going to the VP side.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a misplay there, I feel like, from OG Esports. They definitely don't want to let the momentum, if they definitely want to try and clean this up in a 2-0 victory, they don't want to let the momentum go over to the side of VP, because they definitely are able to kind of bring that gold lead a little bit more familiar into the regions of. But again, we show that Shisu knows what he needs to do, right? He needs to try and get this lane priority into Clash lane, but right now, GrizzlyQ looking like it's going to go down. Suppression comes through as well. Muchen getting the kill.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like OG is playing really well towards the Chano here. Chano is getting really fed, is able to, you know, move around the map, and with the help of Liang, they're able to lock down the slippery targets here. And again, another kill goes to the Chano, and actually Chano didn't get that kill. Liang gets another kill here.
Hey, he's happy about it, right? He's like, hey, give me over those resources. I mean, if you're not going to get that last hit, I'm going to get it for you. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Even getting the assist, again, is good gold going toward the Chano. And now they're going to be able to get the tower on the OG side. So again, Chano getting all the farm he needs. And look at that. He's level 10 while Direnji is level 8. There's a little bit of a skirmish going down. Lam is going to be able to jump onto the Guan Yu. a little careless invade coming out from KK here.
I mean, that one target trade here, but okay, Alim maybe get caught out here, but Dao needs to be careful because Shisu and Red are all nearby. But to be honest, the trade for Guan Yu for 2 side lane T1s, I feel like that's a very good trade going into the 6-minute mark.
Exactly, and we can see the mobility of Luna coming out, and Liang being taken away from the VP side. They don't really kind of have anything to stop that. They have to kind of fully engage on the Luna here. So she's having a kind of a free game. You can see she's able to reset the abilities with her moon abilities. And over here we have the RNG just clearing out the mid lane, trying to stop towers from going down. But it seems like the second tier from the VP side, the inner tower, is going to go down here from the Overlord Vanguards.
Yeah, I mean, OG's done exactly what I thought they was going to do, right? Just free up the Guan Yu, but okay, KK going in with a Razor Cavalry.
Yeah, massive ult on the Zhongfei. They're able to lock him down, but DRG is going to be the person that's going to fall here. Oh no, with the Zhongfei. Guan Yu, man, he's so disruptive in the jungle, and we can see the Liang and Princess Frost combo. I would hate to go against something like that in my rankings.
Yeah, there's a lot of frost coming onto the gorge in this one, right? I mean, those rigid prisons are definitely hitting different for the side of OG, but here we are. We just see Dao just giving a little bit of suppression over the side of VP, even though it was kind of like a 3v1 to begin with, but then Keke was like, no, dude, we know you're good, but not 3v1 good. We could be careful here. But they're going to go for the T2 into the mid lane, just try and get some more priorities in these lanes.
Exactly. We see a lot of pressure again coming out from the Luna, from the Guan Yu. They're really slippery, so they're able to kind of pressure on the side lanes. And meanwhile, we have Princess Frost and Chano just, clearing up the jungle, getting the gold, and also taking down towers. And here, it seems like the Crimson buff. Okay, BLAM is going to pick that right up, but Luna is going to pick up the Tyrant for the OG side.
A bit of an unfortunate unbridled outburst there, right? Like, they was definitely using it as they were meant to, right? Obviously, Grizzly Q knew that Dao was obviously stalking that bush quite frequently, so he used it on a whim and unfortunately didn't connect. So again, they've got to build up that rage again. They've got to make sure that that's off cooldown when this inevitable assault onto the base comes through now for OG.
Exactly. That's going to take a little bit of the time. Obviously, OG is going to have a lot of, easier time engaging now because the ultimate on Zhongfei is very massive. Obviously, the knockback is able to disrupt the Princess Frost, the Liang, whenever, it uses his ultimate. So Grizzly Q here has to try to get the rage back as soon as possible for the next fight, which is going to be probably for the Overlord here, as both objectives are spawning in around the 30-second mark.
Yeah, around the 30-second mark. It is getting to that 10-minute mark where VP obviously managed to get to in the last game. They weren't able to get any kind of shadow variant of the neutral objective. It was just kind of like an all she wrote at that point for the side of OG Esports. But I feel like if they were able to get a neutral objective at this point, even like an Overlord, they need to try and get some turrets. But that did definitely connected what missed last time. That unbridled outburst came through, shutting down Dao.
Exactly, Zhongfei gets a big ultimate on the Luna. They're able to take it down, but Guan Yu is going to answer right back with killing Byron and also taking down the RNG with the help of their teammates. Double kill going to KK, just wow. Double kill also going to and Chano clearing up, showing why this hero, is pretty strong even after his release. But yeah, it seems like the game is going to go to OG here. Lady Jen not going to be able to hold down any further, and OG with the clean 2-0 sweep.
I mean, the last time we looked at the actual kill board, I don't think Dao actually had a single kill on Luna, which seems to be like a little bit of a fever dream for me here, because he's normally the guy that gets all the kills. Like game 1, we saw his pay performance where he got 6 kills and 0 deaths, but the last time I checked, I'm pretty sure he was actually sitting on 0-0-0, but it will be 0-1-0 if he didn't get any kills. But that's still impressive for the side of OG Esports. The fact that they're able to funnel over the kills to the mid and the support, but still come out on top, is definitely a due diligence to their playability within this team.
Yeah, definitely the Guan Yu pick being prioritized for OG shows how, confident they are in KK. Honestly, I wouldn't allow my ranked teammates to, first pick Guan Yu. But yeah, here they got the blue side. They were able, to understand that they can build around the Guan Yu pick here. And right after that, they picked up, Princess Frost, the Liang. having even more slows, more stuns to follow up with the Guan Yu knockbacks, they were able to completely like pretty much freeze them. Like VP, but they probably couldn't play the game properly whenever those three characters, show up on their screen, with Liang, the ultimate locking down a target. With Princess Frost, if a stun lands, you're going to be able, not to move as well. You're going to be frozen. So it gives an easy time to Guan Yu to go behind them and then push them all the way back. Again, shows how confident OG was and how prepared they are as a team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from the word go, right? The fact that Princess Frost was mainly sort of like very dominant and appearance-wise was up into the top side of the map, so into the clash lane, helping out the Guan Yu, making sure that level 1 sort of advantage for the Byron, especially the knockback and the damage coming through, wasn't going to be kind of the downfall of the side of OG Esports. And then obviously we saw that Liang was trying to rush Mooch in there on the Liang, trying to rush his level 4 just to make sure that we had the suppression come through earlier, which is better than later, right? So again, we all saw these kind of like very early sort of motivations pay dividends into the late game, and it definitely showed why the OG Esports was able to take that game 2-0.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Again, going back to what I said during the game, giving Muchen the level 4 early on, letting him clear the mid wave while Princess Frost, is just camping in the top wave trying to catch out the Byron. It was pretty massive. Muchen was able to get the level 4, lock down the targets, and with the help of, Guan Yu and both Princess Frost again, they were able to literally dive an entire tower on the Byron, get the kill, the first blood, get that 300 gold, which was massive for the OG side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw it there as well. The fact that they were able to kind of get that shutdown in the early game as well, get that first blood go over to their side once more, so that extra little bit of bonus gold in the early game. But the fact that they were just kind of playing this a little bit more like non-traditionally, normally we'd see like the Liang kind of focus around into the mid lane with the mid lane, but the fact that they kind of switched it up definitely made this draft work the way it was. But you can see here that Arn on the Chano didn't actually fall to any deaths this time around, taking a little bit of a leaf from Dao Dao's book. But Dao Dao, like I said, didn't actually get any kills or no assists. He was just there to kind of just try and outflank and outsmart the side of Virtus.pro, and it worked very well until he got his first death, which was very late in the game.
Exactly, and then looking at the damage charts here, 64,000 for Chano here as the farm laner. That is insane. Again, this hero was literally released a couple of weeks ago, so being able to see Chano played on the main stage and also doing this much of a damage is insane to me. And on the VP side, we have the Lady Jen doing 47,000 damage. And again, as you mentioned, Dada was not able to put up a performance like he did on the pay, but obviously again, Luna, a different hero, really hard to mechanically also play, but he did pretty well. He did what he had to do. He was still invading on the Luna, being annoying in the side lane, allowing the Guan Yu, the Princess Frost, and the Liang to roam together and catch off the targets on the VP side. But yeah, overall, I think Dada did a great job. But man, 64,000 damage here. What do you think about that?
Oh, absolutely crazy, right? I mean, I feel like it's kind of like a bit of a nod to Wen from game 1, because obviously Wen was able to get the more damage over Arn in game 1, so he's kind of just like, hey, hold my drink, I'm going to make sure that I get more damage than you in this game too. And he definitely achieved that. But yeah, looking at that team fight participation, you can kind of see what Dao Dao was doing with the Luna, right? Like, he was basically playing substitute for the Clash lane. Normally the Clash lane's the kind of hero that sticks around in the brushes, getting the intel for his team, kind of just trying to pick off those lone stranglers. And because he had very little team fight participation, it kind of just written there, and the proof is in the pudding that he was kind of just being a little bit of a substitute, just giving over the intel to his team, kind of playing a little bit more of a support Luna pick in a way, which is definitely unheard of, but it definitely worked for them.
Yeah, a little bit actually, surprising to me that Luna went down there actually, because Luna is very slippery, as I said. So on the VP side, they didn't have too much CC, like lockdown abilities to lock down the Luna. They only had the Zhongfei. Grizzly Q missed it once and we called it out, and then the second time he was able to precisely land the ultimate on Zhongfei, locking down, and MVP goes to Guan Yu. KK, I mean, we talked about this guy being strong on the crowd control heroes here. 2, 1, and 4. Damage taken 21%, damage dealt 19%, total gold 22%. So KK putting up the performance we all expected. This guy is very strong on the crowd control heroes. So again, I'm not sure if these teams should be allowing this man on Guan Yu. What do you think about that?
Yeah, there needs to be a banning of 4 legs rather than 2 when you have Keke on your enemy team. But no, definitely his presence was felt in that game 1 across the gorge. So I feel like the MVP is definitely worthy. Like, he didn't get the most amount of damage, but he was there to get the macro play, to get the kills, to be very present in that team fight. I mean, when we see these highlights come through, especially the Razor Cavalry that was used, the bottom side of the map in the mid-game was a pretty huge setup for the side of OG Esports. But this is what Guan Yu's all about, right? It's just bullying the enemy flash lane out of his turrets, making sure it's not safe. But hey, VP paid dividends down into the bot side of the map as well, right? With this unbridled outburst, really catching Luchin off guard.
Exactly, and we can see Guan Yu, man, just going in, being so disruptive in the jungle. I feel like he does a pretty, like, usually an average player on Guan Yu would struggle against the walls, but we can see, you know, KK on the Guan Yu, being the expert he is, being able to knock around, you know, even Adir and Jie, who has a cleanse. But look at this, wow, knocking the enemies back into the Princess Bros abilities. This man is just a menace.
Yeah, it's like it wasn't even done there at that team fight part. He was just like, you know what, I'm gonna go for some more. I can see that Prince is trying to run away from me, so I'm gonna just completely track him down and get that kill as well. But yeah, what a great display there by Keke on the Guan Yu, and definitely MVP worthy, as that highlight reel suggested. But that is OG Esports, sorry, taking a 2-0. So the first match of the day within the West League, already being a clean 2-0 sweep for OG. So I feel like their next team that's waiting for them, I believe it's AYLO Gaming, needs to try and take kind of few notes from Virtus.pro's book, see what works, see what didn't work, and kind of adjust accordingly into this game match 3 between OG Esports and AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, OG Esports, you know, putting on a show, and, you know, as I mentioned, I already like these guys. They're playing the heroes that I want to see on the screen. Pick up the Chano, you know, massive, showcasing the brand new hero, has a lot of damage. You know, a lot of people been telling me, you know, Chano is not good, Chano is not working out, but, you know, and 64% damage, was able to just, you know, put a world-class match right there for us to just watch. And, you know, he had the support from the Guan Yu, the Liang, the Princess Frost, and Luna, just being, you know, slippery, going around the map, catching the waves, invading, being annoying on the side of the map, open up the map for Ant. But yeah, that's it for us, you know, for the matchup between OG and VP. We're gonna go on a short break, but we'll be right back with our second series here.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need.
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025, and we've already got one series under our belts. OG taking a 2-0 from Virtus.pro. Next up, we have NZG go against MKOI. How do we feel about this matchup, Yikes?
I feel like both teams are kind of newer to the scene, and also I kind of do not know much about the players, so I'm kind of excited to see, how they're going to be able to kind of perform today. Are they going to be able to show us, how good they are, or are we going to see that, these teams are a little bit struggling just because they're new? Movistar Koi actually got some, internal info, on them. These players, their mid laner known to be really versatile, being super strong. So I'm kind of looking out for that. He used to go under different alias, and also in the farm lane, MKOI, having, from what I heard, one of the best earlies in the entire North America scene. So yeah, we're gonna have to see how these teams are gonna battle it out. Obviously, 9ZG being from Argentina region, which is LATAM, and then we got the Movistar Kois from Canada, the North American representative. So yeah, I'm excited. This is gonna be, around the same region that I play, so definitely gonna be rooting here for both teams, more so for the Canadian representatives here.
Yeah, don't let you buy a show. Don't let you buy a show.
Holding it back, no.
Yeah. But no, both of these teams are definitely going to try their best to obviously get their best foot forward in this day one. But like you were saying there, Yikes, with MKOI being such sort of like an unknown like entity, that's the thing that always excites me the most within Honor of Kings Esports is the unknown. And it could be either really, really bad, or it could be something that completely like throws off the scales of the complete competition. I mean, like Nongshim, not saying Nongshim Red Force were bad, but the fact that they surprised us all to get to second place within Season 3 Invitational, that's the kind of unknown that I really enjoy seeing in Honor of Kings, and seeing these players kind of just try and better themselves, prove themselves, which is the whole point of MKOI, right? We know that they're here just to be like, hey, that we're trying to live our dream as pro players, and honestly, you got to give it to them. The fact that they qualified here, so they've already fought tooth and nail. They haven't dropped a single game yet to get here. So honestly, they are trying to maintain that kind of momentum for this team.
Exactly. Again, new faces, new teams always coming up, and that's what makes esports exciting, being able to find new talent. And MKOI, I believe they're gonna give it all, like being against, Argentina. We always have this, kind of battle between the regions in the West, where whenever like North America, is against like LATAM or even Europe, for the most part, we try to play with our pride, we try to give it all our best. So again, the Canadian representatives, Movistar KOI here, they're gonna put on a show here for us, and I'm excited to get right into that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that you got some little bit of intel there as well, the fact that you say that Muaji is going to be a very versatile mid lane, is that going to really like show up into the BP? That's the thing that I'm going to be really focusing on here. Or is he going to play a little bit more traditional like we've been seeing recently? Maybe we'll get a Mai Shiranui come through for the banning phase as well. But so far within the West League, it's been pretty much a no-no for Mai Shiranui on the Gorge.
Yeah, it seems like that she's getting banned out. Again, explosive damage, being able to pick up targets, just, bullying them around. Her entire kit is actually just, knocking away targets. So Mai Shiranui being banned here, and Muaji again being very versatile from what I understand. This guy is able to, he has a lot of knowledge. He knows how to counter their own, mid lane picks. So the draft is gonna play a massive part for MKOI here, and I believe they're gonna try, put all their resources into the farm lane. Obviously, having one of the best, Arlies known in the North America on your team is, is gonna make Arlie that priority. So I'm wondering here, are they gonna go with the blue side on the MKOI side, try to, pick that Arlie just like what OG did here, picking up that Arlie, being able to put down the pressure, the mobility, being able to dodge the projectiles, it's massive on the Arlie, and then having Muaji support you in the back, being known as one of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner in NA, and also being super versatile, being able to, play towards your team. So yeah, these two players are definitely gonna be the stars for me to watch out for on the MKOI side. And yeah, I want to see if 9ZG, 9Z Globant are gonna be able to put out a fight, against that, and they're gonna be able to take them down in this best of 3.
Exactly. I mean, like you were saying in the break, right? I mean, the 9ZG aren't just kind of like newbies to the game. They have a lot of experience within Honor of Kings because they've been partaking within the Chalk BR scene as well. So these are players that definitely have experience into the competitive scene, and we've got to hope that either MKOI have that same kind of attitude about them, that safe behavior, that they'll be like, right, okay, we've only really just kind of scraped the surface here of the competitive scene. This is the next step that we have to kind of like make sure we're playing with respect and not kind of trying to sort of like overthrow the enemy team too much and kind of get too cocky with it. So I feel like that's maybe like their biggest hurdle within this one, right? Because like you were telling us, Mooji and Lilu as well, both being two great players with a lot of potential. They got to make sure that the ego's in check and make sure that they're playing with respect, being quite new to the global esports scene.
Yeah, definitely they're gonna have that pressure. I believe this is their first time on this stage. So yeah. With that being said, we're going to jump right into the team intros, so let's check out the teams.
And this is 9Z Globant coming through here. This is Angra 1, Sick, Moon, Destro, and Capo Siba. We saw that Sick was throwing up the W sign there, representing the West League. Got to pay up big respects to that, but this is going to be the team that's looking to try and beat the new kids on the block, which is MKOI.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting to see. Actually, looking at the lineup here, I kind of know Sick and Angra 1. I believe they played in some previous titles, different MOBAs, so that's going to be, you know, super cool to see how they converted to Honor of Kings and how they're going to be able to put up a fight. So definitely going to now look out for 9ZG, Sick and Angra 1. Definitely see what they can come up with and try to, you know, fight the superstars that I was looking at on the, you know, MKOI side, the Muaji, Lilu. So definitely going to be, you know, it's going to be kind of like a 2v2 for me to see how these two players on 9ZG and both on MKOI side are going to perform.
But yeah, it's always nice to have that kind of like focal players to be looking at whilst you're watching these new teams, especially some of these viewers that are quite new to Honor of Kings Global Esports, because you might be finding your next new favorite player within these next two teams, right? And like you were saying there, Sick and Angra 1 being pretty much very familiar to you, as well as being familiar to the Chuck BR scene as well. So they're going to have a lot of experience to come through with this game. But we're going to see and look at MKOI with this intro.
Movistar KOI, the Canadian, and here we are. We have Movistar KOI, the Rising Phoenix on the Clash lane here. We're going to have Goose, Jungle, Demon Cat. Again, for the mid lane, we have Muaji, Lilu for the farm lane, and Scene for the roam. Interesting lineup again. As I mentioned, there's going to be two superstars that I'm going to be looking out for. Muaji in the mid lane and also Lilu in the farm lane. Seems like both teams are getting ready, and now we have footage of MKOI. Seems like they're speaking to their coach while they're trying to start edge and get into these draft picks.
I mean, you say you're looking at Muaji and Lilu there, right? But I mean, we saw Goose in that introduction. He had Lucian as his top pick into the Clash lane. So I was kind of just like, is he just like giving us the Goose here? Is he living up to his actual player name? Or is this actually going to be something that comes through onto the Gorge, which would be definitely something that's completely unheard of? But hey, I'm all here for the unheard of. If you can make this work, I'm super duper excited for MKOI.
Honestly, Liu Shan would surprise me if it was to be played in the competitive pick. But, you know, as someone that plays a lot of solo queue, Liu Shan is one of those fun heroes you can pick up, you know, disrupt the towers, do a lot of damage to towers, and also, you know, heal yourself. And it seems like MKOI is gonna go with the red side here. Kind of surprised they kind of selected that, knowing they have one of the best, you know, early players on their team. But yeah, we're gonna see 9ZG on the blue side and MKOI, you know, going for the red side. So it seems like MKOI is comfortable being second pick here and picking up two heroes instead of one, you know, which you get to prioritize when you're on the blue side.
Yeah, the reactive pick for the side of MKOI could be something very fruitful for them, but we are going to get into the first game BP right now. So obviously already looking at the drafts that they've gone through with the scrims, seeing what has been working very well for the side of MKOI as they look to try and put these first bans onto the Gorge. So could we be looking at like seeing the Ali ban come through here? Because I can honestly see that Muaji might be looking to try and get the Mai Shiranui through, but are you really going to leave that open for NZG, who are blue side?
Yeah, letting Mai Shiranui might be a very big mistake for 9ZG, but I don't think they would do that. I don't think that, you know, Mai is going to get through. Kind of looking back at the first series we had, OG versus VP, but Diadio is going to get banned right away again, being one of the most annoying heroes. And MKOI are going to be the ones that are going to ban out Mai again. Not being on the blue side means that we're not going to be able to kind of prioritize and get that Mai, and they have to give it away to 9ZG. So again, banning that Mai is going to be massive for them here. And now 9ZG with the second pick, seems like they're kind of talking it out to see how they feel. And they're going to ban out Pei from the MKOI side.
Feels like a little bit of like intel being leaked out here, it seems, with NZG knowing something about this pay pick for maybe Demon Cat for one of his top picks, right? But MKoi locking in the Dune as a second ban for that side. So obviously leaving over the Ali there was a bit of an interesting play here from MKoi.
Yeah, the Dune ban comes through a little bit early, I believe. But yeah, Arlie is going to get picked up by the 9ZG team here. So we're going to see Destru on that Arlie. Dharma gets through here. MKoi picking up Dharma and Lady Sign. Wow, I think those are both actually huge counters, if not somewhat of a decent counter to Arlie. But Ogren is going to go to the 9ZG side here as well. Very strong pick, followed up with Main. So they're going to try to, you know, fight, you know, in the clash lane with the Dharma and Main. A lot of martial arts is going to be involved in the clash lane. Both heroes being very mobile, having a lot of, you know, anti-CC and also CC themselves. So that's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, picking the Ogre in this early, obviously, it's just closing out that first part of the pick phase as well, means that they need to either try and lock in some CC for the side of MKoi, or that they are going to have like a bit of more of a game plan, right? They go for the Ming and Lady Sun combo, a combo that is tried and tested, very traditional within Honor of Kings Esports, because obviously giving over the enhanced power to the whoever Ming links onto, but then also reducing the damage and the healing onto the enemy team that it links to as well. So again, we could be seeing here a potential like hyper carry coming through here for Lilu on the Lady Sun, but they got to be careful though, right? They got the Ogre and they got the Mayin. That's quite already a strong front line, and they haven't quite locked in their support yet for the side of NCG.
Yeah, and NCG might have to go with some sort of, you know, hard CC, hard engage here to lock down the Ming and Lady Sun. Because the fact is that if both Ming and Lady Sun are able to have like a free game, farm up a little bit, they kind of burst through that Ogren and Main trying to frontline, trying to get onto the back. But Sakir again gets banned out here. Lady Jen from the 9ZG side. And let's see what they're going to go with the last ban here. They have a couple of seconds left here. Oh, man. Liang being banned away again, very massive for MKoi here. Lady Sun, Ming again, they were gonna be suppressed by the ultimate, and they don't want that to happen. 9ZG is going to ban Nuba, taking away that from Mwaji. As I said, Mwaji is super versatile, and Nuba actually was one of the best picks that he had, what I was told about. So seeing the Nuba ban after all those changes kind of makes sense, and Princess Frost gets picked up here for the MKoi side.
Yeah, I feel like the Princess Frost was definitely the natural call to go for here, especially with the Ogre, right? Like, if you see him come in with the Path of Passing and he's about to lock down with the Death Precipice as well and the Conductor of Souls, you really want to be having some great AoE that can kind of slow his way out of that AoE and also do a lot of damage as well. But right now, the side of MKoi are really lacking a tank, and they only have the jungle option left open, right? So in terms of tanks of the jungle, Dune's been taken off, the Ogren's been taken off. We have seen Gen G play KaiZer in their first game of the East League, so KaiZer could come through, or they may have to resort to something like Monkey.
Oh, I like the Ganon Mo pick here, and the Sun Bin coming
a lot
through.
of burst.
Yeah, Ganon Mo is gonna play a big part here, especially against Lady Sun and Ming. You know, Lady Sun and Ming are known for, you know, abusing their range, especially Lady Sun being able to roll around the map, have that enhanced auto attack with the first skill. So now they're gonna literally combat that with the Ganon Mo, who has a lot of, you know, burst, a lot of reset on the abilities. And now I want to see what they're gonna pick here on the MKoi side for the jungle. I believe it could be probably a Menki here. But
yeah, I mean, there's something that's going to set up a big engage, right? Because I mean, this far, all they've really got to set up an engage is the Dharma. So Dharma going in with the dashes is going to be it. Oh, my favorite pick, Agudo coming through. MKoi have already won my heart here, guys.
Yeah, MKoi picking up Agudo, one of BLAM's. I mean, I see this guy post about Agudo pretty much every day. So Agudo being picked up here, and I believe that's gonna be. What do you think it's gonna be? Is it gonna be an attack Agudo, or is it gonna be more of a tank build here?
It's definitely gonna be tank. I mean, the most times we see in competitive, it's always gonna be tank. We don't really see that damage build come through for Agudo, because this is where she really starts to shine. Even though she's been given over more of a marksman role, and obviously with a new release mechanic, getting over those gratitudes and those blessings from certain camps, but but I feel like just having that extra, the tanky jungle item just gives her a lot more damage, gives her a lot more health, and just a lot more sustainability into these team fights. And she has an AoE heal, so it's already going to be a good counter for when we see those Conductor of Souls being put down. Having that Gorge mobilization come through and the wild growth as well is going to be pretty good for the side of MKOI. So I can see this actually working really well, because once again, Agudo, she's a jungler that doesn't necessarily need that much help, right? So it's kind of just like leave Agudo to her own devices, leave Demon Cat here just to kind of like come into the team fights when we need him.
Yeah, exactly. Agudo again being an interesting pick, and it kind of, as you mentioned, is gonna go well with the Mink and the Lady Sun. The prio here is definitely the Lady Sun, getting the Lady Sun fed and having the Mink already healing Lady Sun on the top of Agudo now. That is gonna be massive for the MKOI side. And again, he's gonna be going tank on Agudo here, which is, you know, gonna give them that front line they really needed. I'm not sure if I do really like the Agudo pick into Ganonmo. I feel like whenever I do play Agudo and there's a Ganonmo on the enemy side, I do struggle a little bit just because, you know, how Ganonmo has a bunch of range and is able to burst you down. And Agudo, you know, has probably the biggest hitbox I've seen out of any hero on the Gorge. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they're able to play into this Agudo for the MKOI side.
So, you know, personally, I like it into the Ganonmo, right? Like, as long as you can dodge those couple blades coming in before you kind of get, like, launch Furball at the Ganonmo, because you're not going to really be seeing the Guard Her Grave come through, because it's not really going to deter Furball. Furball's just going to chase him down, and then if they're not lucky enough to even have the Guard Her Grave get the Ganonmo out of there, you're going to have Agudo just be able to kind of dash around with her second skill as well, and just heal up with the wild growth as well, so there could be a lot of damage come through. So I do actually really like it into the Ganonmo. There's definitely ways to close that distance between that burst damage mage into the mid lane.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get to see that in just a little bit. As you guys can see, both teams are at 0-0 for the ranking of the week. There's gonna be a lot of matches played throughout this entire week also, and also the upcoming week, so make sure to stay tuned. But yeah, I mean, so again, both teams have pretty well comps. What do you think? Who do you think has the winning composition here, just looking at the picked heroes?
I mean, you're asking an Agudo main who's got the winning comp here. I mean, I'm always going to go put all red in on Agudo here, but to be honest, over to the side of NZG, I feel like the one pick we're really overshadowing in here is a Capo Sipa onto the Sunbin, right? Like, using the time lapse and the time bomb is going to be really a great disengage tactic for the side of NCG to actually be putting down.
Exactly, the Sunbin is a massive pick for 9ZG here if they're able to prioritize on that. And we can see that MKOI wants to already go into the mid lane and clear the lane with the Lady Sun and Mink here, and giving Princess Frost the bot lane, obviously knowing that Princess Frost struggles a little bit in range against the Ganonmo and the Sunbin. That is a good choice. That is a great starter for them, being able to get the farms out easily. And Arlie is going to be, you know, pushed back. She's going to be pushed off of the Firehawk here, and it's going to easily go to the MKOI side.
It's not only that, right? I mean, the fact that MKOI have locked in the Lady Sun, right? So they're giving Lilu like 2 minion waves rather than 1. So rather than just consolidating just the farm lane one, we saw that Princess Frost was just there to kind of nurse it. But right now, they got to make sure they actually do something with that lead, because the XP is currently going in favor of Lilu, right? He's level 3 over the Arlie on the enemy team. So right now, Destro may be getting caught out here, but also a bit of a rotation here from Mu.
Yeah, we can see that the frag grenade, the second skill from Lady Sun, coming out and constantly hitting the Sunbin here, and then followed up with the rolling raid, which gives you the enhanced attacks. You know, the penetration that comes through from frag grenade is playing a big part right now, and Sunbin just getting poked out instantly. You can just look at that. But yeah, looking at the mid lane here, we see that both junglers again just clearing their jungle, going to the mid lane, clearing up with the, you know, the mid laners, and then heading down. And it seems like it's gonna be a bit of a camp here from the 9ZG in the bot lane, but now Ming knows that they're in the bush, uses the second skill, gets some vision. Ganonmo is gonna try to catch someone off, but not successful with that.
this is the thing with the Ganamo though, right? Like Moon knows that he needs to get his resources up to make sure that those freshly forged couple blades actually do a lot of damage earlier on within the game, but they've also got a really intense, heavy farm lane pick like the AYLO, so they've got to really try and split these resources if they really want that burst damage to come through quickly. So you can see that NZG are playing on a timer here. They need to try and finish this game quicker rather than later, but they need to make sure that Ganamo and AYLO both get those items. But here it is, the path of passing them through.
Ooh, yeah, Ogren here wastes the ultimate, not able to catch off anyone with that. I believe he just did hit the lady soon, but seems like we're gonna get a pick here from
YikeZ getting the frigid prison as well as the winter is here onto the top of 6. So that is going to be a nice first split going over MKoi. So going over to Princess Frost, probably not where you want that first split to go over to, but in that case, you're going to try and take what you can when you can.
Exactly. And Gan and Mo again putting down a lot of pressure. It's like the only hero on the 9ZG side, you know, on the 9ZG side that can and right away gets a kill. Gan and Mo on the Ming. Ming being one of those heroes that kind of has a very low mobility. It's gonna get caught out. It seems like that actually Gan and Mo is kind of focusing down the Ming this entire time. The entire game we've been seeing Gan and Mo pat down to the bot lane and try to get the Ming off of the Lady Sun, and he was successful this time around.
Yeah, having that artillery and that long range for Moon on the side of NZG is definitely what they need to try and shut down the Ming, right? And I mean, that was all aided by Kapasipa as well. Like, this is why I think we're overshadowing that Sun Bim pick. It just has such great utility.
Yeah, big fight going down here. Main able to jump down, and yeah, Demon can go down here right before the fight. And Overlord Tyrant both off right now. And wow! Moon with the full combo on the Princess Frost, takes down Princess Frost, and now MKoi is gonna be pushed off of this Tyrant.
This is what I was worried about, right? I was literally talking about this maybe 1 or 2 minutes ago, that Moon, as soon as he starts to get some items, he's gonna start hurting, especially with the freshly forged couple blades. Landing them is gonna be a dream, and looking like he's pretty low. He's Lilu.
Yeah, Arlie jumping in there, using the Maple Dance, you know, negating a lot of damage from the Lady Sun, and now 9ZG just doing great after this Tyrant. They're able to pick up another kill on Gan and Mo, you know, and Ogren here gets another kill. So it's gonna be 2-0 for the 9ZG side, and the score is 5-1 now with around 1.5k goal lead on 9ZG.
Yeah, having a very strong game here is 9ZG, right? I mean, they're looking to take the T1 down into the mid lane, like just leaving it to the minions, like, hey guys, do your job, like, I'm not going to take it for you. And then we have something like a pressure putting down here into the mid lane as well, thanks to Moon, thanks to Kapasipa as well as Sick. They are definitely maneuvering around like a unit.
Exactly, and again, this just all comes down to experience. Seems like the 9ZG side is a little bit more comfortable on the stage at the moment. MKoi, again, being the new bloods, they're getting used to the stage presence and also getting used to the match right now. So, you know, I expect them to play a little bit better in the upcoming few minutes. But so far, Lady Sun getting the farm that she needs. Ming needs to not get caught out here, and yeah, it seems like they're just gonna back here. But so far, 2,500 gold on the 9ZG side. Seems like the gold, you know, difference is becoming a bit of a problem here now.
Yeah, man. Honestly, Kapasipa on this Sunbin, I keep like glazing it a little bit, but it's just because it's just giving such great utility. It's just shutting down any kind of like aggressive play that MKoi thinks they've got going in their sails. We just see the time bomb come down. Everyone starts to get slow. Everybody on the side of MKoi is just like, guys, run away.
Yes, giving a lot of mobility to the Gan and Mo. We usually see Gan and Mo being a little bit stationary, but now with the Sun being following right up there, Gudo is gonna get caught out once again. Seki is gonna pick up that kill. Very nice from the 9ZG side. And we have Lady Sun and Ming rotating back down to the mid lane since Gudo is down now. Try to hold the mid lane tower.
They're trying the best, right? But I mean, the fact they're able to shut down Demon Cat as well, I mean, that's another kill going over to 6. 6 now level 10 as well, and Demon Cat is way behind in the XP as well, so they're already having such a great lead into the jungle, and their global gold lead is looking around about that 3k gold now for the side of NZG. MKoi really need a good team fight here.
Seems like the Gudo is struggling a little bit. They put a lot of the resources into the Lady Sun, it seems like, and it's really not working out. As you said, the Sunbeam being able to kind of turn back the time, you know, get that damage taken from the Lady Sun. He'll not, you know, helping out a lot for the MKOI side. Seems like Princess Frost might be caught out here again.
No.
Gan and Mo picking up the kill with the help of the Sunbin silence on the ultimate. Yeah, a little bit of a struggle here coming out from the MKOI side.
Yeah, NZG definitely trying to rock this game and close it up, right? I mean, they're able to take the whole of the clash lane within the high ground turrets. It's like, will this leave you a little bit of a sweet, bitter farewell note there? And that is the high ground turret, just letting you know, a bit of a reminder from NZG, like, hey guys, we could take this with an easy, very quick, strategical blow here. But right now, MKOI just really need to try and force some kind of, like, pickoffs here. Maybe even try and pick up the Sunbin, but Kapasipa's just always got either Moon or Destro right near his side, like he has his bodyguards.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, it's really hard for MKOI to kind of get in and try to get the Gan and Mo. I feel like they don't have the engage for that other than like Dharma. And Dharma not being able to set up is hurting them a lot as well. Just look at this. Dharma is all the way pushed back under his tower, trying to catch these waves. And on this other side of the map, Princess Frost again goes down to the Gan and Mo. Yeah, this is just a perfect game for Gan and Mo. They fought range with range on the 9ZD side, and Gan and Mo is coming on top, man.
And it's not only that, right, like the fact that they've had such a solid early game as well, and 9ZG, but I mean, we can kind of see here that MKOI is trying to get a little bit more of a macro play coming through. We do see that Goose was able to take the T1 down into the clash lane as well, so they are trying to get these little minor victories, but they have to make sure they make these minor victories mean something. They can't just take a turret here and a turret there. They have to get some kills over onto the side of NZG. They need to make sure they're getting these neutral objectives as well, because right now, what's really lacking for the side of MKOI is that presence across the gorge.
Exactly. We can see 5 towers taken down by the 9ZG side here. 2-1. And also the gold difference is really showing now. It's around 5.5k gold difference. That is a huge spike in gold for the 9ZG side. Even then, look at Augment just walking into the Lady Sun and the Ming here, ulting both of them. Again, still going at them, taking almost no damage. Might be able to even get out Guro here. Wow, this Ugurn is so tanky.
Yeah, Demon Cat down by like down by 11 XP to 13 level for the side of NZG here, which is not where you want to be when you're into this 10-minute mark. Right, you see Dharma here trying to push my way with a truth mantra, but not enough.
Yeah, not enough at all. Lilu gets a kill here, and nothing comes out of it. Unfortunately, mine is gonna be the hero falling on the 9ZG side. But yeah, Dharma tried to make something happen. We talked about the flash plays, and he tried to go for it, but Gan and Mo just being able to knock back the Dharma. He wasn't able to get much out of the flash ultimate combo. But yeah, 10-2 score here. Again, the gold around 6k now. Again, the gold is, you know, going up and further from the MKOI side.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead as well onto the side of NZG is going all into the right places as well, right? I mean, you've got like about a 900 gold lead onto the AYLO over the Lady Sun. You see that Ganamo is like about a few thousand gold ahead of Princess Frost, which, to be honest, is not Muaji's #1 goal, right? We're not going to be seeing a resource-stacked heavy Princess Frost, but right here, you can see the leaderboard of the gold here. Destro right at the top, followed by Sip.
Yeah, Destra putting in work, just farming the entire game, and you know, the Maple Dance with Arlie is pretty massive here to, again, negate a lot of that incoming damage from the Lady Soon being able to get in. And just look at that, it gets frozen on the Augment, but they're able to still get the pick on Dharma going in, trying to look for a kill. Again, Sunbeam having a huge impact here with the ultimate, you know, reversing the time, getting that heal out. You know, 9ZG is kind of playing this perfectly right now.
Playing it perfectly, but we do see a good defense here from MKOI, right? I mean, they are looking like they're trying to like pay off the inevitable, right? But they are doing it pretty well. They just gotta make sure if they can try and defend this, they need to get some kills with it as well, so they can try and push back NZG to a very more safe spot, so they can actually try and get some of their own resources. Because if you look at the mini-map as well, like there is no jungle camps alive other than the board down to the bottom side of the farm lane that is available for MKOI if they do decide to step out of their turret.
Exactly, almost no resources. Right here, they're going to pick up the cheetahs on the MKOI side. But other than that, they're gonna have to just catch these waves continuously to try to kind of get the gold back, try to build some of their items. I mean, again, they still have Lady Soon here that they can play towards and try to, you know, get the full build, get what, you know, where they need to be to try to play the game they wanted to play against 9ZG. But again, right here, Lady Soon is gonna try to roll and try to get the kill on Sunbeam. A lot of damage, but Sunbeam having the mobility, he's gonna just run away.
Yeah, we can kind of see here that Six getting to his critical point, right? Like, he's able to build the Eye of the Phoenix as well as the Blood Rage as well. So already getting those core items for Augurin coming through. So these next engages are going to be pretty hard for the side of MKoi to try and fight off.
Yeah, but it seems like we're going to have a fight here over this high ground tower, but Sick is going to barely survive, taking a lot of damage. They're going to have to back. Lady Sun flashes forward, gets a kill, fadeaway shot on the Sunbin here. Massive pick, to be honest. It's going to open up the map a little bit more for them because Sunbin was putting down a lot of pressure with the vision and also the time bombs just hitting them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this could be a point here for MKoi to try and come back. It's not like we've seen teams prior to this competition as well, where they've had no higher ground turrets and still managed to turn the tide of this fight. So MKoi, as long as they try and bring that gold resource, the lead back into their favor, honestly, I feel like we could see a bit of a comeback here. They take the T1 into the mid lane, so a little bit of glimmer of hope here for the side of MKoi.
Yeah, exactly. I like the fact that MKoi is being productive, you know, pushing out the lanes the moment that they that pick on the Sunbin, picking out the mid outer tower, which is huge, to be honest. You know, everyone that, you know, has played professionally or even in rank, you know, once you get the mid lane, it's going to open up a lot of vision. You're going to be able to easily, you know, invade the jungle. So that is a massive for the MKoi side, but they don't even know that Overlord is being taken right now. Augurin gets the Overlord, and a nice attempt by Demon Cat, but it seems like that they're going to be caught out in the jungle now. Mine gets a kill on Lady Sun here, and Mine going even deeper now with a kill coming out from Moon on the Ganon Mo on Agrudo. Wow, and Orly gets a kill on Ming here. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like the game is about to be over. Overlord going to the 9ZG side and the minions pushing in. Princess Frost and Dharma being the only ones alive. They're gonna have to look for a play here. Possibly Goose looking for some flash play here. But no, that is not going to happen. It seems like the crystal is gonna go down and 9ZG is gonna be able to end the game here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that 3-0 trade towards the end there is definitely not what you want to be seeing at that late part of the game, right? You don't want to be losing 3 of your team and nobody else onto the enemy team. And there we go. We can kind of see NCG kind of just with pure jest play. Hey guys, I thought we can have a bit more of a challenge there. What was going on? Sick was just like, hey, I completely rocked on this with Augurin, but I do want to give props over to Kappa, there. He was able to just completely just deter any kind of engage from MKoi thanks to that Sunbin pick. And I did say in the VP, right, we overshadowed it, and we definitely did, because it came through thick and heavy for the side of NCG.
Exactly, the Sunbin and Ganon Mo, like we spoke a little bit about Ganon Mo being able to outrange the Lady Sun and the Ming, and it did happen, you know, like I wasn't really surprised about it because we knew Ganon Mo has the damage, has the range, and you know, this guy was a menace. He was going down the bot lane, and we saw one of the first picks on Ganon Mo was him just sitting down in the bot wave next to the Firehawk. That was an insane camp. Like, I never seen someone sit down there for such a long time. But yeah, he gets the kill. He's able to put down the pressure. You know, even just picking off, you know, targets here and there is going to have a big impact, especially in pro play, you know, having to recall, having to go back to base. So Ganon Mo being able to damage targets, making them recall, and also taking them down, putting them on the gray screen for a couple of seconds had a huge impact, and we saw that. And again, Sunbin allowing the 9ZG side being so mobile, being able to move around, and also the silence on the ultimate, pretty massive, followed up with the Ganon Mo. MKoi couldn't really do much about that.
They couldn't, unfortunately. I mean, they had a little bit of glimmer of hope at the beginning part of the game where they got the first blood to Muaji as well. And then obviously towards the end, the mid to the late game was definitely a bit of a blur for them. They definitely don't want to remember that, especially they don't want to remember it fondly. They want to make sure that they remember it for the right reasons, which is they learn the lessons from that game 1. But towards the end there, we did see a little bit of a push from MKoi as well. We saw the T1 takedown into the mid lane. So they definitely do have the kind of the comeback mechanics that if they really want wanted to, but I feel like it was just the draft that kind of let them down. Only having Agudo as your main front line, I feel like was the main issue here for MKOI, because Dharma didn't have that early game that we need Dharmas to have to be that like critical mass optical just clash lane with those crucial crowd controls, right?
Exactly, and look at that sick here, 7-1-5 on the Ogren. Yeah, and then right after that, Ganon Mo 6-0-4. They couldn't reach the Ganon Mo, which was a huge problem, and that kind of shows. Looking at the damage here, 97,000 damage on the Ganon Mo, kind of matching with the ladies Sun here. Actually 92,000, so pretty close. They were, you know, both doing their jobs. But yeah, Ganon Mo putting up a show for 9ZG. Moon definitely, you know, out there doing what he had to do to get this win for the 9ZG side.
Yeah, 9ZG Global did very well in that game, right? I mean, we saw that Angry One was just playing the Main into like more of a macro playstyle, which we generally see. Kind of the team fight participation for Angry One wasn't quite the same as what we saw from Moon, Destro, Capo, and obviously Sick as well. They were pretty much traveling around as like a four-man unit, and just being able to just have everything within that unit. They had the range, they had the damage, they had the counter engage as well as the healing, and then they had the Organ, which was basically just a huge front line that they needed. And Sick, honestly, picking up 7 kills and only dying once is a huge performance here from them. But there is, like I said, little glimmers of hope from the side of MKOI. And it obviously pays dividends to the intel you were giving us in the early game, right? The fact that Muaji and Lilu, yeah, played the best in terms of getting the most damage and obviously trying to give the most pressure onto the team really showed in the intel that you gave us in that early part of the BP. But looking at here, the gold graph just never seemed to give way to the side of MKOI.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, like they put a lot of resources into Lilu. It seems like this time Muaji had more of a supportive role playing that Princess Frost, and I mean, it really didn't work out, especially with Princess Frost having to kind of slow down during the animations to try to land those freezes. Ganon Mo just had an easy game being able to target Princess Frost. Again, Ming also having to kind of pause a little bit to land his skills here. But yeah, again, shout out to Moon playing a perfect Ganon Mo match with the help of the Sun Bean and the Ogren. I mean, sick, man. We didn't really see much, but whenever he was active on the screen, he was able to tank a lot, you know, be able to kind of execute the targets, especially the Agudo here. You know, your favorite hero wasn't doing too much against the Ogren, being so close up to the Ogren right in his face. And MVP gonna definitely go to the Ganon Mo here. Moon with the 604 KDA, damage taken only 12%, 30% damage, total gold 19%. But yeah, he was pretty active literally on the Gorge itself.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like the MVP could have gone to pretty much anybody on the side of NZG there. They definitely had their presence felt on the Gorge, but that 6-0, having no blemish on the KDA there, definitely helped Moon to secure the MVP for himself. But dealing 30% of the damage overall for his team was huge. I mean, from the word go, right, the way that he camped that bush into the bottom side of the map, able to get those freshly forged couple blades just to land on the top of the noggins of Ming, as that was the whole point of Moon, was just to be like, hey, we can...
But Main, again, being a really good solid pick into the Dharma here. Again, as I said, a lot of martial arts, a lot of movement involved in that Clash Lane matchup. And, you know, Angro One, you know, showing his experience coming up top. Again, we've seen these guys competing on different titles. They're used to this stage. They're confident in their plays and their team following them up. Again, familiar faces, familiar teammates. So 9ZG shows us why, you know, they were more experienced this time around on the Gorge. But yeah, I mean, second game, it's going to be interesting. We saw an Agudo pick, which is a little bit surprising to me. Agudo is definitely not one of the high, you know, picked heroes on the Gorge, I would say. But again, this is pro play. There's a different meta. Players have different play styles. And it seems like MKOI really wanted to play with that Lady Sun, try to get the Lady Sun, you know, fed, so, you know, can do a lot more, can carry the game. But again, Lady Sun tried her best, you know, did a lot of damage, just not able to finish off the tanky targets on the side of YikeZGG and Soon Bean again had a big impact in that, being able to kind of reverse the time with the second skill, giving that movement speed. Lady Sun couldn't really do much.
Yeah, I mean, you keep rubbing in the salt to the wound with the Agudo pick, right? But I mean, we're going to go for a quick rest so I can have a little cry break that my Agudo didn't quite come through there. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to get into game 2 very soon between YikeZGG and MKoi.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki-takiki-takitao. 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 Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. I am BLAM, and with me is YikeZ. We've just seen a NZG go up against MKoi, and it was obviously a little bit of a toss-up within the BP, right? Like, honestly, we see here on the screen the up-to-date global ban pick for this series, and we were kind of like in and ahhing, like, who had the best one, right? And it was all kind of down to that crucial moment and pick, which was the Ganamo.
Yeah, Ganamo again was a huge pick for the YikeZGG here, countering that Lady Sun and Ming. But now, the good thing about global ban and pick is that Ganamo is not going to be playable for the YikeZGG side anymore. So maybe we can see it on the MKoi side. As I said, Mwaji is a super versatile, so definitely he's going to be able to pick up that Ganamo and maybe put up even a better performance than what we just saw there. But Moon, man, he was killing it there. He got the MVP last game, so we're gonna have to see how they're gonna be able to adapt to this ban and pick and what they're gonna play next year.
Because I mean, this is the thing, like you were just pointing out there, right? Like they've exhausted the Ganamo in game 1. This is a best of 3, so it's always kind of better to kind of put your best foot forward. But there's no other like mid lane that kind of compares to the Ganamo in terms of like great burst damage, other than like the Mai Shiranui, which we know gets banned endlessly. But it'd be interesting to see how Moon actually switches up his playstyle to go for something more like a control mage. Maybe like something like an Yixing or something.
Yeah, it seems like MKoi went ahead here and selected the red side once again. So I feel like they do have some sort of strategy, or they feel a little bit more comfortable getting 2 picks instead of 1. But again, now YikeZGG is not going to have the early on the blue side. So what do you think is going to be the prio pick here as we get into the draft?
I mean, you could go over, it depends on what comes through with the BP here, right? I mean, we saw last game that YikeZGG banned out the Diadea as well as the, what can I remember? It was the pay, wasn't it, right? So the pay came through as a ban. So again, it seems like a little bit of a focus pocket pick ban there for the side of MKoi. So we could probably see the Diadea come through again if they lock that down in the BP. Maybe try and go for something like the Loom, because again, I don't feel like that was banned in the last game. No, it wasn't. So maybe they'll try and lock in the Loom this time around.
Yeah, and then we got an MKoi. They banned my last game. So let's see if they're going to actually do the same thing here, or try to kind of play a little bit of a mind game. As you say, this is going to come down very similar to like a chess match. These teams are going to be able to, you know, have to kind of adapt here and try to see what the enemies pick here. But Duan is going to go down from the MKoi side. Maybe they do have some sort of intel on YikeZGG, so they're kind of banning it out in the early phases.
I mean, it's just a solid substitute for Orgrim, right? Like the fact that if you can't play your Orgrim, you're definitely going to be going, especially if you're more a tank-orientated jungle player, like it seems that Sick is right now. In fact, already from what we know, obviously the Orgrim first pick, Dune would be your next go-to. So MKoi taking it off the cards here is a good pick, but it means that if they don't ban out the Mai Shiranui here, it could go over to YikeZGG. And we know that Moon, given the distance, is able to do the burst damage, but can he play the upfront nitty-gritty playstyle of the Mai Shiranui?
Yeah, I feel like giving up Mai to Moon might be just a, you know, huge problem. Okay, they're gonna ban it. I was gonna kind of go on that point and say Moon played really well from the range, and Mai kind of has a similar playstyle. You're able to, you know, poke with the second skill, and you know, Moon was really good at landing those skill shots with Gan and Mo. So that was going to have a huge impact. And obviously with Mai, it's a little bit different because you can, you know, go in and dive the targets once you make them a little bit weaker with the second skill. But yeah, we're not going to, unfortunately, get to see that. But now YikeZGG has to think about their first pick. What are they going to pick? They're going to pick up the Loom here.
It's as if I've been doing this for a while now, doesn't it? The Loom coming through of the YikeZGG was obviously something that was definitely on the cards, especially getting Destru a solid pick into the farm lane. It means that MKoi could still go for something like the Chano a little bit down the line, or even maybe a Marco Polo, but they're locking in the Byron here, so going for a Clash Lane pick so that the side, so for the second side of the banning phase, they don't lose out too many Clash Lane picks because they've already exhausted the Dharma, sorry. So they want to go for something that's a little bit more hard hitting in the early levels.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. They could have picked up the Mine here, but they decided to go with Byron and Dolia. Maybe they're starting to kind of go for the comfort picks here instead of playing the meta. But now that leaves YikeZGG with the choice to go with either Dharma or Mine in the Clash lane. Diadea gets picked up on the YikeZGG side. And it seems like this time it kind of slipped through because of the fact that Diadea was banned out by YikeZGG themselves last round, and now Yixing is gonna get picked up. A lot of CC coming out back to back from YikeZGG side.
Yeah, a lot of control, right? I mean, we can kind of see here that MKoi, now that they've picked into the Dolia, they could honestly be either going for the Ganon Mo, but I thought they probably would have gone for the Ganon Mo here to kind of lock it in, because now YikeZGG could actually ban away the Ganon Mo, because most times out of 10 when we see a Dolia get like drafted quite early on, we see the Ganon Mo come into the draft there, but locking in the Hou Yi means that they're going to get those 2 Burning Sun arrows. So again, MKoi could be cooking up here.
Yeah, MKoi going for those Dolia resets on Hou Yi, trying to probably catch off, you know, targets on probably the other side of the map or even close up. Gonna be a little bit interesting, and I believe they're gonna try to play towards the Ganon Mo here, as you mentioned a little bit earlier. But Monkey is gonna get banned here. Very solid frontline tank jungler to kind of ban out here from the YikeZGG side. As you mentioned, seems like Sick is doing really good on these tank junglers. We saw that on the Ogren, putting up around 80,000 damage on a tank build, which is pretty massive. But yeah, MKoi seems like they're trying to cook something here, and Peg gets banned out again from the YikeZGG side.
Yeah, so again, it kind of opens up very interesting picks here for the side of NZG. We could honestly see them go into something like the KaiZer here, or even pick up the Gudo for themselves, because I feel like the Gudo pairs very well with something like the Diadea, and the fact that you got such a great control with the world is my board, and there we go. MKoi even noticed that and it's like, you know what, we gotta take the Gudo off the board. That's another tank pick, taking out the jungle for the side of NZG. So again, they're looking pretty low. They're gonna have to probably go for something like the KaiZer if they really want to go for a tank, or even a Dion Wei.
Yeah, with this, there is a lot of jungle bans this match, as we can see, and Ganon Mo gets banned. So now Moaji is not going to have the option to kind of lock down targets with the Hoi ultimates, the Byron, and then follow up with the Ganon Mo.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of tank junglers are getting banned out here. That's going to take the options away from Sick, and Nuwa gets locked in here. You know, I've heard stories about Moaji on the Nuwa, so kind of interested to see how that's going to play out against a Yixing.
Yeah, again, I feel like with the Nuwa into this draft, you need to have a solid early game. You can't be playing like a hero like Nuwa from the behind, especially like when you're like maybe 2 to 3k gold behind. This is where she kind of loses her effectiveness. Yes, she can kind of still get the stun and the CC and the annihilation, maybe the clutch mechanic that you need to get those crucial kill thefts. But is it going to be enough for the side of MKoi? But it's going to be NZG going for the LAM. So we're getting 2 LAMs already within the West League.
Yeah, LAM gets picked up, followed up with a Liu Bang with the global ultimate, being able to give that shield to your teammates, give that healing. That is going to play a massive part with the LAM dives that we're probably going to see this match. But yeah, MKoi deciding to allow their jungler to be the last pick. He's going to go with a Luna lock in here. Wow.
Very interesting. A completely different playstyle compared to the Gudo, right? Like, we're going to be seeing obviously high frames, but the problem that they're going to have is the fact that the side of 9ZG have the Diadea, they have the Yixing, they've got Lu Bang, they've got a lot of CC on their team that if Luna decides to go in, she may falter to a lot of these picks.
Yeah, this is going to come down to a skill for sure. Like Luna here not being locked down is going to be the main priority. And I feel like the game is going to kind of depend on both the Nuwa and the Luna. If Hoi is going to try to play with the weak side here, with the Dolia, try to get those arrows out, try to kind of just not die in the bot lane. Again, the burden of carry is going to turn, you know, onto the Nuwa. So Moaji and Demon Cat, they're going to have to put on a show for us here. But yeah, 9ZG, I think they have kind of like a solid draft this time. Again, picking up the Diadea, which we've seen is a massive problem in these matches. We saw that, you know, comboed previously with Angela. The Angela doesn't exist here, but there's a lot of combo. There's a lot of follow-up by like Liu Bang, and it could help LAM out a lot.
It could help LAM out a lot, exactly, yeah. And I mean, with the Lung pick onto 9ZG as well, is the fact that they could... The only way you're really going to try and shut down this Lung is if they can try and exhaust the infinite vastness very early on within a team play, and then try and get like the Luna, Byron, as well as the Hoi all on top of this Lung to try and work him down. But that's kind of like a very sort of like niche scenario that you've got to make sure that your early game bleeds into the opportunity that can actually come through to fruition.
Yeah, I actually, you know, I mean, the Nuwa is going to be a good hero to pick here. Definitely in like 5v5 scenarios, I feel like Nuwa has a lot more impact with team play. And we can see 1-0 to 9ZG. Again, a dominant first game coming out from the Argentinian team. And now MKoi is going to have to see if they're going to be able to put up against this, you know, this team on the second match here. Kind of even it out and try to take it to the third match of this best of 3.
Yeah, again, I feel like the Hoi maybe be... It's going to be make or break this team comp, I feel like, because if the burning sun arrows don't quite land and you don't get that like mass like CC going into these team fights, and even trying to pick off these crucial members of the side of 9ZG, like the Lung, like maybe even trying to lock down LAM and just do enough burst damage as possible with the likes of Luna and Nuwa come through, it's not really going to be set up the way that they need to if they don't like land this correctly.
Exactly, and I kind of forgot about the Lee Shin here a little bit. He's going to be able to kind of put down that chessboard, locking targets for the LAM and Liu Bang to just jump in there. So it's going to be kind of like a cage fight here when those fights are, you know, going to happen. And Hou-Yi and Dolly are definitely going to struggle a little bit. You know, they don't have too much mobility. And Hou-Yi already struggling as I kind of start to talk about it.
I mean, that definitely takes some confidence, right? Being Hou-Yi level 1 against a Lung, you are taking flaming palms to the face, buddy. And then you see that Moon comes in with a really fast early game rotation, almost getting that first blood already for the side of YikeZGG. So I feel like they need to play a little bit more careful.
Yeah, Yixin is going to have a lot of impact here, and we can see Lung, you know, he took a lot of hits, but he was able to kind of swap to the Green Dragons here, downpour, and get a lot of the life back. He was able to take down the Firehawk, but yeah, Dolia is going to have to come back to the bot lane and try to help out the Hou-Yi. Seems like he's struggling a little bit. Diaria goes in, almost taking down the Hou-Yi. He's at 20% health. Lung also here, getting kind of caught out by the Nuwa rotating down, but nothing happens so far. Just a little bit of a skirmish, but the gold is even.
Yeah, I mean, nice little bit of a teleportation there from the Muaji, right? Like, that was definitely enough to kind of drive YikeZGG out of the farm lane, because I feel like if they stayed there any longer, it definitely would have been, again, another first blood. We're already seeing the goldie go to the side of YikeZGG, so again, it needs to be a focus here for MKOI that they make sure they don't lose this gold lead as early as they did in the last game.
Exactly, and now we can see Hou-Yi being a lot more careful, playing under the tower now with the Dolia killing him back right up. And Yixin here just going around the map, you know, clearing down the mid wave with Luna kind of pathing towards the bot lane here. So they could be looking for a fight here after she clears out the Cheetahs. But obviously Firehawk is going to go ahead here and go. Oh, seems like we're going to have a fight in the top lane. Diaria catching out the Byron. Lamb is going to keep going for that. And first kill is going to go to the Liu Bang.
Yeah, Goose almost managed to escape the fate there of the side of YikeZGG. Obviously, the world is my board, got laid down there, but he's able to kind of just run out of it. He sprinted out of there alive, but it was actually Liu Bang that came through and got the kill there as well. Angry One definitely played a more angrier game too.
Exactly. But yeah, I think the kill going to Liu Bang definitely, you know, not the best, especially when you have a Lamb on your side. But again, a kill is a kill. First blood going, it's going to create somewhat of a gap. There's almost like a 1200 gold difference right now on the YikeZGG side. And again, objectives are coming up. 30 seconds here. They're going to have to fight for this Tyrant, I believe, on the MKOI side. And we can see a fight here. Luna going in solo, and she gets caught out. Boom is going to be able to take her down. And Lamb, again, as I mentioned, the chessboard's coming down, locking in targets. Lamb is going to have a field day, and it's showing.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point in time there that could have been a completely different team fight for them if Lu Liu was able to actually get that Burning Sun arrow landing onto one side of YikeZGG. That could have set up such a great team fight and a great comeback to the side of MKOI. But it just did not hit, unfortunately. So that part of history will never get played out unless they are able to do it later on in this game.
Yeah, just kind of, you know, putting all your resources into a Hou-Yi ultimate is definitely going to hurt here. Again, they have the Dolia that can reset the ultimates, try to get the picks. But here, it didn't really catch on. The ultimate didn't really catch on to anyone. And Luna was not able to get any kills right there. And again, the world is my board is being massive here, being able to lock down the target. And as I said, oh, we might have a pick here on the Liu Bang side. Doesn't really work out. But yeah, as I said, the world is my board. Is going to be able to lock down the, you know, targets on the MKOI side with Lamb having a field day, with the Liu Bang jumping in too, with just the ultimate coming in.
Yeah, ultimate coming in. They do lose the T1 down into the farm lane as well, so that's already a lot of macro come through there. We do see the world is my board get trapped in. It just trap one, it traps Sin.
Yeah, the world is my board. That is gonna be MKOI's nightmare tonight, going to sleep, because they're getting locked in left and right. The moment Moon gets that ultimate, Moon having such a big impact in these both matches, and now playing a supporting role. You know, last game he was going crazy with the Gana and Mo, you know, bursting down targets, and now he's just locking them in, you know, tossing them around with the chess pieces he has.
That's it. I mean, like I said, that was probably like the next big pick for him to go for, right? I mean, Mai Shiranui was definitely not going to be on the card, but Yixing definitely replaces that Ganamo.
Yeah, and we can see YikeZGG being so proactive, invading the Azure Golem now. Lamb ults it out from the entire enemy jungle, gets the smite on it. Nicely done, securing.
Was it just out of smite or just out of spite there? Because he was just like, no, this is my Azure Golem.
Yeah, he really didn't want the MKOI side to get that Azure Golem, waste an ultimate for it, and now he has all his Lamb stacks available. The 3 stacks is gonna go in for the kill. Luke gets the kill on Nua, followed up with Angro, one getting the kill on the Domia, and another kill coming in on the Byron. Wow, this is a bloodbath.
That was some great intel there from YikeZGG, right? They was just like, this is either a shot in the dark or a really good intel, but there goes Demon Cat as well. That's a 4-0 trade. World's my board, it's not quite hitting it. It's more like a rectangle this time around. But they're at the high ground turret. They could try and just do as much damage to the base and just as much damage to the enemy team's Gorge here by taking the T1 into the mid lane, maybe even taking this T2.
6 minutes. Just look at the timer. 6 minutes in, and we already got a high ground on the YikeZGG side. Wow, this team, I think they have the best synergy we've seen today so far, especially with the Yixing pick here with the Liu Bang and the Lambs following up. We saw Sick stack his second skill with Lamb, obviously giving the enhanced auto attack passive, being able to maneuver around, you know, the targets whenever you land auto attacks after you have the enhanced autos. He was able, you know, get the vision in that bush, jump in, and clean up the kills with the help of his teammates. And again, they're doing the same thing with the Azure Golem coming up for the MKOI side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can kind of see here globally, they're 25k up to the 17k on the side of MKOI. So MKOI are very far behind by 8k gold. And there we go. Lamb going straight back in, takes down Goose, takes down Sin. That is a double kill going over to the side of YikeZGG.
Yeah, man, Sick is being sick, one might say. Putting an amazing performance up. I mean, we saw him last game. He had a lot of impact on the Ogren, and now he's just getting these easy kills, double kills, you know, the catching kills, just catching people on the side. And with the help of Liu Bang and the Yixing, just, you know, using the world is my board, locking targets in, he has a field day.
Has a field there as well. Yeah, he counts. I mean, we see that Demon Cat's able to get to the right far corner of that world is my board, but that was not the main goal. They were looking to get the high ground turret into the mid lane, and that burning sun arrow from HOYi just was not quite hitting the pale there. So Liu needs to go back and reconfigure his aim on that ultimate.
Yeah, seems like that, you know, the game is again up on to Lilu, but he's not able to do much this time around because obviously he's on the HOYi here. The only thing that depends on him is the ultimates landing, but we haven't seen any of them kind of land. There's a lot of pressure across the map, and also, you know, YikeZGG is doing a great job opening their own side of the map, giving almost no vision for these arrows to land. You can see that the HOYi here is 0-0-0. There's almost kind of like no impact because he has to play so passive here. And yeah,
I mean, it's just a knock-on effect, right? The fact that YikeZGG had such a great early game, it just means that Moon, Destro, Capo, or even Sick as well, they're just moving as a 3-man this time around, but their moves are moving with motive, right? They're not just kind of like aimlessly going around the gorge, kind of like, hey, we'll pick up this jungle camp, we'll do this. It's kind of just all seems very coordinated, and right now back into team fight.
Yeah, we have Diadia locking onto the HOYi, actually killing him for the first time in the match. Angro 1 following up with a kill on the Byron. But man, just look at how coordinated YikeZGG is. I think they're going to be able to actually end the game here with the waves pushing in the mid and bot wave. We could see a fight here. Luna probably wants to jump in here, try to stop them from ending the match. Lamb goes in, gets a kill on the Luna, not even being able to use any abilities. Wow, YikeZGG 2-0.
I think that's the quickest game in West League this far. We haven't even seen the shadow variant of the neutral objectives come through in this game 2 between YikeZGG and MKOI. So a very good play there by the side of YikeZGG. I mean, I feel like the coach was a little bit too eager there. He was like, hey, just have a full camera of my face. I need to go and dab up my boys.
Yeah, exactly. YikeZGG having fun and also showing how confident they were this match compared to the unexperienced team that MKOI is. Obviously, again, we can't blame these guys too much. They haven't had this stage experience. Hopefully this helped them out a little bit. But yeah, I mean, choosing red side again was a little bit questionable for me. And, you know, I don't know, like, it seems like Mwaji was not able to have the impact that I thought he would have. They put a lot of, you know, eggs in Lilu's basket, and he wasn't able to kind of capitalize on that either. So hopefully they can, you know, go back, study the game against 9ZGG today, and try to pick it up in the following days.
I mean, we were seeing in the opening statements of today, right? We know that teams try and want to get their best foot forward within this ranking week, but for the third team like MKOI, it's not the end of the world. They just need to make sure that they learn the lessons that need to be learned from that defeat, and maybe even kind of like a bit of a soften the blow to their undefeated streak to get here, right? Like, they now have tasted defeat rather than victory, and that can be just as great as a motive that victories, like non-stop victories back to back.
Yeah, exactly. Whenever you're winning, obviously, it's similar to ranked games. Like, you know, you kind of gain this kind of confidence and ego moving forward. You think, you know, every match is going to be as easy as the previous one, but we actually, you know, saw that is not the case here with 9ZG. You know, we came in here, we thought MKOI, they're going to, you know, show up, but 9ZG proving us both wrong here. And, you know, we obviously, we got to see your favorite hero, Guro, being both picked and banned here. So hopefully we can see some more of that. But yeah, both teams played amazing. Kudos to both of them. Hopefully, again, MKOI is going to be able to go back, study, and, you know, hopefully they got some experience out of this match. So I'm excited to see them in the following days and how they can, you know, come up and perform a lot better.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see who actually gets MVP of Game 2, though, right, for NZG. Because, again, I feel like Boone was definitely a force to be reckoned with in that one, but he didn't get a single kill. He just got 10 assists.
Yeah, I think this one is going to have to go to Sick. You know, he was very active across the map. And, you know, the World Is My Board had a lot of, you know, huge impact. I spoke about it during the draft, being able to lock in the heroes for LAM to go crazy, kind of like a cage fight. So LAM did what he had to do. He was able to invade, and we saw him even ult out the Azure Golem. It got to the point where he was really doing that. He doesn't even care about the CD ultimate. And we can see that Sick with 52,000 damage on the LAM, you know, followed up with 43,000 from the Lung. So huge impact from the farm lane and the jungle. You want them, you know, to carry you. And from the MKOI side, we have Mwaji doing 47% damage despite the game being so short.
The game being so short, but that is what Nua does, right? Nua can lay the smack down, but the whole problem is when you're playing from Nua from behind, like I was saying in the BP, it's a very hard pick to come back from, and you can kind of see there with the team fight participation for MKOI being 0, just showed the domination that 9ZG had from the word go, is the fact that they couldn't even bundle together as a team. They just weren't alive long enough to actually formulate as a team and take a team fight from 9ZG. But here's the gold graph, and another thing that MKOI was struggling to actually try and get a hold of was that gold lead.
Yeah, 13-0-40 stats, crazy stats from 9ZG. I mean, we didn't get to see who got the MVP here, but definitely I would say Sick is going to be my pick for MVP. Again, he had a lot of damage. He was able to kind of clean up the fights. You know, whenever you have a LAM, you want to see him clean up his fights. And he, again, LAM gets the MVP, as we can see here. Sick, 5-0-6 line, taking damage 18% only. Slippery as he's supposed to be. Damage dealt 30%, gold, total gold 28%. So yeah, they played the Sick, I would say, both matches, and yeah, definitely one of the top junglers in this tournament.
Yeah, throwing in that dub because he got the W, right? I mean, does it stand for West League? Does it stand for West Side? Does it stand for the dub? I mean, clearly it stands for everything here for 9ZG. Able to get that on the board, their first dub on the board. 2-0 as well, just as clean as OG Esports, I have to say there, because there was just clear domination, especially from the word go. Yes, the World Is My Board kind of whiffed here, but Angro One was able to clean that first blood to the side of NCG. Burning Sun Arrow there from the word go, just didn't quite connect for MKOI to
Yeah, I feel like that was the chance for MKOI to kind of get a couple of kills with the Luna camping there. Just the arrow not connecting kind of threw off them off their game, the game they wanted to play. And again, we can see LAM and Liu Bang just being minutes. It's like they're just going in, followed up again with the World Is My Board, locked in all these targets. They're not able to move around. And obviously, whenever you are locked into the LAM in a 1v1 or even in a in the team fight situation, the LAM is just going to dance around, get all these healing off of you with enhanced attacks, push you back, and Sick just did that, was able to grab the MVP, and we saw that just right there in the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely more a fruitful performance on the LAM, right? We saw already a LAM today on a limb from Virtus.pro. Didn't quite make the mark that Sick did in this game too between 9ZG and MKOI, but man, it definitely made me more excited for LAM picks to come through, because this one was definitely just like a non-stop kind of just circulate, just going around, roaming the gorge, taking up the enemy's Azure Golem, which if you take away Luna's Azure Golem, it becomes a lot harder to perform on that hero.
Yeah, exactly. And with that being said, we're going to wrap up things here and go on to a short break. And when we come back, we're going to have more insane games for you guys.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. We are now getting into the third series of the day. Who would have thought? We've had 2 series under our belts already, yikes. How are we feeling going into this game? Actually, match 3, sorry.
Yeah, so far it seems like that the first 2 races, the 2 series, we had dominant teams. We obviously had OG and then YikeZGG, you know, just dominating Movistar Koi. But yeah, now we're gonna have OG again back on the stream against AYLO Gaming, this time from Peru. What do you think about that?
Again, like I was saying in the break, right, I think AYLO Gaming was probably the only team I could not find any little bits of details on, which again either excites me for the right reason or the wrong reason. And I really hope that they do the right reason, because obviously MKoi, I was honestly hoping for a little bit more from MKoi, but honestly the experience from YikeZGG honestly really showed in that match 2, sorry.
Exactly, YikeZGG showing up, and now again OG had a pretty dominant first match. Are they gonna be able to put the same, you know, same skill set up against, you know, our boys here at AYLO Gaming, or is it gonna be a different story? But yeah, OG, I believe they're gonna be the favorites here, you know, to win this thing out against AYLO Gaming. But yeah, I mean, I believe in our boys from Peru, so let's see what, you know, AYLO Gaming can put up against OG that we saw already. Are you gonna be able, you know, to go back kind of against their match against Virtus.pro and kind of learn from that? You know, still some tech from them with the ban and pigs. You know, are they gonna deny them the blue side that, you know, OG is seeking against Virtus.pro? So let's see.
Yeah, the one thing I'm really worried about, though, is the fact that with the games against Virtus.pro, it wasn't the cleanest OG Esports we've seen. Obviously, Season 3, we saw a lot cleaner gameplay from them, so I'm hoping they really don't just try and take it out on AYLO Gaming, like, hey guys, we need to play better, we need to play better against this unknown team. And honestly, I really hope that AYLO Gaming do come back, or do come into this one fighting on all fronts and burning on all thrusters.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I kind of want AYLO Gaming to kind of try to put their focus onto the OG jungler and also Clash Laner. We saw KK have a huge impact on that Guan Yu. Obviously, it was followed up by the Liang and the Princess Frost, you know, opening up space for him, being able to kind of, you know, freeze them or, you know, put on the pressure, you know, the suppression with Liang, and then Guan Yu following up right on top of that. But, you know, I do want to see, you know, KK off of his comfort picks, the picks that he's really known for, the Mulan, the Guan Yu, the Dharma here. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see what AYLO Gaming can come up with. And again, we don't have any kind of info on AYLO Gaming, so it could be the case, you know, for OG as well, if they haven't really, you know, put in the time to scream or even meet the AYLO Gaming players. So it's gonna be exciting. Who knows? Maybe we're gonna see our first upset of the day today.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point there, right? The fact that AYLO Gaming have seen OG Esports play at least once today means like they could have actually a little bit of an advantage going into this match 3, right? Like they know what they're going to draft, they know how they're going to play, but maybe that's just kind of like the whole point of OG Esports having that game 1, right? There was a kind of not quite picking the heroes that we are normally used to seeing of them. Obviously, we saw the Luna and the Guan Yu come through, but it wasn't played to how we normally see the OG standards come through. But maybe this is where it's all going to come through. AYLO Gaming might have the intel that they need to take this game for themselves, or OG is kind of like, right, the weights are off, guys, let's go ham.
Yeah, I feel like OG Gaming kind of has like the playstyle that they would like to invade from the heroes that they've been playing, especially in the jungle. It seems like they're kind of focusing on the Pei, on the Luna that have a lot of mobility. They're able to kind of annoy, you know, the enemy team. So I kind of want to see AYLO try to stop that. But yeah, now we're gonna just jump right in to the team intros and check out who's playing for what team.
Have it. It's OG Esports coming through here, and once again, this is Keke into the clash lane, Dao into the jungle, Wen in the mid lane, on as the farm lane, and Muchin once more in the support role. Again, Muchin played a fantastic Motsu, right, with those cannon blasts. I hope we get to see a little bit more finesse from the support player.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see Muchin on, you know, different support heroes. We saw the Motsu. Motsu is super strong with those cannon hits, and he was able to land that consistently, which is pretty hard. But yeah, it seems like that OG here, they're ready kind of to win it all. You know, they're yawning a little bit here, having a little bit of a fun. You know, they're taking it easy. Obviously, again, they don't have any info on AYLO Gaming, so there's almost probably no pressure. You know, they're laying back almost. Breaking the chair here.
From Dao. We honestly don't want him to get a head concussion going into this major West League. Someone take that man away from the chair.
Yeah, having a little bit of a nap here. Seem pretty confident. I mean, this is the fun part, right? Whenever you don't know who you're going against, you're gonna have this time to kind of chill, relax a little bit. But who knows? Again, Peru coming out of nowhere, AYLO Gaming. They might take, you know, OG for a ride here.
They may. I mean, that's what we're really hoping for, right? We don't want to see just the stomps all the way through, but we are going to check who is going to be responding to AYLO Gaming.
And for AYLO Gaming, the Crown Hunters, we got Dusko on the clash lane, Vermon in the jungle, Lomax for the mid lane, Solista for the farmhands lane, and Rova Alma for the support.
Some interesting poses there. We saw Vermon going for a little bit of jutsu stance there. Maybe he's going to deploy some clones onto the Gorge and get us all thrown off of the Gorge here. But yes, what a title, the Crown Hunters. That definitely fills me with a little bit more confidence about this team.
Yeah, exactly. The Crown Hunters, that is a big title to have. AYLO Gaming here, again, coming in. We kind of have no info on them. But now, being known as the Crown Hunters, you know, I'm getting a bit of confidence for them. So hopefully they can take down the OG Esports here with the title they have and, you know, kind of keep that title.
I mean, that's definitely their first obstacle, right? Is the fact if they want to be the Crown Hunters and maintain that title, it's definitely OG Esports is who you want to be beating here, because like we were saying in the introduction, OG Esports, they have obviously the most accolades in this tournament right now, because they are like the top 4 from the latest competition that we've seen in HONOROFKINGS Esports, the Season 3 Invitational. So like I was saying, if they want to be the Crown Hunters, they definitely need to take the crown from OG Esports.
Yeah, and it seems like AYLO actually had the selection here, but they choose to go with the red side, giving blue to OG. I mean, we saw OG actually prioritize the blue side whenever they had the selection. But yeah, again, coming AYLO here, taking the red side, again, is a little bit questionable. As I said, OG seemed comfortable on the blue side. It seems like they're coming in with a strategy. So maybe AYLO here is going to try to ban out the Arlie so they don't give it away, because Arlie had a huge impact in first match that OG had.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Ali bans in this matchup, right? So Ali into the first banning phase, I can imagine would come through here for both OG and AYLO, unless they have some pocket picks and some kind of intel here that both their coaches know about. But let's see who they decide to go for. Will it be something like the Diadea? Will it be the Mai Shiranui? It's actually going to be the Lady Sun for OG Esports.
Yeah, taking down the Lady Sun pretty early, and again, the classic Mai ban. Seems like Mai is never gonna get through the major wrestling here, and Guan Yu getting banned for OG once again. Seems like they did actually ban Guan Yu last time as well, so they're gonna ban out, you know, the Guan Yu themselves as well. And Pei gets banned from the AYLO side, knowing that Dao Dao had a huge impact against the first match against BP, and already getting picked up on the OG side with Dharma going to AYLO Gaming. Yeria picking up here.
Yeah, very interesting for the side of OG. They've gone for the Keke mind games once more. They ban out Guan Yu in game 1, and then he comes through in game 2 with his Razor Cavalries. But the Ali coming through here for Arn, we've already seen him being able to take those 3v1 dives into the bot side of the map. But now OG Esports gets Dao Dao on the Organ as well as Keke on a new pick, Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte. We've seen, I believe I heard Keke actually, you know, being known as one of the best Charlotte players, so I'm definitely excited to see that. Charlotte, you know, very high skilled hero as well, so definitely there's going to be a lot of clashes in the clash lane here. And then Monkey gets picked up for the AYLO side here, and now they're going to have to go to the second banning phase, and Sun Bin is going to fall as the first victim here.
Yeah, super duper interesting here, right? I mean, the fact that what we've got so far on the side of OG is we've got solid front line from the Org Room, we've got access into the back line thanks to the Charlotte as well as the Ali, but we've also got that mass amount of damage coming through from the Ali as well, right? So we kind of need either into the support role, maybe something that complements the Ali, maybe like something like the Sakia that can really kind of like set up these team fights coming through, or maybe we even see the Motsu, but no, AYLO Gaming has got their number. They're like, Muchin, you can't have that pick again.
Yeah, they saw the Motzi have an insane impact.
Territory, you can use the Soaring Signal to kind of push them away, trying to give yourself a bit more room to breathe, but I feel like it's also down to his ultimate as well, right? The fact that this is probably the only marksman that can move and hit at the same time using his basic attacks thanks to his ultimate. So again, I feel like this could be, if AYLO Gaming can actually try and get like a very strong stance against OG Esports to set up a really aggressive play into a team fight, then Channel using his ultimate is definitely going to be able to set that up and put a lot of pressure and kind of force them out of a team fight.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see the Charlotte go against Dharma. Honestly, I feel like Dharma is one of the most, you know, highest picked and both banned heroes in the tournament right now, and Charlotte, could be a counter that, you know, KK was looking forward to play against. Charlotte might be the hero here. We've seen KK perform really well on both Gu and Yu, and I believe, was it Maid that we saw a little bit earlier?
Yes.
So now on the Charlotte, this guy again is very versatile, known for, you know, playing crowd control heroes. So it's gonna have a lot of impact definitely on the Charlotte. So I'm gonna try to look out for that with the Ogren, paired up with the Ogren on the side of OG. So there's gonna still be a lot of invades coming in. Ogren having the ability that can open up, you know, kind of create walls for himself that he can ride on. So again, there's gonna be a bunch of invades coming out from the Clash side and the jungle side of OG.
Yeah, I can imagine so. I mean, but this is the thing with the Ogren pick as well, right? You can't kind of play very passive with the Ogren pick because it kind of just completely just undermines his complete control, and the fact that he's able to kind of just make and pave his way across the gorge wherever he kind of sees fit. So if you're kind of playing passively, it kind of just makes him more of a dud pick, but you know for a fact how Dao plays his jungle picks. He's going to be all up in the grill of AYLO gaming from the word go, or at least when he gets to level 4 at least.
Yeah, and we saw OG pick up the Princess Frost and the Liang once again. Seems like, again, that's their comfort combo they have with the roam and also the mid lane. So, again, AYLO kind of should have studied that. AYLO should have seen that, how it played out against Virtus.pro. Obviously, the Guan Yu is not in the play, so they're not going to be able to, like, you know, knock them around as easily they did previously. But, you know, it's going to be almost like the same case, I feel like. It's going to be Liang and Princess Frost locking down targets with the Ogren and the Charlotte following up. And again, having the Arlie is going to have a lot of impact and also damage as well, being able to negate a lot of damage with the second skill that Arlie has here. But yeah, maybe Chano is going to be able to prove us wrong here with the mobility he has, but it's going to be a little bit of a struggle definitely against Liang here.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see the win condition here for OG Esports, because if you look over the side of AYLO Gaming's draft, they don't really have that much damage, right? Like, they're really relying on Solista to just make sure they stay alive and make sure that they get a great early game and get the gold resources come through at the right time for him. If OG Esports just kind of focus out the Chano here, then the rest of AYLO Gaming don't really do that much damage.
Yeah, and we can see that OG again prioritizing the farm that Liang is gonna go. Ooh, seems like Dharma here almost goes down. And EWC, this thrilling season of the major leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top tier competition to fans worldwide. So again, kudos to Esports for coming.
Yes, exactly. This is where all these teams are trying to fight for, right? Is that KWC spot. But the thing that's going to assist them is the real need for Team 5G. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting mine right after watching KK almost take down the Dharma in the top lane with the help of Princess Frost. But again, that combo is disgusting. They have a lot of CC on the OG side. And again, seems like there's a bit of a lane swap going on here. With Anne going up into the top lane against the Dharma and Charlotte heading down against the Chano. Seems like Arlie didn't really like the matchup against Chano here.
I mean, rightfully so, right? I mean, that solid signal just kind of pushes it away. It means that it makes it a lot harder for him to try to catch out the Chano. He's able to kind of just jump over walls whenever he sees fit. But right now, Keke is not having the time of his life down into the bot side of the map.
Yeah, definitely not having the best time. But Dharma also not having the best time with Monkey here, almost getting caught out as well. Super low Arlie poking and having a lot of damage. Princess Frost, super annoying. I don't think AYLO knows how to kind of deal with the Princess Frost right now. Dharma is struggling literally on their tower, getting frozen, having to dodge and play very uncomfortably here. And KK here, almost going down. Look at all the wolves chasing down KK here on the tower. Diadio going in, but they're still not able to take down KK.
I don't know what it is between Keke and Arn or what they've had for breakfast, but they're able to take these like 2v1s, 3v1s and take them in the stride and just completely come out on top of it sort of thing. Like, yes, he wasn't able to get any kills, but he was able to keep himself alive, which ultimately means that that farm lane is not going to fall now.
Yeah, the teleport opens up right away. Princess Frost comes on, freezes the Diadio so low and goes down to Liang. Wow. I kind of hope that she would survive that, but first blood going to Muchin here from the OG side.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like that would have been too much of a tease, right? Because we already saw that Dharma, like Doksa, managed to get away with very little health, and if it happened again with Robert Alma, it just would have been a little bit of a hardship. But the Dream Roam coming in here, a little bit too much overzealous, I think.
Yeah, Ogren jumps back in, getting the Menki. She really tried to kind of get the CCs out there, but not enough skills to take them down. Ogren goes for a double kill. Dao putting in the pain.
Yeah, the pain train coming through for the side of OG Esports. They were losing 1 life there, but they were able to pick up another 2. So 3-1 trade overall for the side of OG. It's definitely going to put the gold in their pockets. They're ahead by about 2k gold, and we're at the 4-minute mark.
Look at the CC coming out from Liang, and followed up with the Charlotte. Again, easy kills once Liang is able to get out the suppression. It's just a point-and-click ultimate, super annoying, and it works. It works in pro play, just shutting down a player. And as long as you're not able to hit the Liang once, you know, he's using the ultimate, you're not going to be able to get out of that CC. It's going to be a permanent lockdown no matter what.
You can tell Dao's having fun in this match, right? Like, he could have easily gone for the neutral objective, completely uncontested here first, but instead he thought, you know what, I'm going to go and make Vermon's life a little bit more harder. I'm going to take his Crimson Golem from him, but I'm also going to force him back to his base to go back, and then, only then, will I take the neutral objective, which I've just done.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about this a little bit earlier. OG seems to be having the invading playstyle. They really want to get it under your skin, invade, take all the gold you have. And we see that again happen in the bot lane as they take down Chano. And Ogren here, super confident, trying to go for a 1v3. Chasing down the Menki here with the Diaria and shoot on top. But no, he's going to go back in the mid lane and try to grab the gold here with the help of Liang.
I mean, this is the point, right? Like, I mean, Dao is what, level 9, and Vernon is like level 7, and right now Lomax.
They're gonna keep going forward and gets a kill on the shoe here. Dao again, knowing his limits, goes all the way in. Another kill comes in on top of the Menki, and then another kill goes down to KK on the Diaria here.
Yeah, we said that Death Press. I don't think they're quite done yet. Doxer is trying to get the troop monsters coming through.
Yeah, but it doesn't go into his favor, and Dao unstoppable. KK on the killing spree. This is the combo that I was talking about. These guys on the Clash lane and the jungle on the OG side are just insane.
Yeah, I mean, while we're at 6 minutes in, we're looking at like a 9 kill lead, as well as about 6k gold, and there's oppression coming through thick as well. Dream Roam coming in, trying to take off the side of OG in this fight, but we're already seeing that Roba Alma is looking pretty low, but they do get another kill onto the side of AYLO Gaming. That is a takedown onto Muchin.
Yeah, it seems like that. OG got a little bit too confident fighting between 2 towers. I wouldn't really recommend that. You know, if you're playing rank, don't ever go between the 2 towers like that. But yeah, I mean, they paid for it. Luchin is going to go down, obviously. And now Monkey and Ogren are kind of fighting it out with the help of Princess Ross. KK comes in, calling in for his teammates. They're going to get the tower down. KK gets a kill, but goes down. Chano is going to fall, and Ogren goes in. Gets another kill on the Monkey here. Godlike coming out for Dada.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're able to take the T1, get the 2 kills into the mid lane as well, and even take the Azure Golem. And like, hey, do you fancy Azure Golem? Because I'm giving it out for free right now. Like, the jungle is in my command, and Dao is level 11, whilst Vermont is level 9. They need to make sure they're doing something on the side of AYLO Gaming. They need to bring themselves back into this game 1.
Yeah, the jungle is in my command would be the appropriate name and title to give to Dada right now. Look at the gold, 7,000 gold, and he almost has like complete item. I believe that he has a couple of components here. Once he finishes up that blazing cape, unless he wants to, you know, convert that to another item. But yeah, once he's able to finish up the jungle item here and also finish up the blazing cape, I feel like nobody could really fight him. He's going to be able to block off that healing from the Diaria, and also seems like they're going for another fight here again. The jungle is being permanently locked down on the OG side, being able to invade. It seems like they have a double jungle here.
Yeah, double jungle, they take down onto Vernon as well, because, I mean, hey, if you've got no jungle, why do you need your jungle all alive?
Yeah, kick it all the way into the enemy's crystal. It's going to go down, but, you know, Ogren picks up a kill on Sulista. He's going to pick up the kill on our Dharma here, but Dao is going to get out safely. So it's going to be a 2-for-3 for the side of AYLO.
Yeah, I mean, 9-0-3 for Dowdow, right? Like, that's crushing it. He's walking away with the path of passing with like, hey, I've got my new Giant's Grip as well, freshly built. I'm looking to go for my 4th item, which is going to be looking to be the Blazing Cape as well. The anti-heal, but suppression coming through here. Onto Vermon once more, and he goes down.
Yeah, it seems like OG just loves invading and also suppressing their enemies. Again, the Princess Frost and Liang being prioritized. I feel like teams need to kind of really pick up on that and try to ban those heroes out a little bit early. But obviously, again, we have the global ban pick, so OG is not going to be able to kind of play those heroes. But I believe they're going to ban it out from the AYLO side on next draft, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, the Princess Frost and the Liang being so suppressive, blocking down targets, and just Dowdow and KK following up, even being so confident to go up until the enemy's crystal here.
Yeah, I mean, forcing the enemy right into their base territory here, or like the higher ground territory, is probably a good call here from the side of OG Esports. They need to try and create room for themselves to take the 2-2 into the mid lane, which they have done. But right now, they need to just make sure they're pushing this further. But KK is just trying to make sure that Vermon is not getting any of these jungle camps.
Exactly, Vermon is struggling a little bit, I would say. 6 towers down on the AYLO side. And the objectives are gonna be enhanced very shortly at the 10-minute mark. They're gonna get the Shadow, Tyrant, and Overlord. But yeah, seems like
just yet.
OG still wants to go for the high grounds. And KK going all the way into the crystal once again. He's gonna be caught out here. Super low, doesn't die. Dowdow follows up, gets the kill on Ogren. Double kill coming for Dowdow. Triple kill.
Make that a triple. I mean, he's ordering them up. He's serving these kills like he's serving hot food. But right now, it is looking like they're not going to stop there as well, especially with this fresh minion wave coming through into the clash lane. Looking to do enough damage onto Robert Elmer just to get him down, but it's not going to be enough. The Destiny Tower to just clear out some of the minions, but there is 2 still at the crystal. Taking game 1 is OG Esports.
Wow, wow, what a performance by Dowdow right there. He was able to get the triple kill. He popped his Blood Rage. He knew his limits. That's, you know, that's what pays off. These guys are playing the game a lot and putting a lot of practice in, so he was able to enable the Blood Rage, tank a little bit more, and early just focus down the crystal, was able to end the game. A lot of damage coming in from the early on to the tower. But yeah, KK here was super aggressive. Obviously, he knew his limits on the Charlotte. Charlotte doing a bunch of damage as well. Didn't disappoint me. A great Charlotte gameplay. But again, our MVP here, I believe that was Ogren. Ogren, you know, was able to move through the map freely again, invade a lot. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. He had a great performance on the Aura and Dowdow, definitely showing that he dominated the jungle in that game 1 against AYLO. So, not quite beating NZG's quickest game yet within the West League, but they're definitely trying to make that staple their own, right? But AYLO Gaming, they are the crown hunters. They need to do something different in this game too.
Yeah, and kind of looking back at the game, I feel like, you know, Chano could have done a little bit better. I'm not the big, you know, fan of the fact that Chano is now at 50% win rate on the Major West League. But yeah, AYLO Gaming, obviously, you know, they tried to hold tight. They actually picked up a couple of kills here and there, which is pretty massive for them. But Ogren just, he was kind of had, you know, he kind of had a pre-game. He was able to roam around, pick up a lot of the jungle camps, the Crimson Golem and Azure Golem also going to Dowdow a lot of times, so he was able to stack on the gold, get all the items. Once he got the Eye of Phoenix, he was almost unkillable there.
Yeah, literally. I mean, there wasn't a point where Vermon was able to sort of just like stack himself up. I mean, the whole point of Monkey is just trying to stack his passive, get that bubble up so he kind of soaks a lot more damage. But the fact that Dowdow was always like 2 levels ahead, it was kind of hard for him to actually try and even break into that role.
Exactly. And again, as I mentioned a couple of times during the game as well, I feel like giving the Liang and Princess Frost shouldn't be kind of like a no-go for these teams. OG seems pretty comfortable on it, and we can see that here. Look at the score from Muchin and Wen also here. They have a lot of assists, 18 assists combined, but Dowdow, again, being the superstar, 12-0-3 on the Ogren here.
I mean, how many times do you see an Arlie go 0-0-13? I mean, that's definitely something you don't see that often, right? I mean, Arm was kind of like, hey, just give me my kills. I deserve them, right? But he was only down by about 5k gold, 5k damage dealt compared to Dowdow. So Dowdow with the 90k and then Arn with the 85k. So a lot of damage going out from the side of OG Esports. Shortly then met by Wen and KK as well. So again, just so many different outputs of damage coming through from OG. That's why AYLO Gaming just didn't know where quite to put their efforts into. But like I said in the early game, OG Esports knows their win condition. It's take Chano out, because if they do that, they don't have any damage.
Exactly, and we can look at the gold here. After around the 4 or 5 minute mark, we saw that OG just having the full control of the map. And, you know, they were able to take down 7 towers. You know, they only went for 2 objectives, which is quite surprising here. I mean, they were pretty dominant. Instead of, you know, taking down objectives, they just decided to kind of invade the AYLO side of the jungle, you know, starve the Menki here. And, you know, that's what you get out of it. Looking at the gold here, 38,000 for the OG side and only 26,000 for AYLO Gaming. That is a huge difference here. And looking at the score, 19,643 for the OG side.
Yep, 19,643 is a huge difference there for both of these teams, but it is OG Esports. Like I said, this is a team that's been to the international stage, that has been and actually achieved top 4 as well, right? Like almost taken a series from the Series 3 champions, which is Nova Esports. So did we expect anything less from this team? If anything, I expected a little bit more faster games from them.
Exactly, and we have our MVP, Ogren, going to Dowdow. As we mentioned, this guy put in a great performance last game. 12-0-3 damage taken, only 30% damage dealt, 31%, total gold 28%. Yeah, that was a show on Ogren. I mean, Ogren gotta be banned out here. But definitely, again, this is the global ban and pick system, meaning that Dowdow is not going to be able to pick up Ogren. So hopefully AYLO Gaming might be able to try to prioritize and kind of have the same kind of gameplay. And now we're going to jump into some highlights.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we'll see the masterclass from Dowdow onto the Ogren, right? Like, this was definitely from the word go. He was just putting pressure onto the side of AYLO Gaming, especially across the gorge, right? Double kill into the 3-minute mark was pretty huge for the side of OG Esports. And then KK really stepping up to the pail there, trying to get the kills down into the farm lane as well. But once more, just the slams coming through from Ogren, just procting that execute, the double kill coming through. I mean, even later on, he orders a triple kill.
Yeah, exactly, and we can see the impact that Liang is having, just locking down the Menki there out of that fight again. Both Liang and Princess Frost being annoying, and Keke again, he was so aggressive this game, and I really like that, to be honest. I want to see more Charlotte gameplay, you know, from this guy coming out. Again, we kind of saw that, you know, we got a taste of that on the Guan Yu, but Charlotte, he was diving crystals. That is what I want to see. That's how I want, you know, someone to assert their dominance. And I want to see Keke again on another aggressive hero such as Charlotte.
I'm pretty sure he'll give it, yeah, I'm pretty sure if he knows you're a fan, he'll definitely give you a little bit more of that coming into game 2 between these two teams. But yeah, OG Esports definitely finishing that game a lot faster compared to the Virtus.pro games. Honestly, a lot more cleaner, but I feel like it's down to the fact that Dowdow was able to actually get the Ogren onto the gorge there. But like you were saying, Yikes, this is the global BP, so he won't be able to get the Ogren anymore. Maybe AYLO Gaming can take the Ogren, and maybe even Vermont can make it a masterclass for Ogren himself.
Exactly. What I want these teams to do is kind of try to take away the blue side from OG. Obviously, they seem very comfortable on the blue side, being able to kind of like pick. It seems like Arlie is their comfort pick whenever they're on the blue side. So I want AYLO Gaming maybe on the second game try to kind of challenge that, kind of take the blue side. But yeah, we'll just find out just in a bit after this break. So we'll see you guys shortly when we get to the game 2.
from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. Again, we are going to be witnessing OG Esports against AYLO Gaming, and I am BLAM. With me still is YikeZ. How are we feeling about this game 2, match 3?
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. So game 2, AYLO Gaming versus OG. Seems like OG was having a bit of a fun last game. You know, KK just diving crystals. Looking back at that, he was pretty confident. So again, as I mentioned previously before the break, I really want to see him on more aggressive heroes, kind of just opening up the map like he has been doing, just a little bit more aggressive. So kind of want to see maybe him on the Byron. And yeah, I mean, Dada putting up a really good performance, being able to carry the game as a tank. Ogren, that was fun to watch. But now again, OG is not going to have the Princess Frost, they're not going to have the Liang, they're not going to have Ogren because of the global ban pick system.
Exactly, and this is the updated global ban pick right here, right? So we see some T0 picks that have been taken off the board for the side of OG, like Orgren, like the Ali. And then if you look off to the side of AYLO Gaming, they do lose picks like Dharma, Monkey, and Chano, and even Diadeer as well, right? So Diadeer is available for OG, but not AYLO Gaming. But back to the point of the Orgren performance from Dao, I feel like that was just suppressed rage from the fact that he got no kills with Luna in his last game against Virtus.pro.
Yeah, definitely. He was having a hard time on the Luna, especially, you know, when he was just trying to put pressure on the sides of the map. But now he was able to be a little bit more aggressive because of the lifesteal that Ogren has. You're able to kind of try to suck life out of the enemy targets whenever, especially if there's team fights, you're able to get a lot of lifesteal from just hitting them with your second skill, and then the auto attacks followed up with the ultimate where you're able to get a big chunk of health back. So yeah, Ogren was having a lot of fun this game, and Keke just being on the back line and knowing the carries of the AYLO Gaming side.
Oh, absolutely, yes. They got to make sure they try and find their comfort picks for AYLO Gaming. Maybe they just need to go back to a little bit of basics for themselves, go for something that they're used to, and try and claim victory in this game too. Because right now it's looking like OG Esports are going to be going for like another 2-0, which would put them in a great stand-in from day one in the ranking week, putting them probably at the top of the charts.
Yeah, exactly. And we're about to find out if they're going to 2-0 AYLO Gaming just like they did to Virtus.pro here as the draft starts. And seems like OG once again has the blue side here and red side going to AYLO. So it seems like that OG just, you know, they're super comfortable with the blue side. They pick it, and whenever, you know, the opponents give it to them, they're just as happy with that.
I mean, they're probably just deciding their side of their the team of what they pick by just looking at their the jersey. Like, oh, I mean, it's predominantly blue, so hey, we'll just go blue side.
Exactly, and Liang getting banned out by OG again. This is something they play a lot themselves, knowing that Liang is just such a suppressive hero. They don't want to go against it, and followed up with an early my pay, you know, classic bans coming out from the AYLO side. They definitely don't want to give pay back to Dada after we saw what he did with the Ogren. Lady Sun getting picked up here for the first pick for OG side.
Yeah, again, just locking in Arn's pick here because we know that he's such a sort of mechanical player. He can, like we saw with his Ali, right? Like, he was able to take that 3-1 dive down to the bot side of the map. But AYLO Gaming taking a note out of Muchin's book, and look at them lock in the Motsu here for Roba Elman.
Yeah, Motsu followed up with a main. Definitely a strong pick right now in the clash lane, but that leaves OG open with the Dharma. But they're gonna try to lock in the Diaria here.
Yeah, Diadia is definitely a direct counter here for the Mayin. It definitely makes a great pick as well onto Muchin. Muchin we've seen many times be able to make a great support shot caller for Keke and other members on his team.
Yeah, Diadia gets picked up with the Dharma, so that's gonna be another CC chain combo that OG is looking to go for. Yan and Mo here gets picked up for Lomax on the AYLO side. What do you think about that? I feel like that might not be the best pick just because of the fact, you know, they have the Dharma, they have the Diaria, but also Yana Mo is a good counter to Lady Sun, so I feel like this is a 50-50 pick coming up here.
I mean, what they're really hoping for here for the last two picks of AYLO Gaming is just some solid front line, right? Like, they've still got the marksman to be picked up, but at the same time, they've still got the jungle to be picked up as well. So they're hoping that there's enough jungle tanks to actually survive through this second ban phase so that they can rely on the Mayin and maybe even potentially something like the Dune or even Orgrin if it gets through. I don't think OG Esports is going to give them the Orgrin, but if they do, then I can imagine that OG Esports is going to look for some more control, some more CC coming through if they do lock in the Orgrin for the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, it seems like AYLO Gaming instantly bans the Luna as well. So we saw, you know, Dada, as you mentioned, play both Luna and Pei in the series against VP. But now that gets taken away. Musashi followed up right by that. And Lung and Darren Jie gets picked up here as well, getting banned. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to go with. AYLO locking in the Ogren, so it seems like OG is comfortable with giving it away. And instantly they're going to pick up the Angela to combo with the Diaria as we've known. Ooh, they're going to swap to Shu here.
Yep, potential though. I mean, they've got to lock in something with some kind of control, right? I think the Lady Chen would probably do the best here because of the Destructive Deluge on top of the Conductor of Souls would be great for them, especially if we see Wen actually build the Venomous Staff, right, to get that anti-heal from the Orgrin. But as soon as we saw that Musashi ban come through, we knew exactly what AYLO Gaming were going to go for here. But no, they are definitely flickering to and from, whether it's going to be Angela, whether it's going to be Lady Chen, they're going to lock in the Angela as well as Fade. This is the first Fade of the West League.
Fade. Wow, I was talking about this hero being one of the, again, recently released heroes, and seeing Dowder on Fade, this is going to be an amazing experience. This guy obviously knows his junglers, knows how to, you know, play against it, and now it's going to be an execute versus execute battle. Obviously, Fade having the execute on his ultimate. Same thing with Ogren having the passive that can execute targets at low health. So both, you know, junglers, it's going to be an interesting battle. It's going to be definitely interesting to watch. And then having the Diaria and, you know, Angela here, having the combo that's going to lock down the Ogren, that is going to be massive for the OG side.
Yeah, I feel like what the side of OG is definitely lacking though here is a consistent front line, however, because they only really have, I mean, if you really want to stretch it out, right, the Dharma going in for the initiations or trying to go into the back line for the pickups, if that's the case, then Muchin is really only going to be the person that's going to be trying to face the enemy team head on. So I can really imagine that the aggression this time around from OG Esports is going to be amped up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the very last second Marco Polo being picked up for AYLO Gaming. Not sure how I feel about that, having the Diadia and Angela on the side of OG. They're definitely going to be able to kind of lock him down unless, you know, he takes Purify and plays the game perfectly. But again, Dia is going to have that lock on that's going to be able to jump right on top of them, and having the Dharma too. So Marco Polo is definitely going to have a hard game. Definitely want to see how AYLO is going to play with that. But yeah, 1-0 right now to OG. We are going to be jumping right into game 2 right after this.
I mean, we can see a scenario where the Marco Polo works, right? I mean, he's not gone for the cleanse, so again, I feel like that's a little bit more of what we're going to be seeing, hoping that the aggression comes through. And the scenario that I'm thinking about here is that Motsu, so Robot Alma, is going to be using those cannon blasts to try and bait out the CC immunity from the Angela, and then maybe try and just lock down the Diadea as well, just like kind of just like land it in. Then we see the double stun come through, because we know for a fact that Solista, given the chance, will more likely build the Frigid Charge midway through the game as well.
Yeah, but it seems like he didn't even take Purify here. He's going for a double stun with picking up the stun common talent here for himself under Marco Polo. So he's definitely going to look for some picks in the early game, especially against a Lady Sun. You want to get close up. You want to get stacks on top of her so you do the true damage and be able to take her down. And we kind of see him getting outplayed here actually by And on the Lady Sun, having the range, being able to poke him out. And now we almost have a pick lane on the Motsu here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Motsu, I mean, Robot Elma just looking very close to death there. But like you were saying, though, that Solista was definitely getting outplayed by Arn. But the thing is, though, with the Lady Sun, I mean, yes, you've got this, like the splendid revolver and obviously the dash from Marco Polo, but you've also got the rolling raid, which obviously just deals more damage with your next basic attack as well. So again, you just got the mobility from Arn here. That's a good counter against the Marco Polo.
Yeah, and it seems like this game, AYLO is looking more towards the bot lane as they come rally towards the Marco Polo lane. Both Ganon and Motsu here. And Dia and Lady Sun gonna have to back here. Algren being back in the mid lane, waiting for the waves to crash so he can't pick it up. Dao and Keke looking for the main here.
I mean, it makes sense though, right? Like the fact that they're trying to shut down on here is because they don't want him to get ahead of the side of Solista. They want to make sure that Solista has the best game possible.
Exactly, and Fade up on the walls, coming down, trying to go towards the bot lane. And I think he got some vision on the Ganon. Mo tries to walk in a little bit, but to run right away. And the boards are getting a little bit invaded by the Ogren here. It did seem like he took one of them, but a clash going between the junglers here down in the mid lane doesn't really happen. But bot lane again, Lady Sun and is able to get some hits on the Motsu here after he misses the cannon shots.
Absolutely. I mean, no blood has been spilt just yet between both of these teams, but you can kind of see that OG is just ever so slightly ahead in terms of the goal, which is not normally the pace they're going at. They're normally much further ahead, so AYLO Gaming may be onto something here.
Yeah, the Motsu is putting a lot of pressure on the Lady Sun. We saw Lady Sun having to flash here, and Dia Angela combo showing itself, getting a pick on the Motsu here, getting locked down. First blood going to win here.
First blood going to win as well. Yep, again, this is definitely where they want to kind of try and focus into the resources, right? Going over to Angela, giving over the damage as well. Just the connect from... Oh no! The Fever Barrage having to be expanded there to be defensive, but he didn't need to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Marco Polo also almost got one-shotted by Win. Again, that comes with the Dia and the Angela combo. It's a very basic combo. Dia is able to lock you down here, with Angela landing the second skill right on top of it. And again, it's happening here once again on the Ganon Mo with the ultimate coming out, and Ganon Mo is gonna survive that surprisingly, but Dharma has different plans for the Ganon Mo. Flashes in, gets a kill here, securing the last hit.
Securing the last hit, yes. I mean, they're able to try and beat these minions away from the T1 into the farm lane. They don't really want to be losing any kind of real estate at this point for AYLO Gaming. They're able to just kind of bail away the side of OG Esports. But like I was saying moments ago, they're only a few hundred gold ahead now. We're looking at a few K.
Oh, seems like there's going to be an engage from Fade in the mid lane. Angela again picking up another kill. The amount of CC and, you know, just organization following up from the OG side is so good so far, and Marco Polo gets a solo kill on the Lady Sun. Fade again with another kill on the Marco Polo, so Fade so far doing very well. Dao known for his jungle plays. So far, seems like another game for Dao on the OG side.
Like Dao loves to give masterclass of the jungle, right? Like this is what he's known for. This is his staple, just being so aggressive and just also owning the gorge when he needs to for his team. And there we go, Tyrant goes down. So first, a neutral objective going on for the side of OG Esports, and it is going to be the Tyrant once again. He's giving more damage over to the likes of Angela and also the Lady Sun.
Yeah, Ven looking pretty confident right now. He does have the Venomous item, the anti-heal to kind of counter the Augur in here. And I mean, he's doing a great job. He's gotten to the point he's using Blazing Brilliance for, you know, the ultimate to kind of just clear objectives here. We saw him use it on the Tyrant. Seems like they're going for a play down on the Dharma here on the AYLO gaming side, but they're not quite able to finish off the kill. But again, Dharma gets hit with the Mutsu second skill here. They're able to take down every tower on the AYLO side. Again, they're being productive now, which is quite good.
Hey, here's a bit of improvement for them, right? They're able to get the first T1 in this game. I mean, it was reciprocated by the side of OG Esports. The top side of the map, we saw that Arn and Muchen were able to get the T1 up into the clash lane. So again, just trading turrets across the gorge right now. But again, they get a kill onto Doxa, which is a bigger trade here.
Yeah, Mine going down here is going to open up the path for them to get the inner tower. Obviously doesn't really work out, but Mutsu's going to flash in, get a full-on ultimate on the Lady Sun here, get another pick here, and Algren is going to get a double kill on the OG side. Fade on the back, getting Dan and Mo. Dao going in, another kill from Dao. Dao is like, yeah, I'm not finished, guys.
Yeah, Vermont got out of that battle without getting scarred, but his teammates can't say the same thing, right? Lomax and Roba, Armor were able to just be taken down by OG Esports, but Dao really working in from the backline there.
Yeah, he has the mobility. Again, Fade, one of those heroes that has a bunch of mobility, is able to invade, and also, as we saw right there, be able to jump through the walls and jump onto the backline. The Ganon Mo thinking, you know, he was about to recall, go back home, gain his health back. Nope. Cancel those plans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what they need to do on the side of OG. Just put the pressure on to make sure that they aren't able to sort of like go back to their respawn and go and get the necessary things that they need to, like health and mana. But right now, we're seeing that 22k against the 18k gold here. So 4k gold, again, a little bit overzealous here with a bit of farewell.
Yeah, Ziadia going in super far up. He's going to get caught out by the Marco Polo. Going to go down, but KK is able to answer that double kill going to Solista. Wow, he's having actually a pretty decent time with the double stun here, probably.
Yeah, double stun came through. It was a double kill for Solista, so double stun equals double kill. He doesn't have the free to charge just yet, so he's doing this with all the single skill, but think inside the box is not going to be enough. KK gets the kill on Roba.
Wow, KK getting the kill on the Motzi again here. And AYLO just picking up the inner tower from the OG side. So again, they're being productive this time around. The game is a little bit closer. It's 9-5. The gold is only around 2k, 2.5k difference. And Fade looking for the Marco here. And again, Fade is actually building tanks, so Marco might be able, you know, to kind of kill him here. But Dharma, Keke, camping in the bush, catches out Gan and Mo. He's gonna kind of pay for it as well. Go down to Vermont on the Ogren. Fade gets a kill on the Marco Polo. And this might be his death right here with the Diadia following up. And doesn't mean he's gonna go down. But yeah, both teams are gonna get out. Both junglers are gonna survive that.
So yeah, they were able to get out by the skin of their teeth there, but it looks like we're seeing a mini wave into the mid lane. They're just going to try and put some pressure here, but they do have Vermont here as well. They're able to clear that mini wave up very nicely, very quickly, but Arn and Solista both at the same experience level as well, so no direct ahead here, but we are seeing a trade for the Crimson Golem. Arn is able to clean that up, so some more damage coming through for Arn here. He just has the freedom and the privilege because Dao is his jungler.
Good. Zieria actually goes in here once again, almost catching out Mine. Dao is going to get the execute with the ultimate here, and now Ogren here is going to also fall as well as the OG team actually kites him out. Angela having such a big impact here, and she's just going to solo start the Tyrant here, it seems like, while Dao is going all in on to the Ganon Mo. Tyrant is going to go to the side of OG, and the inner tower is going to go solo down to Anne, and another kill coming in right here after that. Again, Angela having such a big impact here.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been definitely a good pickup there for Roba, but it was just a nicely well-timed flicker from Arn there. He was able to just get out and think inside the box when he needed to, but here's the Truth Montress.
Here comes the Blazing Brilliance once again. Angela super fed. With the help of Dada, they're able to clean up these kills. And Ogren comes to gonna try to save the bot lane high ground here, but that's not gonna work out with the Diadio jumping in with a flash and Fade right on top of the Ogren, securing the kill and the high ground tower here.
Yeah, the high ground tower is going down as well. They do have minions here, just only a singly 2 minions is gonna be enough for OG Esports to come through with this. The kind of blast tries to connect, but it is gonna be OG picking up that 2-0 from AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, OG 2-0 taking down the Crystal with only 2 minions left. Again, OG just showing how dominant they are, how much, how confident they are. They kind of went out of meta draft, I would say. With them picking up Fade was pretty massive here. We kind of haven't seen that too much, and even this was a tank Fade, so that's a little bit surprising to me. You see a lot of damage Fade whenever you play rank, so tank Fade could be the meta that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it paid dividends here for Dao. He didn't die once. I believe he got something like 6 or 7 kills once more. Not quite peeping those teen kills that he got with Ogren in the last game, but still a very dominant performance from Dao, especially when we saw towards the top side of the map in that clash lane, when we really thought it was going to go in the favor of AYLO Game, and Dao just came out of nowhere and picks up a double kill and just drives away Vermont out of that team fight. So really showing that these other jungler players in the major West League fear Dao.
Yeah, Dada definitely putting up another great performance, but I feel like we should highlight the Angela here. Angela played perfectly this game. A lot of the ganks happened because of, Angela being able to stun them with the help of the Diaria here. So yeah, Angela and Diaria actually just, following up together. A really good, simple click combo, the idea being able to jump in with the second skill, locking down the targets, with the Angela following up, and again the Blazing Brilliance, the ultimate, doing so much damage, giving so much shield to Angela. So yeah, definitely I believe it was a mid lane carry for me here from the OG side, but again Dada had the impact. He was able to put the pressure down on the AYLO Gaming side with the invades on Fade, and the mobility he has kind of abused it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it definitely seemed very silent in that early game. We didn't really see much coming from Dao, so we kind of forgot that he was there. But then definitely the impact came through up into that clash lane, right? But like you're saying, you do have to give Wen some props as well. He was playing the Angela very, very well. The Blazing Brilliance was really what really just stopped the Dharma, Dozak, actually be able to get Doska getting in there and using the Truth Mantras as well, because she has the CC immunity when she uses the Blazing Brilliance, but she's also just laying it thick with the damage.
Yeah, definitely gave a hard time to the Ogren and the main pick on the AYLO Gaming side. They weren't really able to get in, especially again with the Diadia and Angela just locking them down. So again, pretty solid drafting coming from OG. I mean, OG so far, they seem to be the tournament favorites for me. They do seem like, as you mentioned, they have a lot of experience in the previous tournaments. They know how to draft, and these guys were even yawning during the cam views. So yeah, definitely they have a lot of confidence. They seem to have a lot of experience, and they know how to play around with the global ban pick. And again, giving them blue side seems to be not a problem for them. They take it as it comes.
They do take it as it comes, right? I mean, like I said, they just look at the jersey and be like, hey, I'm wearing blue, well, let's go blue. So if that's enough for them for it to work, then hey, some of these teams might have to take some of these notes from the side of OG Esports. But yeah, they are playing very well within the Major West League. It's only day 1 though, so things could still go sour from here. They still have another, 3 days of this week. So they have to make sure that they're always playing with respect and make sure they don't kind of take their opponents for granted.
Exactly, but I want to kind of point out Vermont. He had a great performance on the Ogren. Obviously, Ogren is a very good hero in the competitive play. You're able to kind of, walk in, try to execute the targets, and he did what he had to do. We didn't see him have too much impact on the Monkey, but this time around, he was able to put a lot better performance on the Ogren. Again, being new to the stage, being one of the newer teams, he did have a lot of impact, and kudos to him. And also with the Marco Polo had a couple of plays here. He was able to get a double kill all on his own, which was surprising to me with the stun. But yeah, don't really see that often. Usually you want to go with the Purify, but no, Marco Polo this time around with stun worked out, double kill came in. So very well played by AYLO as well, putting up a fight against OG that has been kind of dominating throughout the whole day.
Absolutely dominating, but let's speak and look at the post-game analytics, and there it is, 7-0-6 for DAO once more. But like you were saying there, YikeZ, win with the 5-1-6 as well, so only really dropping one death on the side of the mid lane of OG Esports, and even again, Keke with a very impressive 4-1-6, but let's have a look at that damage.
Yeah, looking at the damage, DAO continuing to prove me wrong, 64,000 on the Fade, so he's been doing a lot more than we actually saw him to do on the camera. But yeah, 64,000 damage, 41,000 taken, almost the same as Muchin here at 45,000. Yeah, so DAO did have a big impact here as well, so he might as well be the MVP of our game too. But yeah, again, kudos to Wen. Wen had a lot of impact as well, getting those early kills, being able to open up the map, roaming around, getting the CC off with Angela was pretty massive for the OG side.
Yeah, absolutely massive here, and we're going to be seeing that gold graph once more. So again, another thing that AYLO Gaming wasn't quite able to do in this game too was take any kind of gold lead for themselves. It just kind of just trickled up into a stairway on the favor of OG Esports. They were 36.2k to 27.2, so not quite the big dividends that there was in game one. So again, like you were saying, you have to give props over to Vermon, especially on this Augur, and he did have a decent performance, but I feel like it was just kind of let down by the rest of the team because they were just, the way that OG Esports were just rotating and putting pressure on all these lanes were just too much for them to keep up with.
Exactly. OG, as I mentioned, they seem to have the kind of like the invading mindset to kind of just try to annoy and pressure the enemy team. And obviously, this is a huge part. Like we've seen players, you know, get invaded even in ranked games. It's a huge issue. You're gonna lose your Azure Golem. You're gonna use your Crimson Golem, which is not great at all. And imagine this in a 5v5. Your teammates not being able to do much about it, and enemy team literally having to double jungle. And MVP is gonna go to DAO here. 7-0-6 scoreline, damage taken 25%, damage dealt 31%, and total gold 25%. And wow, this is a masterclass jungler. Definitely a big fan of DAO at the moment. You know, I don't think any jungler is kind of able to match him at this point.
Yeah, DAO is definitely good. It's like he's signing to himself. He's like, I am MVP. Don't give it to anybody else. I am the MVP. I mean, the only time you can give MVP to somebody else is when I play Luna, and I play it very passively and more so into the playstyle of just gathering intel for my team. But no, very well played there. 7-0-6 off the back of like a 12-0-4 game as well. Really here, we're seeing the highlights, the masterclass once more from DAO, but also Wen has to have a shout out.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we see Wen getting all these kills. And then look at the Marco Polo Solista again. As I mentioned, he had some great solo plays, was able to take down Lady Sun a couple of times here. But Motzi here going in for the stun was pretty massive here. I actually, at this point of the game, I thought that, you know, AYLO Gaming is going to be able to make a little bit of the comeback. But no, DAO on the back line, getting the Ganon mode, getting the kill, coming back here and getting a Motsu as well. Double kill. He's just, you know, ignoring any attempts that AYLO Gaming was trying to make to come back into the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Fever Barrage, he whiffed one in the early game where he kind of used it as a defensive mechanism, but to be honest, like you said, Solista definitely did hold up the mark to the Marco Polo. He was able to get a few single kills, double kills with the singles stun as well. So if he was able to get to the point where he could actually build the Frigid Charge, I feel like maybe On and even Muchin might be in a little bit more of a struggle state with that one, but it was definitely the ticking time bomb for OG Esports saying, hey, look, we need to finish the game before that point.
Exactly, and I kind of expected a little bit from Lomax on the Ganon Mo, especially when the enemy team has a Lady Sun. Seems like Ganon Mo is the solution, but he couldn't really do much because of Data on the Fade, constantly jumping around and targeting him. So yeah, Ganon Mo definitely didn't have too much of a fun that game. But yeah, guys, that is it for our third series of the day. We're gonna go ahead here and go into a break, and right after that, we're gonna come back with our last series of the day and get into some more fun.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki-takiki-taki-tau. 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 Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine. High and
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Count up the one, who made the rules? You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I can see it, I'm gonna shut down. We got no cry. We burn it 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. We are getting onto our last series of the day, and I'm very excited for this one. Twisted Minds against Virtus.pro. A little bit of history here between these two teams. How are we feeling for this one, though, YikeZ?
Yeah, as I mentioned, like at the beginning of the broadcast, Virtus.pro from Kazakhstan meeting both of the Italian representatives. So this time around, instead of OG Esports, is going to be Twisted Minds. And again, former Vitality team pretty much formed the Twisted Minds. So they have a lot of experience together. These players have been playing for a very long time, and they've been, competing against Virtus.pro. So this is gonna be a very good matchup to end it on, and a lot of experience between both teams, and you probably have a little bit more info on that as you've been kind of following these teams for a bit longer.
So obviously, Twisted Minds by Clean, who's their new jungle player. They were the XT Vitality roster of 2024, and again, this is where that roster has actually played against the amalgamation of Virtus.pro as it is right now, because they played against Major Pride in KC EU play-ins, as well as Virtus.pro in KC EU play-ins, and beat them both. So there's a little bit of bad blood between those players on both of these teams. It's going to be very interesting to see who comes out on top of this, because again, we haven't seen the Twisted Mind players play for a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen that, and I mean, we saw what OG did, the other Italian representative. It's interesting to see what Twisted Mind can do as being the other Italian representatives. Obviously, these teams are both from, being from Italy, they probably have a lot of screen time. They have been able to practice against each other. So I want to see if Twisted Mind is even better than OG, or if they have been able to kind of, pick up kind of a bit of a draft and kind of picks compositions from OG that have been pretty dominating throughout the entire day today.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm really interested in the most. Is obviously Highlang, the mid lane from Twisted Minds, likes to play a lot of carries into the mid lane as well. Like, he's one of his big picks within KC 2024 was Zhangguan. So I'm really interested to see if he's stayed in that mind state, or he's actually adapted to play a lot more like a control utility mage player into the mid lane. So that's one of the things I'll be looking for in this best of 3.
Yeah, Zhangguan would be definitely interesting, especially if we see the Dolia combo coming out with that, getting those ultimate resets, being able to have the insane engages you can have. But yeah, we're gonna jump right on to the intro for the teams.
As we know them now. This is Twisted Minds as we know them now. Representing Twisted Minds is 90 in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, Highlang in the mid lane, Shanks in the farm lane, and City Boy in the support role. Again, there is players on this team that have a lot of experience, especially names like Shanks and City Boy will definitely be familiar in the minds of people who have been watching Honor of Kings since KIC 2022.
Yeah, and I like that they have the title, the Mastermind, and if you look at their logo, the Twisted Mind logo, it kind of looks like a brain, so definitely these guys know what they're doing with the logo and their titles. But yeah, I'm kind of just, waiting to see what the Italian representatives are going to be able, to do against Virtus.pro. We saw OG kind of, be dominating a little bit earlier, so definitely looking out for Twisted Mind here. I'm going to be looking at Highlang here, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Highlang. I'm also going to be looking at Clean as well, because again, this is a player I have not seen play before. And let's actually see if he lives up to his name. Will his jungle playstyle be as clean as his name? We can only hope so, because clean name, clean playstyle, and clean jersey. This Twisted Mind jersey I really like.
Yeah, I kind of like the color. It kind of goes with the major West League color theme we have going on. But yeah, I mean, seems like they got the right color, they got the right logo, they got the right title. Does that mean that's going to convert into, their game? Are they going to be able to be as dominating as OG was to Virtus.pro earlier in the day, or is that going to change? We're about to find out a little bit more as we get into the draft and the game in the next couple of minutes. But yeah, excited to see Virtus.pro again coming up very soon. Again, I'm excited to see Grizzly Q try to kind of pick different support players here. We saw the Zhongfei, we saw the Tiadia, obviously prio picks there. The Zhongfei was, didn't really work out because the enemy team OG had Luna. It was quite slippery and didn't have anything to lock it down. But yeah, what are your expectations from VP coming into this match now?
Well, I feel like they've probably taken and tasted the jaws of defeat right from that game 1 between OG Esports. So they're going to be looking to try and prove themselves against Twisted Minds. But at the same time, Twisted Minds are going to be trying to prove themselves as well. We see Shanks and City Boy having a bit of a play here, almost getting a bit physical. But these two are known very much for this kind of playstyle. But we're going to check out Virtus.pro again.
And for our representatives from Kazakhstan, we have Virtus.pro, the Bears. We got Shisui for the Clash lane, Alim for the jungle, Red for the mid lane, Prince for the farm lane, and Grizzly Q for roam here. Again, strong lineup. We saw them compete against OG and put up, all their pride against OG, and they fought their best. So now they're gonna put themselves to test again against the Twisted Mind lineup.
Yes, absolutely. They definitely want to be going out in this one with at least a victory to make sure that they kind of have a good mental going into day 2, right? Because I feel like they do actually have some games tomorrow. Virtus.pro, there you have the first game of the day, yeah, against Movistar boys. So again, they definitely want to try and get this win and then that dub as well, and they'll kind of be in like second place position as well. So this team definitely don't want to be walking out of day 1 with 2 defeats.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one to watch. YikeZGG versus Virtus.pro. That's gonna be North America versus the EU. So definitely that's gonna be a fun one to catch. So if you guys, have been watching the stream and been enjoying, make sure to come back and see the rivalry tomorrow as it happens. But yeah, it seems like Virtus.pro, the first loss they had against OG didn't really phase them at all. They're having so much fun on this stage right now, and they're just getting prepared for the match, going into the match against Twisted Mind here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can only hope that they draft a little bit better this time around, right? I mean, that's the thing that they faltered with in the game 1, is that they had no actual front line to have been sustainable for them, right? Like, they had the back line that was able to do a lot of damage, but other than that, they needed something to be sort of like, be able to go in there, start the initiation, and then the likes of like Alim and Red come through, as well as Prince, to deal the damage.
Yeah, exactly. We saw them struggle a little bit because of the Motsu pick from OG. So maybe they did their, their study after going through that. But now it seems like the Twisted Mind chooses the red side, giving blue to VP here. VP seemed comfortable on the red side. We saw them when they had selection, they gave blue side to OG. So now that's going to throw them off a little bit on the VP side, as they have to have the first pick here and play on the blue side.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see what they do actually prio on the blue side of this game draft of game 1, but hopefully we can finally see maybe a full best of 3 here between Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro. But the way Virtus.pro played against OG Esports obviously wasn't as clean as we expected it to be, but they were able to keep OG Esports like on the gorge for a lot longer than AYLO Gaming, so there might be a little bit of glimmer of hope here for both of these teams.
Exactly. And VP, they're talking it out. They're preparing for the next match. Hopefully, they've found their comfort spot. Obviously, we saw the Dia again on Grizzly Q that was getting countered by the Motsi. But yeah, I kind of want to see what they can come up with, what kind of combos. Are they going to have different picks here rather than the match they played against OG? But again, as we mentioned, both teams, OG and Twisted Minds, are from Italy. So they're going to be a lot of similarities. These teams probably have been screaming. So this is going to be kind of like a comfort game probably for Virtus.pro after what they went against OG.
more of the same, but different, then potentially, yeah, the Virtus.pro might be just a little bit more familiar with this. But there we go. We got the right flag this time around on the little graphic. So again, Virtus.pro against Twisted Minds. But what we've seen so far from VP in terms of their picks is they've gone for Lung in game 1, then D-Ranger in game 2. They went for the Diadeer in game 1, and then obviously Zhangfei in game 2. And then into the Clash lane, they went for the Byron, and then first game was Mayeen. So again, we're seeing like a little bit of differential from the hero picks here. So both of these picks generally give like a little bit more of a different utility, but it is a limb that seems to be stuck in the mindset of going for these assassin-like junglers. So really, we need to see him step up and go for like a tank-orientated jungler so they can have that solid front line.
Yeah, and we are just right about to find out here. We have the coaches Hydro and Orange for Twisted Mind here, and we're jumping in. Again, it seems like that Twisted Mind is actually on the blue side, and VP got their comfort side, which is the red side. And instantly, we're going to have a ban on Princess Frost coming out for Twisted Mind.
Yeah, exactly. The Princess Frost Prio blue ban here is a bit of an interesting one, right? Like, is red really going to be locking that in as a kind of like receptive, reactive pick onto the red side? But the Mai Shiranui makes sense, right? Hailang loves this pick as well as his Shangguan, so they know they're going to take it off, as well as the Dolia for the side of Twisted Minds. They don't want to see any kind of like Dolia Ganamos coming through in this game 1 for VP.
Yeah, the Dolia getting banned out here. I think Liang might be the ban here for VP, considering Princess Frost got banned out here. But let's see what Hydro has in mind here for the VP side, as they are just about to run out of time to ban their second. Oh, Dharma is going to get banned out. Okay, taking the Dharma from the Clash lane on the Twisted Mind side. And Arlie is going to get locked in right away for 90.
Oh, so Shanks actually gets his top pick. We even saw him in the introduction video. It was like, hey, I love Ollie. And then the VP's like, hey, take Ollie. Let's see what you can do with it. But right now, we're going to see what they can do with this reactive red side pick. It looks like they're going to be potentially locking in the Ogryn here. So again, making those adaptations that they needed in that game, that match 1 against OG Esports.
Yeah, it seems like a common thing to do at this point, to kind of ban out Dharma and pick the Mine becomes priority right after you ban Dharma. So VP is going to pick that up along with Ogryn. Solid picks, but Pei and Byron is going to go to the Twisted Mind side. And we've seen this is it's kind of like a deja vu going back to the OG draft they had. They pick up Darley and they got the Pei and the Byron. They're going to be permanently invading VP. Seems like VP wanted the second taste here.
That's it. I mean, they're probably like, hey, let's see what we can do with it. We've seen what OG has got a spin on this little team comp going. Let's show them what we can do, being obviously Twisted Minds, the other EU representative in this competition. But it's going to be VP taking up the Chano this time as well. So again, it's going to be good for using that Sorin signal to kind of push away the Pei, push away the Ali, and also be quite slippery to get out of there as well. Jump over the walls and obviously dash when he's in those brushes as well.
Yes, Sekir getting instantly banned from the VP side. Definitely not a hero that you want to go against, especially with the comp that Twisted Mind has right now. They are super slippery with the Pei, the Arlie, and the Byron being able to dash around. So Sekir was a perfect ban here. Yixin is going to get banned here as well in the mid lane. We saw the World is My Board combos coming out, so they want to ban that out as well on the Twisted Mind side. And Mutsu gets banned from the VP side with Lady Jin following right after that. So again, back to the classics, banning out the CC heavy heroes here.
Yeah, maybe we could see something like the Angela come through for the likes of Twisted Mind here. I mean, it's definitely not something we normally see Hailing play. I feel like if we go for a Shangguan, there's just too much kind of like potential to try and find who's going to be the carry for the side of Twisted Mind. So they need to go for something that's like a little bit more rock steady. Something like the Angela would make sense because of the CC immunity, but also the anti-tankness from this pick. But it looks like VP are going to take up the Nua.
Yeah, definitely would have been a good, pick from the VP side to go Diarrhea and then, pair it up with the Angela here, especially to have an Arlie and a Pei. That was going to lock down a lot of the mobility that the Twisted Mind side had. But no, they want to go with the Nua, try to kind of, create space for themselves to knock them back. Again, Nua has a lot of CC, she has a lot of pressure, and picking that up is going to create that for them. And still, they're going to pick up the Diatia here. with the Nuwa. So not a bad pick still, while Shu and Liam Po is going to go to the Twisted Mind side, it seems like.
Yeah, very interesting draft this, right? I mean, the fact that Diadea managed to survive the both banning phases and then get selected right all the way to the 5th selection for the side of VP is definitely a little bit of a different tale than what we've been seeing already for day one of the Major West League. But again, they decided to go for the shirt, so a little bit more control over to the side of Highling, a pick we haven't seen him play before because this hero wasn't unlocked in the KC 2024 and all the other series that we haven't seen him since. They weren't in Season 3 participating, so it's going to be interesting to see him how he plays this shirt. But the Liam Po coming through is going to be the direct counter here for the Orgren. Obviously, the big Tremor Smash is coming through with the ultimate, but also using the Burst Ram and Magma Slam there is going to be good enough to try and cancel out any kind of CC if they do try to focus City Boy on this Liam Po.
Yeah, answering the Nuwa with a Shu right there is gonna be pretty massive, I feel like, for the Twisted Mind side. That is a lot of CC that both mid laners are going to have. And as you said, the Liam Po is gonna be, trying to directly counter the Ogren here with the CC. Liam Po has follow-up CC, like literally in his own kit. So he's gonna be able to lock down the Ogren, and then they're gonna try to, follow that up with a Fade, with a Byron, and with the early, just dishing out the damage. So definitely a very sick combo already on the paper coming out from the Twisted Mind side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're definitely a good draft here. It's something we are unsuspecting with. Obviously, we don't know how clean plays and how clean he will be able to play with this pay, but we can expect to see some really early invades. I feel like maybe the fact that Orgren needs the Azure Golem, we might see a bit of an invade into the Crimson Golem from the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, his name is Clean, so there must be somewhat of a clean gameplay coming from him just because of the fact he got the name. So we're hoping for that here. But yeah, again, we got the comps here. You can see the Atia, we got Chano, Nuwa, Ogren, Mine on the right side for VP, Byron, Pei, Shu, Early, and Liam Po for the Twisted Mind side. Again, it seems like he's going to be a 50-50, but my guts are telling me that Twisted Mind it's going to be able to take down VP. But yeah, let's get right into the game and see how things pan out.
Yeah, I mean, the direct counter here for Orgren is the, obviously, CC, right? I mean, we can see here that VP are trying to call out the invade here, but oh, well, there's action going on in level 1.
Wow, look at that. Liam Po jumping in, following up with the Pay, getting VP so low already. They're going to have to back up and give out the Azure Golem for free here. Diadea has to recall here. Already putting them back a little bit here.
Yeah, not a good situation for the side of VP already, right? Like, they had the intentions in their mind. It was like, right, guys, we're going to try and meet them here. But it's Clean. Clean is just not even leaving the enemy jungle right now. He's like, you know what? I've got your Azure Golem. I'm going to take the Raptors as well. And there's nothing you can do about it because all that's coming to try and meet me here and try and take me away from your jungle is the Diadea. But however, they kind of face consequences up at the top side of the map. 90's having to try and face this 2v1.
Yeah, so Pei going back to his jungle, trying to get his own Crimson Golem here. 90 stopping the invade that was looking to happen by the main and the Ogren. That is going to be massive for them. Pei is going to be able to get 3 buffs from, jungle now. And the blue team Twisted Mind is collapsing back onto their own Azure Golem, trying to defend it, hoping that Ogren is not going to invade.
Yeah, I mean, this is already showing like how comfortable Alim is on the Orgren. The fact that they've just allowed Clean to just basically clean up the side of the enemy jungle, right? Like, he's taken so much resources from Alim here, which could be a real big knock-on effect as we go from like the early game into the mid game, because he's already behind by like 2 levels.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that we know Pei is like known to invade, so he's just giving him the space without trying to fight them. I mean, they tried to challenge him literally within the first 5 seconds of the game, and it didn't really work out. Diarrhea had to recall and had to go back to their left side of the jungle, entirely giving up the Azure Golem. And seems like the same thing again is happening as a Clean and City Boy are looking to invade the Azure Golem as it comes up. But again, they're unsuccessful in defending it. Did Nuwa pick it up? Actually, it seems like
Nuwa picked it up, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like that the smite missed on the Pei, and Nuwa was able to secure the Azure Golem here, which is, better than the enemy team getting it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You'd rather give it up to your team. If Orgren's not going to be there, you'd rather just be like, hey guys, sorry, but I'm going to make sure I'm going to deny the enemy team the Shuri Golem, just so they don't have that second buff coming through. But right now, Clean able to just dodge those big block coming from Nuke.
Exactly, and it seems like we have a little bit of a scrimmage in the bot lane versus, you know, the Arlie versus the Chano and Diarrhea. Nothing really comes out of it. Again, we have Lian Po, a tank support for the Arlie here. Lian Po trying to go in again, GrizzlyQ locking down the Arlie, but super low. Arlie is going to be able to secure the kill on GrizzlyQ and also the Chano. Both GrizzlyQ and
oh, could we get a triple?
Could it be? Flash comes out from CT Boy, but still gonna go down to Red with a TP coming.
Honestly though, the fact that Lian Po went down there and Red used both his ultimate and his common skill, that's I don't know if that's a good trade or not.
Yeah, definitely burning the flash there. Probably not the best, but she probably had to do it because if not, Arlie Shanks was gonna follow up and try to get a third kill there, which again is not a good thing to give away to the Arlie. Seems like Shu was able to pull the idea here across the walls and secure the kill over there. Very
Almost
nice.
kind of like a Pied Piper effect. It was just like Highland was just like playing with the silks, just bringing him to him like, come over here, baby. And the same thing's happening here with the Limb.
Look at that. Elite is gonna go down same way that Diarrhea did, and again the Azure Golem is gonna go to Tay, and again this is kind of like a pattern we're starting to see. Wow, Lian Po just diving on the mine. Seems like VP cannot get a break from this constant invades and, you know, collapses that's coming out from Twisted Mind.
Oh, they maybe get a clock catch out here onto Clean though. They were very patient with it, but it just wasn't quite enough. They've actually exhausted the Destiny counter from GrizzlyQ as well, so they weren't able to get the kill. Red goes down, they lose an ultimate. Again, I feel like this is a Twisted Mind's favorite trade.
Yeah, they're just constantly putting pressure on and just invading, which is pretty massive for the Twisted Mind side. We saw this in the OG game, and it seems like VP is not really able to adapt to, you know, what's coming at them when, you know, teams are invading. But again, Pei is a stronger invader, and it's common to see him invade.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you're picking Pei and you're not invading, what are you doing? Are you building tank Pei? Are you just waiting for your moment to shine? I mean, that's not the case with Pei. He needs to scale with those items. He needs that early game damage that he can do. He needs to make full use of that to get ahead of some, especially a pick like Organ, right? Like Elim has the tier 0 pick for him. He could have easily cleared this jungle a lot quicker, but the fact that they've just applied so much pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds makes it so difficult for Elim to come back here.
Yeah, and we can see Lian Po also having a huge impact this game actually. CT Boy is like diving between two towers carelessly and kind of creating space for Twisted Mind to get that second inner tower already in the top side of the map. And 4 towers already towards the the Twisted Mind side, and 20,000 gold to 14,000. What do you think about that? That's a huge gold gap.
It is a big gap to be at 6 minutes, right? And I mean, they're already pushing the high ground, the tier 2 turret, sorry, into the bomb lane, and down goes Elim once more. He doesn't have a limb to stand on.
Exactly, and CT Boy, as you said, Lian Po is a great counter to Ogren, being able to just be beefy in face of Ogren, being able to knock him up at the very end is, you know, giving Twisted Mind so much space. We've seen Ogren, like we saw Sig dominate on Ogren, and we also saw the same thing happen when Dada was on Ogren. So CT Boy, knowing that Ogren could snowball and have a bunch of impact, he's able to kind of shut him down with the Lian Po pick here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole point of Lian Po pick, right? City Boy knows that he's just going to soak all the skills up from the enemy side, so Virtus.pro side here, and then he's going to be like, guys, there's been quite a few spells already been expanded here. You might want to try and go in, and he's already tanky enough to be doing that as well. I mean, he's got his full stack support item. He has the cooldown reduction for the boots there as well, so an interesting one, but it means that the Burst Ram and the Magnus Ram come through a lot quicker.
Yeah, and we can see Arlie already has Doomsday and also Shadow Reaper. Almost 7,000 gold, so Arlie has been doing the farming, almost the double gold of Chano, so these fights are going to be super easy. You know, if VP actually tries to take anything here, I think they're just going to get like bursted and die.
Oh, absolutely. They got to pick these team fights a lot more carefully than Twisted Minds have. Twisted Mind has a lot more room for error, whereas Virtus.pro, if they overstep or become a little bit overzealous here, it could literally be the game-ending blow.
Exactly, and it seems like Virtus.pro holding tight to the high grounds here. They don't want to give them up just yet. Chano is gonna have to flash away to safety here, which is a pretty bad common skill to kind of burn here out of nowhere. But Chano getting a knockback on the Lianpo. Seems like that Twisted Mind really wants his high ground tower. Lianpo goes in again, creating a little bit of a space. And still, they're not able to kind of get the high ground here while they get it to around 20% health.
I mean, VP are definitely doing a good shot here at defending their high ground turrets, right? Like, as long as they can keep these intact, they have a means to try and come back. But if they do want to try and come back, they've got to make sure that they make the pay when he's trying to overextend going into their jungle, because that's the only real resources they've got is these incoming minion waves and these very intermediate sort of jungle camps that they can have access to, like raptors and stuff like that. But it seems right now that Clean just like trying to just clean up the whole of the jungle.
Yeah, he's been farming good, eating good, just clearing, getting the gold, soaking up all the buffs, and now it seems like it's Arlie's turn. We just saw Arlie pick up the Azure Golem, so they're definitely trying to look for a fight here after giving Arlie double buffs. So there's going to be a fight in this mid lane surely once the minions catch up here. But Nuwa putting down a pressure again, clearing from distance, using the ultimate, pushing back the minions, doing a great job.
Doing a great job, but is it going to be enough here? We're going to see the T3 fall down into the farm lane here, so it is now starting to crack open. The eggshells are cracking from the side of Virtus.pro. They need to do something. They need to pick off one of the team members of Twisted Minds. But the thing is, though, like, because they have the Lianpo and they have the Byron and even the Pei, these are going to be the three heroes. They're going to be into the team fights first off.
Exactly, and we saw the bottom high ground, as you mentioned, fall off. Seems like Nuwa was focusing down the mid lane, but now Lianpo again going in with the ultimate, trying to create space. They're able to get a second high ground here in the mid lane, which is going to open up the map a little bit further. And the only thing standing here for Virtus.pro is going to be the high ground on the top side, but no, that doesn't matter. City Boy going in with the Pei, getting the kill. Shanks also following up now here. They don't have minions, but they're on the crystal near the fountain, cleaning up Virtus.pro. Only Grizzly Q alive here.
Yeah, a little bit of unfortunate end there. They really put salt into the wound towards the end of that game one. It's going to be Twisted Minds taking game one from Virtus.pro. A very non-stop, aggressive rotations across the map. Really remind me of like 9GZ's performance against Ruby Koi.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as I mentioned, it was kind of like a bit of a deja vu at the beginning of the draft, giving the Arlie, giving the Pei and the Byron to the side of Twisted Minds here. They were able to capitalize on those invades, you know, try to just, you know, soak up all the gold from the enemy jungle. And we saw that, you know, happen literally in the mid lane as, you know, the VP side, they were walking down the mid to check the bushes. Pei jumped on them, following up with the Lianpo. They were able to push out the Diarrhea back to base, and also, you know, pushing back the Ogren from invading to the red side of the Twisted Minds side to his own red side, which resulted in losing the Azure Golem on their own side.
Like I said, in the early game, like the fact that Clean was able to have just a wide open access into the enemy jungle and just very rarely contested. We only really saw Grizzly Q try in the early game to try and stop him, push him away at their jungle, but it just wasn't successful enough. And the fact that that happened, the knock-on effect as it went on through the game just clearly showed there, like the just constant rotations, constant invade into the enemy jungle just meant that a team comp with Diarrhea and Mayeen should be a great counter against the Pei, but because they just weren't able to actually gain any resources, they weren't able to come online.
Yeah, definitely. The Ogren also struggled a lot. We've seen Ogren being a top pick through the entire day. I mean, we saw Sick and we saw Dao on the Ogren just dominating. But now the Ogren suffered a little bit. I mean, that shows like being back, being invaded. That is a good way to counter these top junglers and top jungle picks. And yeah, I'm not too sure. We saw the Chano again this game as well. Chano is what, at like 30% win rate right now, I believe. There was only one match that Chano won. So again, not a big fan of Chano's win rate dropping like this. But yeah, Arlie was able to kind of dominate the Chano here. They were able to get the picks down in the bot lane. We almost saw a triple kill happen in the bot lane with the Lianpo and Arlie just literally diving towers. But yeah, Chano not doing too great. Arlie again being in the best farm laner so far I've seen in the game.
I'm gonna say I feel like it has to probably go to Clean here, the MVP personally for me. Just the fact that he was just like a highly like mobile, is all around the gorge. I mean, look at the difference in terms of the gold as well. He's like 4k up. He's only got like 4 kills, so you know that that's just like proof in the pudding itself, right? That the fact that he was just kind of laying access down to a Lim's jungle clear, and it's just like, hey guy, this is my jungle, not yours.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Shu also have a lot of impact too with the pulls. She was able to kind of pull down the idea at a time back through the walls. Same thing happened to Ogren. But yeah, looking at the damage charts here, we can see that Arlie had a massive impact. 52,000 damage coming out of the Arlie. So Shanks was playing really well. 60,000 damage from Red on the Nuwa. So yeah, VP Red was doing his work, what he was supposed to do on the Nuwa, holding down the lanes, holding down the enemies from diving those ground towers. They, you know, it took a long time for Twisted Mind to kind of try to get those high ground towers, and again, it shows that Red was doing his job.
It's one of the good things that they did right. VP Red on the Nuwa here was definitely laying down the damage, as well as trying to like stop like Shanks and Clean for like trying to just like say like, hey guys, I'm trying to make sure that they're not taking all your resources, but no one's really helping me, because you saw that team fight participation. There was nobody there helping Red, unfortunately, so he kind of just stuck out like a sore thumb, and that was enough for Clean and the likes of Shanks just to jump on top of that.
Exactly, and as we look at the charts here, you can see after like the 4 to 5 minute mark, you know, the gold lead just went insane off the charts for Twisted Mind. And again, that happens when the objectives are coming out. Both teams are looking up to pick up the objectives. One team is stronger than the other one. They're able to, you know, capitalize on that, pick up the Tyrant, and even deal more damage. And we can see that Twisted Mind got a Tyrant. They got 9 towers to 0. So Twisted Mind 12-1, 31 scoreline here. I mean, this was a dominating game from the second Italian, you know, team we have here in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, what do we expect when we got like players like Highland, players like City Boy and Shanks as well, even 90. Again, Clean is a new addition to this, but definitely showing some respect onto his name. And I feel like going forward, he'll probably have a lot of fans from today, how clean he played in that game 1 on the pay. I mean, not a lot of junglers in Honor of Kings Esports can say they can play the pay to that extent.
Exactly. I mean, that goes with saying, like, Liam Poe, you know, one of the best tank supports. Like CT Boy definitely had a lot of impact, you know, opening up space for, you know, the pay, and also the early. And MVP goes to Shanks. As I said, Shanks was farming, getting both buffs, getting the Crimson and Azure Golem. 503 KDA, damage taken 17%, damage dealt almost 30%, total gold 25%. So yeah, Shanks did have a lot of impact, and we saw that with the kills that were able to get, you know, in the dual lane with the Liam Poe here. But yeah, Shanks definitely did great on the early, and he shows they first picked it on the blue side again, Pryo on the early.
I know, right? I mean, you give blue side over to Twisted Minds, and you even see in the team introduction that this guy wants to, his one pick is Ollie, and you give it over to him, which is pretty weird. But then again, there was clearly some kind of strategy that a VP really wanted to go for here, but it was just the execution that I think failed them, because of just the clear kind of like access into the jungle for Twisted Minds Clean from the early game.
Yeah, and we can see that in the highlights, CT Boy having such a big impact on the Liam Poe. And right here, I thought VP was going to be able to take down, you know, some of the Twisted Mind members, but it didn't happen. And actually, Arlie is the hero that's going to take down Nuwa. But yeah, these dives, look at this, you know, Liam Poe being able to tank so many tower shots because of the high health the hero has, being the tank support. And it seems like, again, they're doing it here again under the crystal, just, you know, trying to be slippery and dodge the tower shots, and they were able to, you know, dominate the game and take the game away from Virtus.pro right there.
Yep, I mean, that was game 1 between Twisted Minds against Virtus.pro. Twisted Minds having a little bit of a masterful display there, especially in terms of turning on the oven, leaving the heat on so it warmed up, and at that point, it just kind of boiled over. But speaking of boiling over, we are going to go for a quick break, so don't go anywhere, guys. Game 2 is on the cards.
stranger to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Honor of the crowd. Oh no, we don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, put in work. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League 2025 Spring Edition. There we go, a little bit of a change of the title there, but I am BLAM. Welcome back. With me is YikeZ, and this could be the last game of the day.
Yeah, definitely. It does seem that way. It's the Twisted Mind that were super strong in the first game. I mean, the VP side, they have the experience. Like, as I mentioned, like, I've seen these guys play for a very long time, especially like Grizzly Q. He's been around the scene for a very long time. He has a lot of experience from the previous titles as well. So I want to kind of see them try to kind of battle out the invades that, you know, Twisted Mind is having so far. And looking at the global ban and picks here, you want to go ahead, BLAM?
Absolutely. I mean, we've already seen these picks being exhausted, and the pay, the likes of the shirt as well. Ali, honestly, the only like big picks here that are going to be kind of like missing going into game 2 is the likes of Ali, Pei, but alternatively, I mean, the likes of Shirt, the likes of Liempo, and the likes of Byron aren't like the kind of like the biggest exhausted picks that you could go for. Like, there's still so much that Twisted Minds could pull from within this game too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only thing I feel like they used up here is going to be the Arlie and the Pei. Everything else seems to be, you know, heroes that are not really prioritized throughout the day. So it's going to be interesting. I want to see if VP is going to stick to the red side. It seems like they really are comfortable, but it seems like at the same time, they're constantly getting invaded when they're on the red side. And yeah, I kind of want to see them kind of try to take the blue side here and see if they can kind of prioritize the pick and see if they can work with that.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of pick would they prioritize, though, if they went for blue, right? I mean, they've already lost the Orgrin, they've lost the Mayin, they've lost the Diadea as well. So really, like, all that's looking like left, because, I mean, Maisha and I, we can dream and hope that this pick ever comes through, but it's more likely going to be just the case of maybe trying to lock in the Lung, right? Or anything like that. But I feel like the red side for Virtus.pro probably would have benefited them a little bit more because they could probably lock in something like Grizzly Q's Zhang Fei. They need a tank on their team because, again, even though some of his unbridled outbursts did whiff, he did actually land some really good ones as well.
Yeah, but it does seem like that Virtus.pro kind of, you know, maybe they were listening to me. They picked the blue side this time around, and you know, I think they should try to prioritize the early or the Mai Shiranui. Obviously, I don't know the skill level they have to play the Mai or the early, but these players, again, they put in a lot of time into the game and they know what they're doing. But VP here picking up the blue side, I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to change things up. You know, the entire day they've been on the red side and now getting blue side. They're going to go ahead here and have the first ban.
Yeah, first ban's probably going to start to sort of like sow the tail that comes through in this game to Giraffe, right? I mean, it's going to be something that we saw or ban out the Orgren that we know that VP had in game 1, so it doesn't go over to Twisted Minds, but it looks like they're going to ban out the Luna, so really looking to try and like hone in onto Clean's hero pool.
Exactly, the Luna is going to get banned out here. Seems like Clean has a very similar champion to Dado, so they're banning out the Luna, and you know, he played Pei last game, so he cannot even play that. And now we have Guan Yu getting banned here from the VP side, Arlie and also Agudo being followed up on the Twisted side. So now we're gonna see the first pick coming for VP very soon.
So Mai Shiranui is available, right? So they could lock in the Mai, or I mean, they kind of have to, right? I mean, if they don't lock in the Mai, they're giving it over to Hailang, and we already know this is one of his big picks, and here we go. It's going to be a Mai Shiranui first game for the potential last game of the day.
Yeah, that is insane to me. VP prioritizes Dharma here instead of the Mai. We saw Mai get banned in the first round every single game today, but now Mai gets through with the diarrhea here for Twisted Mind. That is a deadly combo, BLAM.
Absolutely. I mean, the idea is one of the direct counters for Mai Shiranui, right? But the fact that VP has already played the idea, they could only have hoped that they could have banned it in the next banning phase. But Twisted Minds was like, hey, bro, I mean, City Boy would probably be very good on this pick. And if you decide to go for the likes of Dama or anything a little bit more high frame, we can shut you down.
Yeah, the Dairen GA here getting picked up for the VP side along with the Liam Po. And that seems like a great pick here because of the fact that Twisted Mind just picked up Ogren for their jungler here.
Yeah, I mean, the Liam Po definitely helped against Virtus.pro's Ogren, right, in the game 1. So clearly Virtus.pro like, hey, let's try a little bit more similar because they have a lot of CC already come through for Virtus.pro, which is exactly what you need when you're going against an Ogren.
Exactly, and VP now has the ban after Lady Jin was banned from the Twisted Mind side. They obviously don't want to deal with that sort of CC coming out of Lady Jin. Lady Sun is going to get banned by VP. Obviously, they have the Dairen GA here. They don't want to have another marksman that's going to be able to outrange the Dairen GA, and outpoking Dairen GA is going to be able to, you know, have a bit of an easier time if Lady Sun is banned.
I mean, the only problem here is, right, is like, it depends if a VP actually ban out the Lung here, because again, this could be a huge pick for the side of Twisted Minds. It gives over the Flaming Palms a lot more burst damage coming through for the side of them as well, because they have the burst damage on the Mai Shiranui, they have the CC with the Diadea and the healing, they have the front line with the Orgren. So if they're able to get the Lung here, which I don't think VP should give them, absolutely not. Don't be charitable. You want to win this game too.
Exactly, the Lung ban here is perfect as well, followed up again after the Lady Sun ban. And now Shanks and City Boy going to have to see what they want to pick here. Actually, City Boy has the Diarrhea already, but Elaine is gonna get picked up here. And the only thing left here for Twisted Mind is gonna be the farm lane hero.
Farm lane hero, I mean, they could go for something like the Marco Polo, they could go for Channel if they really want to, but I think Virtus.pro here, in their mid lane, they probably want to lock in something like the Princess Frost. They need something with control, but Yi Xing's been taken off the board, Lady Chen's been taken off the board as well. The only other alternative may be the Angela, but they're going to try and lock in the Shah here, as well as the Athena. Very interesting go for here for a limb.
Oh, Athena is going to be perfect, but no, that's going to be swapped right away to Lamb, which we've seen throughout the day today. We've seen a couple of Lamb. I believe we saw 2 Lamb games, right? Was that 2, or could have been a little bit more?
No, 2, yeah, 2. We had one from a Limb earlier, and we had one from Sick. But there we go, there is the Marco Polo.
Yeah, Marco Polo gets picked up here. I think Marco Polo is actually a solid pick here against the RNG, and also the Liam Po. Pretty good against Dharma as well. So I really like the Marco Polo pick here coming out for the Twisted Mind. He might be, he's going to be able to melt down these heroes that are kind of building hybrid and also tanky on the Liam Po.
Yes, exactly. I think that's what they're going to really rely on here for Virtus.pro, is making sure that Liam Po is going to be within these team fights, like we saw with City Boy, right? City Boy played it very, very well in that game 1, and they kind of need to just emulate that same kind of playstyle. Just be very free with your roams, making sure you're kind of using the burst ram and the magma slam very like strategically, especially when CC's coming down onto you. But right now, I feel like the Twisted Minds still have the kind of like the same card that they could use like they did with the pay, right? They have the Augur and they can use the Path of Passing. They can kind of make their own way into the enemy jungle a little bit more effectively, I have to say.
Exactly, and I mean, the Athena is a little bit, it's a little bit interesting here coming out from the VP side, but Athena again, there's different playstyles to Athena. What do you think they're gonna go here actually with? Like, do you think it's gonna be like one of those Athenas that are just gonna be annoying in the enemy jungle? Is this their answer to kind of like the invade that they were getting from Twisted Mind last game, or what? Do you think they're gonna go a little bit more of a supportive role, go full tank?
I'm not too sure, see. I don't think the Distraction Athena comp's going to come through here, because, I mean, if they keep giving over, like, kills to the likes of the Augurin or anybody that scales onto the side of Twisted Minds, they're going to be in a bit of trouble, right? So I feel like the Athena's going to come through here because, again, it's kind of like... Actually, it's not even Athena, no. We were on LAM, right? LAM's here, so...
Oh, we saw
it's actually
LAM.
LAM. Yeah. I was getting a little bit excited there. I was like, yeah, how is this actually going to work? But no, it's the LAM that comes through here, so I feel like the LAM's probably going to more likely try and maybe emulate the kind of aggression that we had from Twisted Minds in game 1, because if they don't do that, then it kind of means that the LAM's going to kind of be behind the Augurin, which is not where you want a LAM to be, right?
Exactly, and we saw like a perfect LAM gameplay a little bit earlier with the Liu Bang combo and the Yi Xing being able to like put down the world is my board, just locking in targets. But obviously they don't have that combo this time around, and you're going against an Augurin, which is, again, as you mentioned, a tier 0 jungle hero in these tournaments. So definitely going to be interesting to see how VP is going to play with the LAM this time around. They're going to be a little bit more aggressive, hopefully try to get an answer to those invades. LAM is one of those heroes that can kind of do that if he's able to get a couple of kills in the early game, kind of spoil off of that. But yeah, going into this game is going to be quite interesting.
Oh, very interesting. Absolutely. But I think as well, I mean, if Virtus.pro can pull it off, they could really kind of try and set up some of these like big sort of like single target like takedowns for LAM. Like they could use Shirt to use those silky threads to kind of just like pull them and move them around like we saw in game 1 from Twisted Minds, and try and like lock them in place, and then all of a sudden a limb comes out of nowhere with the help of Red and just takes down these like single target picks like the Mai Shiranui. But I feel like it all depends on how this early game goes for me personally.
Yeah, and we saw the Liam Po again coming out from the VP side, which is, again, you mentioned last game, he's a direct counter to the Augurin here. And I mean, we have the Marco Polo that could answer the Liam Po here with the Darenjie on the VP side. So again, there's a lot of, caution that both sides kind of have to take, because they both just a little bit counter each other here, I feel like.
Yeah, they can counter each other. I feel like it is ultimately down to the execution of who is going to execute this a lot more quickly, a lot more ferociously, and who is going to be more effective with it, right? So it's definitely down to the execution. Both of these drafts are looking pretty solid for both of these teams. You got big picks like the Augurin. You've got the counter, which is the Liam Po onto the side of VP. You got the Dharma as well. So there's a lot of catch potential for the side of VP. You've got Dharma and LAM that's going to try and catch out whoever Liam Po gets the knock up onto, or whoever Shirt uses the silky threads onto as well. So like I said, there's potential to catch out these single targets.
Yeah, and just kind of looking back at the entire day, I feel like it's been a little bit interesting. I feel like the blue side have been having an easier time kind of invading. I don't know if you feel the same way that I'm feeling, but do you think we're going to see VP kind of try to invade, have their own throw invade here, especially with the LAM on the board?
I mean, historically, what we've seen from VP today, they haven't really gone for any kind of like early level invades, but I feel like if they do want to kind of make sure they've got a horse in this race, they kind of need to, like I've said already, emulate what Twisted Minds have been doing for that game one. Because if Twisted Minds realizes that you aren't actually going to try and push them in their own territory to make them feel uncomfortable, they're just going to do the exact same thing to you.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the same point, do you think that being on the blue side actually opens up, you know, the room for you to invade a little bit more? Because again, just looking back at the entire day, it seems like we haven't really seen any invades from the red side. Do you think the blue side should be a prio?
Kind of, I guess, because obviously the red buff's going to be onto the clash lane side of things. So again, you're not going to kind of have the support roaming about there. It's going to be pretty much either preoccupied in mid or down to the bot side of the map, where the blue of the side of Virtus.pro or whoever is on a red side. So yeah, I mean, it could be the fact that the blue side is going to be a lot more easier to gank.
Exactly, and it seems like that we might be having some technical difficulties, so the players are just, you know, chatting around, having a bit of a fun. But we should be getting into the game very shortly.
I mean, I feel like we're very blessed today. I mean, we've had very little technical difficulties, so props to production. Thank you very much for this. It's been pretty smooth sailing until now, but hey, we're almost at the end of day one of West League. And to be honest, it's definitely packed some punches this one around. The NZG game for me was definitely one of the ones that really surprised me.
Yeah, definitely. 9ZG, the representatives from Argentina, they did have dominating games again, but again, it was against the Movistar Koi, which is the one of the brand new teams, and I believe the second brand new team here we have is AYLO Gaming, right? They're kind of like unknown players that we kind of haven't seen around before, but now they're jumping into the pro scene. Obviously, they're good enough to be here. They've competed through their own regions, beat all the top teams to be here, so they definitely deserve it. But obviously, being on the main stage, you kind of need the experience, right? There is also, you know, more components to being on stage. Like, you know, some people are more comfortable on the stage. You know, there's some stage fright, so they're gonna kind of have to get over that, sanity judge a little bit more, putting in a little bit more time to practice. It's not gonna be easy as it was back at home, where they were able to play, you know, online, dominate the other teams. So yeah, definitely want to see, you know, more teams get more comfortable and get more creative with the comps and have fun out there.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, but it is the ranking week as well, so they have to still keep that in mind, that they can't always just kind of rely on just being creative and stuff like that. They have kind of like a time limit on and a match limit on how much they can try and be creative with it. And to be honest, most times out of 10, when these teams don't have that first point in their favor, I think they're less sort of inclined to be creative with the drafts. They kind of want to make sure they're just drafting their best BPs as possible and hoping to execute it on the gorge.
Exactly, and speaking of being creative, we did see that a little bit earlier with OG versus AYLO Gaming. I believe the Fade pickup was amazing. I feel like OG was able to play a lot of the heroes that we wanted to see today, so I kind of appreciate it, you know, for they've been putting out today. And we saw a lot of Chano too. Chano being at around 30% win rate now, not the best for a recently released hero, but looking at the positive side, Fade is at 100% right now, which is you know, I'm super happy about that. He has a lot of mobility, one of the best assassins that isn't really played a lot in the rank mode, because I feel like a lot of you know, players go the physical build and you kind of get bursted a lot easy. But it seems like in pro play, they like to capitalize on the tank build, which allows you to sustain a little bit more, get on the back lane, be annoying. So I'm definitely gonna, you know, after I get off today, I'm gonna go ahead here and play Fate, you know, tank build and see how that works.
I mean, you're probably lying, right? You're not going to go offline. You're not going to go offline and play some games. You're going to go offline and go into the Mahjong minigame, right? I mean, that's the thing that's like encapsulated me over the past few days. I think my actual Honor of Kings games I've actually played over the past, since this Mahjong game came out, is honestly, it's dwindled, and it's all thanks to this minigame. I'm just trying to beat it. I have no clearances yet. I feel like an absolute noob, and somebody in my friend list has finally got one clearance, so I'm dead disappointed with myself.
Yeah, it's insane. I tried to play the Mahjong game, but you know, I kind of made a peace within myself to never touch that game for the last few days. You know, I played it a bit in the early few days, the first 2-3 days, but you know, I cannot get past the 40%. It seems like even if I shuffle, even if I lose the revive, none of that is helping me out. But you know, even worse is the fact that I checked the leaderboard and there's someone already with like 25 clearances, which is insane to me. There's definitely a lot of players that are playing the matching game, the Mahjong. So yeah, maybe we'll have to kind of see if there's a guide out there. At least for me, I need a guide. I'm stuck at 50%.
I mean, you've made me feel better about myself there, Yikes. I'm stuck at around about 89%, so I've got at least about 40% on you, so that makes me feel a lot better. I'm actually going in the right direction. But yeah, it's very difficult to get over that one part, but I will be persistent and I will do it. But for those that haven't actually checked it out yet in-game, definitely go and check it out. Obviously, there is prizes to be won there. Every little bit of reward does go towards that free Sakia skin as well. So hey, free skin to go onto an addictive mini game. What more could you ask within Honor of Kings, right? Obviously, the one thing we want the most is getting into this game too. But right now, the Mahjong will do.
I mean, again, it's all for a great cause as well. Like, the more points you're able to accumulate throughout the server, Honor of Kings is going to be able to like fund projects that help literally the planet, the Earth itself. So that's a very massive, you know, coming from Honor of Kings. Before, you know, your parents used to tell you, hey, you're using the electricity, you're using internet, you're not able to get much out of it. But Honor of Kings is, you know, changing that. You know, whatever game you play, whatever game, you know, each time you log in, you're gonna be able to earn points which convert to actual money that they're gonna fund to this project. So that's a really cool thing. I never seen that done before.
Yeah, I've just got a weird, like, little bit of a thought in my head. They're gonna have a load of like Honor of Kings players at home, like, hey, shut up, mom! I'm helping the planet right now. Leave me alone. I mean, that's more than I've ever done when I was younger playing video games. I definitely weren't helping the planet at that point. But yeah, it all goes to a bit of good. You get a free skin, you get some other free cosmetics as well, and you get to be a little bit frustrated rather than over your teammates. You get to be frustrated at these little tiles with these really cute little animals on. So definitely go and check that out. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow looks like it's going to be a stacked day as well for the West League. So we haven't done with day one just yet, but out of the matchups for tomorrow, I think the one I'm probably looking forward to the most from what we've seen today is definitely NZ Globant against Twisted Minds. I think that will be probably my go-to banger for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's gonna be a very, you know, interesting fight. I'm not gonna be there for it, but definitely keep me updated on YikeZGG. They did have a great performance against Movistar here, but it sounds like we're gonna have to go back to the ban and pick phase here, as things didn't go as well as we thought did. So we're gonna have a redraft here. So hopefully we can get into that very soon and check what's up with that.
Seems like they chose the wrong hero. We don't know which side it is on yet, but we'll surely see when the drafts do come through, because obviously we can have a look at that when I have it literally written down. I need it written down because there's so much with the global BP that comes through. Sometimes you forget about these things, especially when you get into that best of 5 territory. I mean, best of 3, I'm winging it with my old brain, but it definitely helps to have it written down as well. So that'll be the next stage, which will be obviously next week, where the best of 5s come through, which we'll kind of see the BP, the global BP come more into effect, I feel.
Yeah, that is going to be definitely helpful to write down the heroes that are banned out and also picked, because, you know, the opponents are not going to be able to play it once you ban it out. And also, when you play something, you're not going to be able to play it throughout the entire series anymore. So that's the perks of the global ban and pick system. It seems like we're getting ready here to go back right to the ban and picks. That it's going to happen again.
Yep, it's going to happen again, and we'll have to see where we're going to come through with this one. I mean, hopefully we get the Maestro Inoi come through. I feel like it'll be towards the end of the draft there, because everything else seemed pretty fine. Maybe it's the shirt, maybe it was the lamb, maybe. We're not too sure.
Yeah, I just want to see that lamb turn into Athena. You know, I was kind of building these scenarios in my head that Athena is gonna try to play kind of like the full damage build to just annoy and just invade the enemy jungle on the VP side. Maybe that was their answer to the invading that has been happening to them. You know, Athena, after she dies, she kind of turns into this ghost mode where she's able to kind of get vision around the map. So maybe that was the solution that VP was looking for, and you know, they swapped to LAM by accident at the very last second. So hey, maybe it's just me wanting to see Athena. Who knows?
I think you've just manifested it so much that there was like, you know what, we've got to just reset the BP. I'm not too sure what the consequences are here for the team that need to do this, but Yikes needs to see this Athena.
Yeah, definitely. VP, again, as I said, they've been listening. They did select the blue side the second game this time around, which is their first time actually through the entire day selecting the blue side. So maybe someone is tapping into the stream, listening to us, you know, wanting the Athena, and they might make it happen here.
I mean, why wouldn't they listen to us? I mean, we're casting the games here. We know something. Maybe not too much, but we know something. But yeah. Hopefully we get to see what this ban phase is going to be, right? But again, I mean, is it going to be enough to change the scales of victory here for Twisted Minds? Because I mean, they had such a clear and surgical game one, right? Like they rarely dropped any kind of deaths. I feel like they only had like 1 or 2 deaths on the board in that game one. So the Athena, is it going to be enough to kind of, if this is the case, is it going to be enough to kind of harass the Ogryn and slow the Ogryn down in terms of his farm clear?
I mean, definitely that's a good question to kind of, you know, see and watch when it does happen. But I think the Mai and the diarrhea getting through is very massive for the Twisted Mind side. They're going to be able to lock down a lot of targets, and Mai, again, been so scary that it has been banned almost every game. So again, hopefully it was a mistake from the VP side, and that's why they do want the redraft, because Mai got through. But we're about to find out, because if not, I want to see some nice Mai gameplay coming out here from Highlang.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Highlang definitely wants to get on this pick, right? I mean, we saw it already. We saw Shanks get his #1 pick, which was the Ali in game 1. So that Highlang gets that Mai Shiranui could be to that same kind of effect, and obviously MVP worthy, right? Shanks got MVP in game 1, so looking to try and score and claim an MVP for himself, Highlang, with this new organization, which is Twisted Minds. Because for those that are tuning in online, and I do see a few comments on the YouTube chat as well, basically saying they look familiar. Is this the old like Vitality from 2024 roster? And that is exactly the case, just without Winter, and we have Clean. So this is why they look very familiar to you guys.
Yeah, and I think I kind of have a question. Do you think City Boy is gonna be able to kind of perform on the diarrhea as well as he did on the Lian Po? Obviously, it's like pretty much different heroes. Lian Po being the tank, being able to engage. He had a lot of moments where he was able to create space with the ultimate, being CC immune during using skills with Lian Po, and also healing back with your passive, being such a beefy and annoying hero. But now he doesn't have any of that. He has the diarrhea, who has, you know, the stun, who has the heals, who has, you know, the gold that they can funnel in to the farm lane side of Twisted Mind, which is going to be massive. Again, you're going to be able to give a lot of gold to a Marco Polo, a hero that you want to get farmed up, you want to keep the farm too, because of the true damage he's going to have, and he's going to be able to, again, burn down the Lian Po on the VP side this time around.
Yeah, I mean, with the idea, especially with it being City Boy, like you said, it's a little bit more of a different functioning kind of hero, right? Like, it's not as tanky as the Lian Po. You don't really have the burst ramp to get in and out of there, and the CC immunity's not quite there on the idea. But I feel like when you go in against something like a Dharma, especially into a team fight, if you're trying to stop that crucial crowd control coming through, if you're able to kind of stalk those brushes into the back line of the team fights, wait for the Dharma to come through, or even try and like kind of funnel him with the destined encounter and then dive in onto the Dharma. I think there's many ways that City Boy can make this work.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to play around the CZ chain they have, especially on the Mai too. So I'm excited to see Highlang. You know, you've been talking about Highlang being, you know, a very good mid laner. So, you know, getting to see and watch a very good Mai Shiranui player is going to be a treat for the last game of the day. So, again, but we don't know that. We don't know if the draft is going to stay the same, or is it going to change up a little bit, or from what point of the draft we're gonna change it up. But hopefully we get to see that, because you know it's gonna be exciting to see that from the Twisted Mind side with the Diadia.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, if it is the case that we still get to see the shirt, I feel like that would still work very well into the team comp that they have, because again, it just offers more control, and like I was saying previously, it kind of sets up the Lamp and the Dharma as well. So more so of a case to kind of maybe even stick with the shirt, and maybe it'll be something like the Athena, because again, Athena does definitely add a lot more, a second layer of CC to that comp as well.
Like a good question to kind of ask here is that, did we see Duen get banned out here? Because I feel like both teams kind of avoided Duen in this last ban and pick we had. No, did Duen get?
Yeah, no, they didn't pick it. They didn't ban it either. They did not ban it. So yeah, interesting that they didn't go for it.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like Duen has been banned out kind of like the entire day of being again one of the most active and most picked junglers back in like the previous tournaments, and also on the East we saw a little bit earlier, Major East League, which happened earlier in the day. So yeah, definitely a good question to ask. Why did the one get through here? And Maya was also left open. So maybe these are the questions that are going to be answered while we go back to a redraft in just a bit.
I mean, definitely an interesting point to bring up, right? Because I mean, if we look at where like the Doom ban could have come in for the side of Twisted Minds, he could have been basically replacing the Agudo ban. So Agudo, the ban didn't quite make too much sense, because at that point they only really banned that out at the second, I think it was the first phase there, but they already were going for the locking in like the Liapo and the Dharma. I don't think the Agudo would have been something that Lim would have really gone for, right? Like we've seen him historically for the day one of the West League, where he's gone for and prioritized assassin heroes more into the jungle role. So I think Agudo would be a little bit of a out of the pale, right? The fact that would actually go for that rather than ban the Dune.
Yeah, I think the Dune would have been actually massive on the VP side, thinking about it right here. You know, picking up the Dune instead of the Lamp, that was going to give them the space to kind of CC chain with the Liampo on top of that. And you got the Regia on the farm lane here having a lot of CC as well. So that could have been a disgusting combo, you know, just Liampo going in, getting the resets, double knocking up the Ogryn, followed up with the ultimate, and you know the Dune just jumping in with the ultimate, locking down the Ogryn, using the first skill, knocking him back up. You know, just imagining this, it would have been the perfect combo, but obviously VP wasn't thinking about picking up Dune here, and I mean it got through from the fingertips of both teams.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Twisted Minds had obviously the Ogryn in mind. Like, that didn't get banned, and I feel like the Ogryn, for a player like Clean, the way that he played the pay, you kind of need something that kind of breaks the boundaries of the Gorge, right? You need to be somebody or a hero that's able to kind of set the pace for himself and kind of create his own path into the enemy jungle, and that's definitely something that Ogryn does a little bit better than Doom, because the Doom, you have to get to level 4, get the Unruly Blade, and then kind of like use that as a get in, get out of the enemy jungle. So the Ogryn for the side of Twisted Minds definitely makes a lot more sense, but there was definitely a place for Dune to sit into this game to draft Virtus.pro.
Exactly. And what do you think about Duen actually? You know, I feel like Duen might be one of those junglers that gives you a lot of space to kind of defend your own jungle. Do you think that could have been the answer for VP, just because of the fact like Duen is super tanky and is able to like knock off targets? Like, let's say the Ogryn in this game would try to invade. Don't you think that Duen would be able to, you know, get the knock off and try to lock him down while the team comes back and collapses on the Ogryn here?
Potentially, but I mean, we know the fact that obviously Dune's been recently adjusted, right? Like his Gal's Benediction doesn't quite do as much damage to the monsters within the jungle, so maybe it's because they kind of rely on that second tier item of the jungle for him to kind of make sure that he is back to where he was before the golden standard of Dune. But whereas Ogryn, I mean, yes, he has been nerfed like ages ago, but he's still a very great pick, especially T0 pick, in terms of like you're not really relying on the fact of an item. It's more so that you're relying on you are going to be very aggressive with it. You're going to be invading the enemy jungle. You're going to be making sure that you get your gold resources a lot sooner than the enemy jungle as well.
Exactly. And you know, going back on these, I mean, Duen, as you said, got an update recently. You know, he does nerf damage or pretty much no enhanced damage to the monsters anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen a couple of heroes here get buffed. We got Yukio Tachibana getting buff for the passive recovery. and like Yao getting a mechanic upgrade, passive recovery effect increased. I mean, we've seen Princess Frost and Sun Bean getting played a lot here after these buffs. But do you think like Yuki, Tachibana, or like Yao, like these heroes are gonna show their own faces? Like, do you think it's gonna happen maybe in the best of 5s or the best of 7s later on down in the tournament? Or do you think that a team is gonna come out here and play it in the best of 3s just because how confident they are?
I mean, you might see towards the end of the ranking week, especially if you got some of these teams that are literally so high up in the rankings that it doesn't really matter if they like lose a game or so, just to be a little bit more creative, like you said, with the likes of the Yao or the Yukio Tachibana. But I feel like the Sunbin makes sense, right? Sunbin was, prior to its buff, was definitely a pick in the support role, generally more orientated in like the Chuck BR scene, right? Like there was a lot of like Brazilian teams and from the Brazilian region that was using this as probably one of their go-to support picks, especially within like EWC and KC 2024 as well. And it's kind of just because of this new buff, it makes it a little bit more viable. But here we are, the game remake is due to a technical issue during the ban pick phase. Game 2, Twisted Mind versus VP could not continue as per tournament rules, both teams' agreement. The match will resume from before the point of the error during the ban pick phase. So we're going to suss out where the error went wrong in that ban pick phase.
Exactly, and that's going to happen shortly, as BLAM just explained. But yeah, looking at a lot of the teams today here, they are picking comps that revolve. So we're gonna jump right into the draft where the error happened, as BLAM said, and it seems like Virtus.pro is gonna be picking now. They're gonna pick up the Mai here on their own side.
Interesting, yeah. So the ban out the Luna, the ban out the Guan Yu, but instead of picking the Dharma, they go for the Mai Shiranui. But oh, it means that 90 gets his Dharma, and then City Boy is getting the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, the Zhang Fei is a very good counter, I would say, to Mai with the shield that you're able to provide to your surrounding teammates whenever Zhang Fei is able to kind of jump around. And also he has the knockback, he has the ultimate that can knock back even the first skill. So getting off the Mai is going to be a priority for the Zhang Fei. But right after that, we got Motzi and Byron getting picked up for the VP side to try to kind of combat the melee heroes they have on the Twisted Mind side. And Ogren again goes to the Twisted Mind side, which is massive, with Long being banned out here for the VP side.
Yeah, Long being banned out once more. I feel like that's probably a good call for the side of VP. They don't really want that to go over Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds actually bans out the Marco Polo that they had in the previous game. So, interestingly, are they going to go for something like the D-Ranger? Well, never mind. They're not going to go for it now because VP have taken it off the cards. But, again, we could see a Lady Sun come through here.
Yeah, we could definitely see a Lady Sun, as you said. Wow, you just read them like a book. But yeah, Marco Polo was a great ban from the Twisted Mind side. Obviously, having these melee heroes, Dharma, Zhang Fei, and Ogren, that was going to hurt a lot if, the VP was about to pick up Marco Polo here. Marco Polo, again, being useful with the true damage, being able to kind of use the first skill from distance, having the mobility. On Twisted Mind side as well, with Virtus.pro here having the last two picks here, which are going to take place shortly as they're running out of time. But yeah, so far Virtus.pro has a lot of CC. Again, the Motzi, the Mai, and the Byron following up, that is going to be massive for them this time around. They might be able to actually dive on the Lady Sun and get a lot of value from that. But no, they're going to lock in Constant U and pay here on the VP side. I do like the Constant U pick here a little bit, because it does counter the Lady Sun. Whenever you activate your second skill, you're going to be immune to any physical damage for a couple of seconds, which is quite nice.
Yeah, and also obviously the outpoke potential as well from the oak bolts of her first skill. Just a little landing those down. They do a lot of damage in the early game as well, but you gotta be careful though, because obviously this is no other than Shanks on the Lady Sun, so he can rolling raid out of there. He can drop the grenade on you as well and then deal extra damage. But Twisted Minds are going to be settling in with the I Ching picks, so definitely filling in the gap where there is no control. Now there is with World is my board.
Yeah, YikeZ getting picked up here for Twisted Mind is a massive, especially against a Constant U. You kind of have a built-in destiny on YikeZGG as well. If you remember, you cannot kind of die from the last blow. So this YikeZGG is going to be able to walk up really far. You know, the world is my board. It's going to be massive here, locking down the Constant U. So definitely Constant U is going to struggle here a little bit. And again, the world is my board is going to, you know, be massive against the Mai as well, locking down the Mai, locking down the Pei that have a lot of mobility. So great pick here for Highland coming in for the side of Twisted Mai.
Yeah, I feel like here as well, the Motsu here for GrizzlyQ, I feel like could be a really good pick as well, because obviously the Cannon Blast is going to make sure that if we do see the Path of Passing come through from Clean on the Orgren, that you can just lay that down. It's going to delay him a little bit. It's going to be that little bit of an annoyance that really just kind of irks you as you like, oh, I'm going to set up this great kind of engage, and then all of a sudden, boom, from the Motsu comes the Cannon Blast, and it kind of just completely disrupts your plans.
Exactly, but I think the Zhongfei pick here is going to be quite massive. Just thinking about it, the Motsu, the Mai, they're going to be pretty much ignored with the shield that Zhongfei has. So maybe that was the game plan that, you know, Twisted Mind has here, knowing that Zhongfei here is going to be able to kind of negate the poke that's coming from these two long-range heroes. So I do believe the Zhongfei here was pretty intentional and it's going to be massive. And he's running Zhongfei with Smite, so obviously he's gonna be a little bit annoying, try to invade, try to take some of the side camps to, you know, try to build a little bit of a goal advantage for the Twisted Mind side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do generally see the Zhongfei with Smite come through more times than not in the competitive scene. Obviously, for more utilities than one, obviously you can use the Leaping Saber to try and grow over the wall and then try and steal the enemy's neutral objective. But there's many ways you can utilize this, and City Boy going from the Lianpo, going onto the Zhongfei, a little bit more familiar than what we were going to see with the Diadea.
Exactly, and it just sounds like a simple, you know, walking down mid lane, seeing what the enemy team is doing here from both sides. Both teams gonna respect each other, just go back to their respective jungles here. And we got Pei not even invading this time around, so VP not gonna be as aggressive as Twisted Mind was on the Pei last game. They were able to, you know, put a lot of pressure down in the mid lane early on, but not gonna happen here. And it seems like Highline here is trying to match Prince. Who's gonna have to flash out here? Wow, that is an early flash.
Very early flash. I mean, it's something you don't really want to commit in the early game, right? That's common skills, and they're going to be off the cooldown for quite some time, so they're going to be careful that, I mean, now that Twisted Mind has the intel, they can be like, yo, Clean, he has no dash, he has no flash, he can't get out of there. The only way he can get out there is potentially with the leaping, vaulting shot.
Exactly, and here we have the Mutsi and Mai coming down towards the bot lane after clearing the mid wave, knowing that Constant U is gonna definitely need assistance here now with the flash out of the picture. And Clean here after clearing his jungle, or one would say cleaning his jungle, going towards the mid lane, but he's getting a lot of poke by both GrizzlyQ and the Mai. We talked about this, them being able to poke out targets, and again, it's GrizzlyQ landing the cannon.
Yeah, a lot of burst damage coming through from the side of VP as well, right? You've got to watch out for 90. 90's able to just get through that little gate in the little wall just to claim safety. It would have been huge for VP if they're able to claim that first blood, though.
Exactly, but I mean, VP so far doing a lot better in the early game that we've usually seen them, you know. Maybe it is the blue side effect that I was talking about, not being invaded as much, but definitely is something that's, you know, happening. They're not being invaded as much, and they're kind of in the game. The gold is dead even right here, and it seems like that Constant U wanted to engage on the Zhongfei. Obviously, Zhongfei being super tanky, being able to jump and gain the shields, gets outrunning on that.
Leaping Saber coming through very strong there for City Boy, able to keep himself alive because it could have been a detriment to the side of Twisted Minds. As soon as the Zhongfei falls, it's going to be a little bit harder for Shanks and the Lady Sun to stay alive. But you can see again another great rotation here from Highlang. He's just waiting in the bushes. They're looking to try and set up a good, healthy farm lane for the 4-minute mark so that the neutral objective may be a little bit easy for them to claim.
Exactly, and I just realized we got the Oak Bolt from Constant U, the first skill, the kind of the rocket shape skill that comes out that could kind of pair with the Motsu second skill and also the Mai Shiranui second skill. So again, VP really thought about that, you know, this draft, being able to poke out the targets and then have the Byron and Pages jump in to clean up. So hopefully we get to see some of that combo coming out in the next couple of minutes as the objectives are spawning out. 35 seconds left for them to both spawn.
Yeah, I mean, you've really got to hope that the combo from Red, Prince, Lim, and GrizzlyQ is going to be enough to kind of try and run down clean before they get into a team fight, right? Because if they don't do that, they don't put the necessary damage onto... Oh, the pressure, though, is going onto 90, using the flash to perfection there. Gets out of that sticky situation, but still could be meted his maker, which could be a Lim or Isu.
Exactly, and this is again big from VP. We haven't seen them in this kind of control, and it seems like that they are the ones being productive this game, being able to kind of engage as they want to and not being invaded. So VP again doing a great job, but now Twisted Mind trying to be productive right back here, and seems like the world is my board comes out here, doesn't really get anyone, but Ogren is on the back line. Mai's gonna go down too clean. Wow, Clean gets the first spot here as well, and it seems like Tyrant is going to go to them as well.
Yeah, I mean, first blood does go over to the side of Twisted Mind, but they do lose both the Conductor Souls. They lost the World is my board as well as the Unbridled Outburst. So 3 ultimates being burst down for 1 kill, and the neutral objective. I think if it was any later in the game, it probably would have been a bit more of a detriment to them. But the fact that they're able to convert that into the T1, into the farm lane, is probably a saving grace.
Yeah, and at the bot outer tower to the list here as Lady Sun gets the tower, and we can see the gold difference just jump in, but it seems like another fight that VP wants to fight here. Wow, look at the health of Legion here. It's gonna be able to survive and just recall.
Yeah, Ichi was always, Highland was almost falling victim to the Oak Bolt, right? Like, if Prince was just a little bit more to the left, that could have literally just landed straight onto his noggin, taken him down, and would have definitely neutralized the kill lead between these two teams.
Exactly, and Constant You not having the tower in bot lane is going to be a little bit troublesome. Seems like GrizzlyQ is going to get caught out by the Dharma and the Ogren, slowing him down and also pushing back in to the wall here. But yeah, as I was saying, Constant You is not going to be able to go down in the bot lane any longer. And now that the world is my board comes out from Variation here, but doesn't really land on anyone. But it was for left utility to kind of zone out the enemy from walking into the tower trying to defend it. So now 2 towers to the side of Twisted Mind, opening up the enemy jungle here.
Yeah, I mean, opening the T1 into the mid lane is definitely going to be the right tools that they need for Clean to actually have even more access into the enemy jungle, right? They've got to make sure they're trying to take this T1 into the... Oh, nice all-bridled outburst onto 2 there.
Seems like Mai's gonna jump in right after the Byron. The goal here is to kill the Lady Sun, and they're gonna get that kill while Dharma actually is gonna also fall here on the side of Twisted Mind. So it's gonna be a 2-1, and now a double kill going to Elaine. Elaine is trying to jump on to the Ogren here as well. It's a 1-3 right now, and seems like Elaine did a great job picking up the double kill. VP back on the board.
Yeah, very good double kill there to try and get them back into this game too, right? Lim and GrizzlyQ, I mean Prince and GrizzlyQ, sorry, looking to try and take this T1 into the clash lane, just to try and get some of that gold back and get some of that retail back from the side of Twisted Minds.
Exactly, and we see that, you know, Lozy and also Constant You trying to get that top tower here. Yeah, they're gonna keep going for it after Yikshin leaves the top tower. They had a little bit of a problem again. Constant You is really good against magic damage. Again, it's good to have Constant You to kind of counter the Lady Sun with the second skill, but
we always pay a price for
she does struggle a lot against magic damage targets here. And seems like Ogren wants to really go in here very deep between 2 towers, trying to zone out the VP side and get the second inner tower in the mid lane here. Ogren's just gonna jump back in. The world is my board comes here, catches GrizzlyQ. They might be able to take it down. Mai actually has to jump in here. They're gonna drop a Byron, Mai, and also Hoodzy here, and followed right up is going to be Constant You, and this might be a teammates right here.
No, it wasn't. Lim was able to get out there by the skin of his teeth, though, but they are able to do the exact damage they needed to do into that mid lane right there. The higher ground turret is literally holding on to its life there, and there we go. There is the unofficial ace. They're able to take down the entire of the enemy team, but no minion wave to kind of finish off this one because there is a lot of the side of VP coming up the death timer.
Yeah, they definitely came up with the timer at the right time. This could have been an 8-minute game. This might have been faster than the 9ZG game that we saw a little bit earlier. But Twisted Mind, knowing that they're not going to be able to finish off the crystal, especially with the minions walking in slowly and the enemy team spawning. But yeah, we're gonna have a replay here, looking back at the Augment getting a 3-man ult with the World is My Board coming in from the Yixin here. Just massive, catching Grizzly Q and also Red. And Dharma goes in here, cleans up the back line with, again, Pei barely surviving there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has a limb fully retreated to the respawn there to try and get some health back, try and maintain that if there was any sort of like minions coming through, that he was able to sort of stay there and try and keep it and take them down. But right now, it looks like that Shizu is looking pretty low there. He's definitely slowed down. The World board didn't quite connect fast enough for him to get trapped in there.
Red team has destroyed
but it still is
a
going to be a
tower.
tower for the side of Twisted Mind. They're doing a great job taking down these objectives again. They're back to invading. They're back to clearing VP and starving them out. They are at 32,000 gold converted to 24,000, which is a massive gold difference here. 8,000 and 6-1 towers. So VP, they did have a better early game, but it seems like we are back to where we started, as we saw in the game 1 of these two teams playing against each other.
Yeah, I mean, just looking to try and like clean up the rest of the lanes, right? I mean, it's only this one that's only last surviving. T2 is down into the farm lane, which they're able to secure there. They did waste a little bit of time at the Tyrant there because it did go onto the timer. They actually catch 2 inside the World is My Board.
Yeah, World is My Board is going to catch 2. Ogden is going to dive right in. Clean gets a kill on Prince here, and it seems like they want to keep going. Ogden gets another kill, and it's going to be 3 kills, and Shank is going to be able to take down the Mai. Double kill going through Clean here, and Pei is going to try to kind of fight this, try to clear out the wave, but it's not happening, and this is going to be Twisted Minds games as they take down the Crystal here.
The 10k gold, this guy was sailing.
Yeah, Clean on the Ogren, super aggressive, being able to zone out the enemies, and the World is My Board again. Yixin seems to be a problem here. I think the couple of times that we saw Yixin today was able to kind of use the ultimate, lock in a couple of targets, and with the team following up, it does have a lot of impact. He's able to enable their teammates whenever they use the ultimate. So yeah, massive plays from the Twisted Mind mid laner here. GG's to both teams. Great play so far.
Yeah, very well played by both of the teams there. I think it was definitely a lot more of a better effort from the side of Virtus.pro against Twisted Minds this time around, but it always seems to be a little bit of a tradition here for Virtus.pro where they don't have quite as good as a game 1, then somehow manage to try and fight back in game 2. But at that point, it's already a little bit too late because they've already dropped 1 point. So morality-wise, they're already going to be a little bit down in the dumps. So to try and come back from that 1-0 defeat in game 2 is a little bit harder than trying to claim that first game on the board, which I feel like going into day 2 is something that VP definitely want to try and do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I like the fact that they tried to be a little bit more productive this game. They did, pick up the blue side, and then they were able to kind of stop the invading in the early game, which was really good for them. I feel like they had a little bit more confidence going into this game. They were being more proactive. They were able to kind of try to get a kill on the top side of the map. Obviously, they were not able to finish it off. But yeah, they were able to get some resources in the early game and hold themselves in the game a lot better than the first game that we saw them. But yeah, Twisted Mind was able to, kind of just be dominant as they were in the first game halfway through the game after taking down the objectives. And then the Ogren here, the Ogren was massive, zoning out everyone in the last couple of fights with the Yixin, the World is My Board followed up right on top of that. So the ultimate's very massive, and also Ogren was able to get a 3-man ultimate in one of those fights that kind of concluded the game for us.
Yeah, that 3-man Conductor of Souls was definitely what they needed, right? They're just knocking it up and getting that massive HP regen. But here we are. Here's the post-game stats for Twisted Mind against Virtus.pro. And there we are, clean with a 9-0-3. A clean sweep with no deaths on the board.
Yeah, definitely a clean sweep. I think this MVP has to go to clean here. I mean, we saw Shanks in the first match, dominate on the early, but we didn't see that kind of performance here on the Lady Soon, as the Byron and the Mai was they were constantly trying to jump on top of the Lady Soon, so they definitely did their job. But looking at the damage charts here, we can see that Pei has 55% of the damage on the VP side, and then Red with 44% here. But now going against to the winner's side, Twisted Mind here, they have 59,000 on the Ogryn. Wow, that is a lot of damage and a lot of tank. Almost 60,000 damage taken from the Ogryn here.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the difference, though, in terms of the team fight participation. Like, you see Prince and you see Shizu with about 25% of the team fight rate, so not always kind of being present into those team fights, more so kind of like Grizzly Q and Alim kind of sticking around together with a little bit of Red sprinkled in there. But to be honest, the fact that Dharma almost got only 2k less damage than a Mai Shiranui means that, like, Red didn't really activate on this pick, I feel.
Yeah, Mai definitely being one of those heroes that a lot of teams are kind of scared throughout the day. We saw it banned aloud first, like, in almost the entire day. This time it gets through, but it kind of has no impact. And we are, at a 0% win rate in this tournament for the first day on a Mai Shiranui, who has a lot of CC, has a lot of damage, but the follow-up just wasn't there. They weren't able to capitalize on the pick. But looking at the goal chart here, we can see that throughout, again, at the 4 or 5 minute mark, Twisted Mind, they were able to, capitalize, invade after taking that Tyrant and do a bunch of damage, and they were able to get away with a free win as their second game as well.
Yeah, very well played there. I mean, like we said in the post part of the game there, the VP definitely played a better game 2 than they did with the game 1. Game 1 was just a little bit all over the place. Game 2, there did seem to be a little bit more of a direction for the team, but just wasn't quite aggressive enough, as we saw there. The fact that Mai Shiranui was only about 2k damage ahead of the Dharma, which you're expecting to see that way more ahead, but the MVP is definitely going to be going over the clean here with his 903, 31% of the damage dealt, 32% of the damage taken, and then 27% of the overall gold for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, definitely a deserved MVP here. The Ogryn plays have been insane, and Clean showed that, he's out there with the different junglers from different teams that we saw. We saw 9ZG and also OG have, good games on the Ogryn. So now Clean is like, hey guys, I'm part of that group. I am really good on Ogryn. Yeah. And now we're checking out the highlights here. You can see more of that Ogryn gameplay that we just talked about. Getting a clean ultimate here on the Mai, being able to get the first blood. And now again, more engages coming from the Ogryn. Again, we can see in literally all of these team fights, Ogryn is somewhat involved. And right here, this is where they actually focus on the Lady Sun, which I thought it was pretty good. They were able to take down the Lady Sun in the back, but again, it was not enough. But, Aline being able to get a double kill here was pretty huge for the VP side. Kind of kept them in the game for a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely kept them going without value, right? Like, they was able to get the few double kills up to the top side of the map, but then it was all down to this crucial team fight here, right? The Conductor Souls came through, was able to get the execution onto many members onto the side of VP, and at that same time, they had the minion wave. The Oak Bolt didn't quite just land enough to take down the minion wave as it was needed and intended to, but the Bright Light Burst actually whiffed towards the end there, and it was definitely down to the help of the World Is My Board and the Conductor of Souls from Clean and from Highlang as well. But ultimately, it is going to be Twisted Minds taking that 2-0 over VP in day 1, sorry.
Exactly, pretty dominating stuff from the both Italian representatives. We had OG dominate VP as our first series in the day, and now Twisted Minds, they're like, hey, we're also from Italy, and we kind of have the same playstyle. So we're going to be evading you. We're going to be, ending the games in 8 minutes. So for me, I mean, throughout the games that we watched today, I think both OG and Twisted Minds are probably the strongest teams right now for the day 1. I definitely do want to see these teams, kind of go against each other, especially since they're both like Italian teams. So there's definitely going to be some high gameplay, highlights coming out from those games. So definitely when this happens, I'm gonna be there and watching that game take place.
Yeah, I don't know what actually. Let's have a look what day that actually falls on. That day is gonna be where is it? It's actually the last day, so it's gonna be week 1, day 4, and it's the second game of the day as well. So I feel like that's probably a really nice way to set up the last day of the ranking days, right? The ranking week, sorry, is definitely having those two go head to head to see who's going to take the top of the leaderboard. As we've seen thus far, I mean, there could be massive upsets that come through tomorrow. Let's not write it a little bit too early.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I'm a little bit excited myself for tomorrow again. And the NA representatives, the movie YikeZGG, they're going to be going against VP, I believe you mentioned. So that is going to be an EU versus NA matchup that, you know, a lot of people like to watch. I mean, it's been a rivalry for a very long time. So I'm kind of, you know, I'm going to be tuning in. You're going to be seeing me tomorrow in chat when BLAM is, you know, casting that as well. So definitely gonna be a watch, and I'm still rooting for my boys at a movie YikeZGG. So yeah, definitely gonna check that out. What do you think about that? Who do you think is gonna try to, you know, who's gonna win that matchup?
I mean, after VP's taken to obviously shocking defeats in day 1, they're going to be really hoping for it in day 2, right? But this is how today's matches did actually conclude. For those that are in the chat and didn't quite get to watch them, I do advise you guys go back when the VOD is up. Go back and watch these matches. We've had some really good, clean matches. Especially the big surprise for me was YikeZ Globant. They definitely came through very clean for me against MKOI.
Exactly. YikeZ Globant put in a dominating performance. Stick was able to kind of dominate into jungle, but then we had OG again going 2-0 against AYLO Gaming. The pro representatives weren't able to kind of hold out the Italian powerhouses here, and Twisted Mind 2-0 against VP. We just watched that. And yeah, Italian teams, you know, showing up today, putting up great performances. And now looking at the event preview, which is going to be day 2. So tomorrow's matches, it's going to be MKOI versus VP, Virtus.pro for our first match. Then it's going to be YikeZ Globant versus Twisted Minds. Following that up for the third match, we're going to have OG Esports versus NRX. And we're going to have MKOI versus AYLO. But that is going to be a fun one to watch too as well. Wow.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Starting the day off with a very fun game, and then finishing off with a very fun game as well, because I feel like these these 3 teams, are definitely within that same kind of skill base within this tournament. So seeing which ones actually come out on top is going to be a great thing to come back and tune in for tomorrow at the same time, right?
Exactly. I mean, I didn't know AYLO Gaming is going to go against, you know, MKOI as well, and that is a great ending to the day. So at first we're gonna have EU versus NA, then we're gonna end it off with NA versus LATAM. So again, it's gonna start with a rivalry and end with a rivalry as well. So we're gonna have to see how the Canadians are gonna be able to perform against both of these regions. But yeah, tomorrow definitely gonna be a fun watch. If you guys been enjoying, you know, today's matches, definitely make sure to show up tomorrow. There's gonna be more closer matches from what it looks like. From both sides, but yeah, tomorrow definitely gonna be
Blue team killing spree. Blue team has
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rained down. It's to the madness that's all around. So tell